A ideme na to, ideme to prúdiť, skontrolujeme zvukovú stopu, ideme tieto veci. No. Skontrolujeme zvukovú stopu. Plešinkov miesto prázdne, plešinkov, že nie medzi nami. Ideme to prúdiť. To je za nami. Flow máme hotový, tam sa nemusím nejako nahlasovať. Koľko chýba tomuto?
And that way I can get to the boss arena before the others, at least before one of the others, so that I wouldn't be like left out. Ultimately, I wanted them to fix this. I think they just need to have it set so that you can either enter the boss fight for the first time anytime, or you just can't start the boss until everybody's within the arena. They did mention they were going to try and alleviate some of the toxicity in these dungeons, but they really didn't do anything. Be aware, the party matchmaking does kind of try to match you with other players at the similar like combat power level, but a lot of the time it just doesn't, because it either struggles to find a tank and a healer, and so it's going to pretty much put anybody who signs up as that role in, and so it can be a mixed bag of what kind of teammates you get. But generally try queue up at the highest combat power you have, even if you're playing a more alt setup. Additionally, be careful that a lot of people select tank and healer, even though they're just a damage dealer, to queue up so that they get faster queues. But that leaves newer players who don't have, as say, much self-sustain struggling in that content, dying because an enemy just basically nearly one-shots them, there's no healer to back them up, there's no tank to have threat, and overall can just be a terrible experience. Also, there's a big warning. People will judge you so heavily based on what weapons you're using. I believe by default it is selected to reveal your weapon details. That allows anybody to inspect your weapons. Playing on the Korean server, I experienced this a ton, where a new player would be in the group, people could see their weapon, that it's not max traded, or it's a tier 1 purple instead of tier 2 purple, and they would just vote kick you. They would literally vote kick you on the emphasis that you either don't have maxed out runes, or you don't have a fully max traded weapon yet. It's absolutely horrendous. Even though the content for them is super simple and they could literally solo the entire dungeon in less than 10 minutes. They just don't want to like carry somebody, even if it's a newer player to the game. And honestly, this game is going to die if we don't at least help new players in some way or another. So if you're watching this and you're starting out this game, I highly recommend to hide your weapons. Hide them until they get geared and traded enough that you're confident to reveal your weapons. Because there's also the flip side. When you do hide your weapons, people are also less inclined to take you in groups because they're unsure of how geared you are. So if you are at the point where you can show it, do so. But otherwise, definitely, if you're new, you're still gearing up, hide your weapon details. People will judge you and they will kick you just on the premise that you aren't maxed out, even if you know what you're doing and you play really well with your skills. Even in the simplest content, like you're running Death's Abyss, super easy, somebody's going to kick you because you have a not maxed out weapon yet, which is ludicrous. And yeah, this guy's post totally confirms many of these experiences that I had personally leveling up in the Korean server, which is a much older version of the game, as that was released in 2023 December. So there's many players there who aren't like near enough maxed out, and they're just trying to get through content as quickly as possible, but they have no respect for a newer player. And then there's the whole time gating of everything. That's an absolute significant issue here, because you might feel, I'll try out the game. There should be ways I can catch up even if I have lots of time to invest in. I know I'm not going to be maxed out day one, but maybe in a few weeks I can if I have 8 hours every day to play, or even have the whole day to play. But no, this game seriously time gates you. You can only run 3 dungeons per day, one 2-star and two 3 stars. You do get double the rewards for doing a 2 stars. You can open the chest twice. You can also go back and do the 1 stars, but honestly, I wouldn't. The chances of better loot are generally higher with the 2 stars. Only do so if you haven't met the combat requirement level yet. And then there's the 3 stars, which again, you can only do 2 of them per day. So you're limited to the value of 4 dungeons, but realistically, you're only paying 3. So that's like very short time frame with everybody being geared up and just melting everything. And then you have the Abyss tokens, which you're time gated based on how many you can actually earn, and then you're going to use those tokens to jump into your open world dungeons like these listed here. You're going to kill enemies, and you can only get the loot from these enemies when you actually have those tokens. So again, you're time gated on that. And then dynamic events are even now time gated with the good rewards that you can get from those. You can only do 15 a week. And to touch on another issue with PvP, it's just not that rewarding. Yes, you can join a hardcore guild. They'll have you attending multiple PvP events every day just to maintain their rankings, kill rankings, and their player attendance, so that when there is big PvP events, you'll at least have some experience. But again, the only real rewarding PvP events are Interserver and Siege. It can be quite a lot of fun, but those hardcore guilds can burn you out pretty fast with all their mandatory events. But again, you have absolutely no hope of getting there as a new player for at least a few months, or if you invest heavily in buying a ton of Lucent. Maybe there's one or two of you who are very fortunate to have a group of friends in high places, and the guild would give you a whole lot of gear to gear up quickly. But that's honestly not going to happen for a lot of you. Overall, I wanted to express this current state of, a new player experience in this game. It honestly needs some serious improvements. They need to add better ways for players to catch up, potentially alleviate some of the time gating, and for PvP, there needs to be some sort of content that puts players on a level playing field where it's literally just the power of your skills and abilities, but even those a new player is going to struggle with because you have to level them all up. God, this game is such a vertical progression game that yes, if you want to play any competitive PvP content right now, you have to spend a lot of time just playing PvE content. And I honestly think the devs need to do something to change that. Whether it's some Battlegrounds mode where everybody's put on a level playing field, same gear, same level skills, you can customize which ones you use, which masteries, have them all maxed out to just for this particular content. But alas, there's a lot of fun to be had in this game, don't get me wrong, but I will say having a group of friends makes everything so much better. Even if you all suck, it can still be a lot of fun when you're just a group and you stick together and you can mess around in loads of different content in this game. It's ultimately a free-to-play game. There's no harm checking it out. It sure damn needs some improvements, especially with bugs and exploits as of late, but there is hope that the devs will be doing something about it, and that they are doing something about it is just kind of all behind the scenes. And that is not even to mention Nebula, which is even time gated on top of that. This is ultimately a terrible experience for a newer player going here. You're either stuck farming mobs super inefficiently in a PvE zone, or you're in a PvP area where you can literally just get jumped on every 10 seconds by the exact same people, even if you do manage to kill them. You need a super stacked group, and you need to have the gear levels for it. Some of you may go ahead and point out about like the coupon codes that the devs were giving away in order to get like maxed out tier 2 blue gear, a full set. Yes, it's great and all, it would get you like over 3,000 combat power, but unfortunately the devs have actually discontinued this campaign. It's over now. There may still be some codes you can use that are circulating around, but it's a limited resource and not something any new players moving forward can realistically rely upon to catch up. And even then, it wasn't really a catch-up, it was a temporary boost because you cannot use that gear to say transfer to new gear. You have to upgrade a full set starting from scratch, like everybody, and so it still takes you a long time especially when you want to upgrade to level 2 purple gear. And honestly, they should have just given those packs to everybody who starts the game from here on out. Thanks all for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Goodbye for now.
At your service, sir.
Oh, we good. Dogs. Oh, we good. We good. Dorazíme týchto pičusov, nech mi to nesvietia.
Jakoby nemám, takže ten právě
Dorazíme
za to,
těchto
jakoby
pičusů
peníze
dvoch.
Být byl po tomu autorovi, což je fér podle mě.
No, môže byť.
Takže
Hej, ja som do
aby
tohoto momentu...
uklidní to tvoje svědomí, jakože
Nie, ja som ti to chcel kľudne nehať, ja som myslel, že si zarobil, prosím pekne. A vôbec mi to nevadí, pretože to bol originálny content, i keď na úkor mojej povesti, prosím pekne, ktorá ma živí, áno, ale aj s heslami, ktoré naozaj sú pravdivé, OK, fajn, pohoda. Mne nevadí, že si zo mňa možno zarobil na tých ostatných videách, proste, ktoré si asi teda monetizoval.
na nich jsem nezarobil, to jsem nechal editorovi, protože ten kanál založil on makal na něm on, protože byl nový a
OK,
na videách jsem nezarobil,
Good guy.
takže můžu uklidnit
Skvělý.
na tom.
buďte ako Gideon, on má frérku, ktorá je iba o rok
No,
mladšia
dobrý.
od neho.
Dobrý Michale, a ještě bych teda chtěl řešit něco jiného, než se tady
Ne,
řešilo.
nedokončili sme túto tému.
Dobře, tak to dokončíme.
Mne nevadí, že zarába ktokoľvek na mňa, ale ty si človek, ktorý proste ako nebol fér vo všetkých veciach v minulosti voči mne, ja ťa nemám rád, ty ma nemáš rád, proste ako tebe nedovolím prechádzať proste ako cez moje práva. Čo je šedá zóna pre ostatných, je čierna zóna pre teba. Proste vadí mi, že máš na kanáli videá, ktoré nie sú adekvátnou reakciou podľa fair use a som to podnetý.
Jo, dobrý, už som to slyšel.
Takže, prosím ťa, vieme sa dohodnúť, dve veci chcem.
Dobře.
Tieto videá unlistni a v budúcnosti, keď chceš robiť tento content, maj tam aspoň 50% toho timeu, že niečo hovoríš. 30%, z ktorých 20% sú len osobné útoky na mňa a nepravdy, ktoré si myslíš, proste ako ten kick program, to nedokáže.
Ty neříkáš pravdy, ale v tom případě teda, když...
Ale ja
co si
to
říkáš, no?
nepostujem na YouTube, kde je fair
A když
use
to nepostuješ,
klauzula.
když to nepostuješ na YouTube, tak je to v pořádku, jo? Ty to můžeš říkat na streamu, ale když to není na YouTube, tak je to v pohodě. To tím říkáš.
Takisto ako napísané v tom videu, na streame si kľudne reaguje na moje videá. YouTubeový content bude fair use, proste ako plne transformatívny, veľké množstvo kontentu tvojho vlastného. Nebudeš monetizovať proste ako môj obsah na svojom kanále. To je všetko. 2579 slov, z toho iba 200
Jo,
slov
som to
z
slyšel.
tvojej strany ku veci. To je menej ako 10%.
Jo,
Toho
u jedné,
videa
reakce,
si ty.
u jedné reakce, kde jsem tam žral, myslím, že tak to asi tak bude.
Nie, to není ani tá, čo si žral. To je tá, ktorá má niečo cez 2000 pozretí, proste ako spred 12 alebo 13 dní.
To je strašně moc.
Keby som zobral to video, kde si žral, tak tam nemáš ani 20% tvojho vlastného obsahu. Tu na bolo aspoň 30%, ale z toho stále tých 30% bolo 20% z toho len urážky a nepravdy, čo hovoríš.
Ale ty říkáš pravdu, že jo, Michale, vždycky. Že jsem autista, pejpák a tak.
Braško, ale ja keď hovorím tieto sračky o tebe, pretože sa nemáme radi, tak ich nehovorím s tvojimi nakradnutými videami, autorskými právami, prosím pekne, a not fair use štýlom, ty to nechápeš. Ja keď to hovorím, tak ťa neokrádam.
Ne, vůbec. Takže je to v pořádku říkat, že už...
Čom ťa okrádam? A prepáč,
Takže je to v pořádku.
ďalšia vec. Znovu vytrhá... Dobre, ja ti to znovu zopakujem, pretože myšlienku, ja si za ňou stojím. Poďme sa o tom baviť. Kde je nejakým spôsobom nezákonné, keď ja poviem, bracho, pozerám sa na teba, tu si, ty vyzeráš pre mňa ako niekto, kto by mohol byť sexuálny predátor. Pôsobíš mi divne, máš 28 rokov, hráš hry, točíš veľmi detský content a máš veľmi detské aj urážky a tejky na život. Jeden z nich napríklad, že dievčatá, ktoré chodia na strednú školu, majú veľa času. Prídu zo školy a nemajú čo robiť. To si prehlásil o mojej frajerke v tom videu.
No, čekám. Však tam s tebou furt na streamu a...
Kde som ti,
Sedí
ale
tam na gauči.
vidíš, toto je to detské. Sedí tam na gauči, ona je na streame. Proste, ona má čas.
No, wow. Co je na tom? Já si nebyl posměšek jako.
Dva imbecilovia.
Moja
Jako
frajerka.
poslední faktu, kamarád.
Tak ti zhrniem posledný rok moje frajerky, keď nerátam dokopy, proste ako prázdniny. Dobre? Moja frajerka brigádovala. Moja frajerka chodila do školy. Moja frajerka má povinnosť ešte aj okolo jej maminky, prosím pekne, pretože má psa, ktorého musí chodiť venčiť. Moja frajerka popri tom streamuje a ešte aj chodí do fitka.
Ser. Dobře, Michala. Ale stejně má čas tam s tebou být na streamu pořád.
Moja frajerka nie je so mnou pořád na streamu.
No jenom v těch videích od Skrýse teda.
Takže počkaj.
Kde ti líže bradavky. No nic, ale posuneme sa
Braš,
dál.
nie, žiadne
Čo
nič,
zajímalo-
neposunieme sa ďalej. Drž piču, ty žebráčik slabučky, prosím pekne. Tu nebudeš diktovať
Ale
témy,
Michala,
ty
no
mi
tak,
neporušuješ
no tak.
autorské práva. Takže, otázka. Ideme s tým k súdu?
Chceš si s tím
Mám
něco
byť
udělat?
malicherný natoľko, že ti dokážem, že Československu si porušil moje práva tým, že si reuploadol môj obsah a žral pri ňom, čož nazývaš reakciou.
Skříně to dej k soudu,
Chceš to
Michala.
vidět?
Já myslím, že by je zajímalo ty tvoje obvinění, co mě říkáš, no.
Čo by ich zaujímalo, keď ja ťa dám za copyright k súdu, súd nezaujíma
A já tě dám
absolútne
k
nič,
soudu za to,
iba
že o mě na
copyright.
internet... Já tě dám k soudu zase za to, že o mě na internetu říká, že jsem pedofil, ty demente.
Ale ja o
No,
tebe
to je
nehovorím,
daleko
že si
horší,
pedofil. Ja o tebe hovorím, že ty pre mňa vyzeráš ako človek, ktorý by mohol byť
Ne,
sexuálny
Ty
predátor.
si, já tě budu citovat zase opět. Řekl si, mám to tady napsaný, počkej, najdu to.
Tak ako si ma
Řekl si,
citoval, keď si povedal, že som proste nemám kick údajne.
Mluvíme
To
o
ty si pán, nie
Mlč,
som si istý, čo tá
Michala,
druhá strana hovorí.
prosím.
Nie,
Řekl
mňa
si.
neutíšíš, pretože Braško, ty nemáš kohones na to, aby si niekoho utíšil. Pred chvíľkou si sa tu tváril, prosím pekne, že o môj Bože, fyzický násilie, proste ja by som sa vedel brániť, proste a ja som z toho ne, Braško, ty
Michala.
vyzeráš na facku, a ja vyzerám na facku, ale pozri sa, ako ty mlčíš a ja som si zobral obidva streamy zase pre seba. Takto vyzerá mať osobnosť. A potom je tu 28-ročný človek, ktorý mne naozaj pripadá ako niekto, kto len nemám čo robiť, tak farmím aspoň karmu proste ako od Twitch divákov, proste ako, o môj Bože. A teraz sa pozriem ku Bohu, proste ako aby som vyzeral cool, proste. Nie, Braško, si slabý. Proste ako, a tu sme s témou, že mi porušuješ autorské práva. Reuploadol si môj obsah. Neprajem si to. Si ochotný tie videá dať unlisted, prosím pekne, a do budúcnosti sa snažiť viacej, aby aspoň si dodržoval fair use amerických zákonov, keď už na Slovensku sa bavíme o zákone,
Americký.
vôbec nemôžeš reagovať.
Dobře, já bych teda chtěl říct k tomu, k čemu jsem se chtěl vyjádřit. A to, od čeho si úplně utekl, Michale, že si řekl, patří do lidí perpilou, to si řekl o mě, chodí se 14 do kina a dává jim ptáka do huby. To si o mě řekl. Tak co myslíš, že by mi na to řekli u soudu? Teda?
Výborné.
A neutíkej, neutíkej. Co si
Dobre,
myslíš, že o tom řekl?
dobre. Dobre, pohodička.
Když se chci dohrát
Takže,
soudama, tak mi pověz.
takže, vec prvá, patrí do ľudí. Narážame na líkovú leteľskú. Hovorím o Adamovi Spaget na Instagrame, idiomovi na internete, tak ja neviem, čo je prívezísko. Takže, ja ťa teraz prosím, ja ťa teraz prosím. Poď, serieš to? Poď.
Já nepotřebuju, ale ty se oháníš soudama.
Tak ale prečo to vyťahuješ? Pretože ja nie som vinný z niečoho.
Vytahuješ soudy, tak já je budu taky vytahovat, ne? Michale? Prostě, to je
Nie, si decko. Si skurtné 28-ročné tupé decko. Ty sa nemôžeš brániť tým, že sa mi vyhrážaš súdom. Ešte aj to je trestné.
Jo? Ale ty přitom ty děláš to
Ak
stejně,
máš
teďka.
nejaký problém
Ty
so
děláš
mnou,
to stejně,
čo
že
som
se
povedal
vyhrážeš
voči
soudem
tebe,
teďka.
ja sa ti nevyhrážam súdom. Ja som tu. Ja som tu s tým, že ti
Dobre,
oznamujem, že mám s tebou určitý problém. Taktiež sa
Dobre,
ťa
Mikola.
snažím edukovať v závislosti proste ako ku copyrightom, ako si mi ublížil na mojich právach. Taktiež sa ti snažím vysvetliť, že to, že ty máš na mňa špinu, za ktorú ma môžeš dať na súd, len znamená, že ma máš dať na súd, nie sa mi s tým vyhrážať. A ja som tu s tým, že máš content, ktorý mi vadí, pretože si myslím, že mi porúša práva ako občana.
Ale ty si doslova 5 minut dozadu se oháněl soudama s kvůli těm videím. To nevím.
Nie, ja som sa ťa 5 minút dozadu som sa ťa pýtal, či chceš, aby som ti to dokázal súdom, proste ako, že mám pravdu v tomto. Ty poprvé nevieš pochopiť tú danú záležitosť a po druhé ja sa ťa pýtam,
Můžeš, ale já si myslím,
dostal
že to je
som tu
zbytečné.
nejaké stanovisko z tvojej strany, či tie videá stiahneš alebo nie, lebo ja som tu kvôli tomu.
Ale
To
jako,
jsme
jestli
brutálně
o to tak,
otočili
jestli o to
miliónkrát.
tak strašně stojíš, asi to nebude problém, no, ale
A prečo, to
Řekl
nebol,
něco by-
a prečo to bol problém? Pretože keď som ti to isté a vo veľmi zmierlivej forme napísal, proste ako pod tým videom. Stiahni tie videá, porušujú mi autorské práva. Toto nie
já
je
si nemyslím, že porušuju
adekvátna
autorský
reakcia.
práva, to jenom podle tebe porušuju.
Máš súhlas na reupload môjho kontentu?
Ale to je content z kanálu Skris? To není
Má
přímo od
Skris
tebe. To není
vlastníctvo mojho videa niekde proste ako podpísanú zmluvu, že ja som sa vzdal
Máš
autorských
tebe
práv na moje
ústnou
dielo?
dohodu. Si nám řekl, že máš tebe
Ale
ústnou
nemám
dohodu.
ústnu dohodu o tom, že je vlastníkom toho kontentu.
No uploaduj ho, tak ho taky strajkni, ne?
Prečo by som ho strajkoval?
No, kvůli tomu
Mne nevadí využitie jeho kontentu proste ako na jeho kanále. Mne vadí tvoje využitie kontentu, ktorý je z jeho kanálu, ale je to kontent môj. Ja som sa nikdy nevzdal vlastníctva toho kontentu. A ten kontent taktiež nie je dostatočne transformovaný na to, aby sa dal brať jeho kontentom. A tvoj kontent tiež nie je dostatočne transformovaný na to, aby sa dal brať tvojim kontentom. Ale jeho kontent mi nevadí, tvoj kontent mi vadí.
Takže já spíš to mám přijít pocit, že ti to jenom vadí ty videa, ne, že by na to byly nějaký práva nebo něco, to mě to přijde jako blbost. Reakce je prostě fair use.
Tá reakcia nie je fair use, pretože na
Ale
to,
je.
aby bola tá reakcia
Ale
fair
je,
use,
ale.
by tá reakcia musela byť transformatívna. Ty si v tej reakcii rozprával k veci 10% a celkovo 30%. Keď sa pozrieš na Asmongoldové fair use reakcie, tak zistíš, že reaguje na 10-minútové video 37 minút. Vtedy
Jasne,
je to
a to mám
úplne
jako
nové
Asmongold.
dielo.
Já jsem ti na to řekl, že třeba exklusí reagovali na videa, kde neřekl ani jedno slovo, nebo jedno slovo třeba. A
Výborne.
má to na svém YouTube a je to v pohodě.
A čo znamená, je to v pohode?
Myslíte, to tam může být?
To neznamená, že to tam môže byť. Na YouTube je aj porno.
Dobře, jo, zase k tomu.
Ty
mluvím,
máš
no.
strašne zlú
Ale on
mentálnu
nekoukal na
proste
to, Michale.
Zase si to totálne špatne spojil. To, že je
Ne.
niečo na YouTube, neznamená, že to
protože
je
toho táš jaký
zákonné.
porno. To jsou normální reakce na normální věci, proto toho táš jakýsi porno. Co to s tím má společného, kurva?
A vidíš, preto to ťa nazývam, že si podľa mňa človek, ktorý je autista, lebo ty
Jo.
nedokážeš pochopiť veľmi jednoduché koncepty myslenia. Zastav sa.
Asi jsem. no.
Zastav sa, menej rozprávaj, viacej počúvaj. Ty hovoríš,
No.
že keď je niečo na YouTube a není to preč z YouTube, tak je to v poriadku.
Co?
A ja ti hovorím, že keď je niečo na YouTube, to nemusí znamenať, že to je v poriadku. To môže len znamenať, že to zatiaľ nikto nežaloval, lebo napríklad niekto o tom nevie.
No, povídej, povídej.
Nie všetko, čo je na YouTube, je v poriadku.
Dobře.
Oliver 3 a jeho ukradnutý song je napríklad tiež na YouTube, proste ako.
Nevím, o čem mluvíš, sorry.
Možno ľudia iní vedia.
Tak já se rozhodnu, Michal, co s tím dělám, s těmi videama.
Takže,
No.
nie, proste ako znovu, vidíš, extrémnym spôsobom proste ako odchádzaš od tej témy, lebo si nechceš nehať niečo vysvetliť a za chvíľku povieš, to som
Já
Michal.
už to chápu, já to chápu, prostě chci,
Áno, áno.
Pořádku.
Áno, ty to už chápeš. Presne toto som kolol, že sa stane ešte
Jasný.
pred týmto streamom. Že ty sa
Jasný, jasný.
tváriš, že niečo počúvaš, že niečo chápeš, ale o minútu neskôr vidíme, že to nechápeš. Takže Adam, ty máš na svojom... Ty teraz hneď môžeš ísť a reuploadnúť moje... To nebol môj flash klip proste ako na svoj kanál. Bude to tam. Znamená to, že máš moje povolenie? Znamená to, že ten content je v poriadku?
To jsou reakce na tvoje videa.
Ale keby si to spravil, ty tvrdíš, je to na YouTube, excuse ho nejaké video, proste, kde údajne povedal len jedno slovo, prosím pekne, je na internete, tak je to v poriadku. To neznamená, že je v poriadku.
Dobře, Michal, tak
Tvoje
podle
argumentačné...
tebe to znamená, že to není v pořádku, a já si myslím, že to v pořádku je. Tak se na tom shodneme.
Neshodneme sa na
Dáme si-
ničom. Máš na-
dáme mít svůj názor, takhle, to chci říct.
Dobre, a ja ti znovu teda vysvetlím.
Ne, nemusíš
Máš na
druhý,
svojom
musíš to
kanáli
chápu.
videá,
Jo.
máš na svojom kanáli moje videá a ja s tým nesúhlasím. Podľa slovenského zákonu je to totálne wrong. Môžeš využiť iba nevyhnutnú časť toho videa. Každý moment, čo žerieš a potom za tým povieš, ja vôbec nerozumiem, čo povedal. Dobre, ešte lepšie, počkaj.
Každý moment, co žeru, je špatný. Jo. Ty, co by mě poslal do Ruska.
Ako sa volá ten nový kanál?
Už jsem ti to říkal, Michal, zkus to typnout.
Ja neviem, proste ako ja nie som content tvoj konzument nejaký, prosím pekne, mňa na neho musia upozorniť. Takže to je, že ja si poviem v histórii, ďakujem za pomoc. Dobre. Ideš pozerať so mnou tvoje video.
To nejdu, kamaráde, to nejdu.
Ale ideš. Ale ideš. Ideš si
To teda
pozrieť
nejdu,
prvé 3
kamaráde.
minúty svojho posledného videa o mne a povieš mi proste, čo je na tom transformatívne. Takže...
Ale ty vytrhneš 3 minuty z těch 15 a budeš říkat, že tam nic neříkám, je mi to jasný.
Nie, ja idem zobrať prvé 3 minúty svojho videa. Prvé 3 minúty. Ako youtuber... Nie, poďme to pozrieť.
Už jsme se shodli na tom, že tam
Ja
prostě
trvám...
neříkám moc
Ideš
toho.
to pozrieť.
Nejdu.
Prečo si to zrazu nechceš pozrieť? Veď je to tvoje video, ktoré
Ale já
teraz...
jsem si to nikdy nechtěl pozorovat, já jsem si to nikdy nechtěl pozorovat, kamaráde.
Toto video je všetko
Ne,
na mňa chodí.
Já s tebou nebudu sedět na gauči a koukat na filmy, kamaráde, ne?
No bohužiaľ, proste ako ja to video pozerám, prosím pekne, a zapnem si
pozeraj,
ešte
no,
dielko. Takže hej, jak sa tu dáva vzdielenie? Share your screen a aplikácia...
Ale Michale, nějak si ještě jenom jako povolí tady o jiných věcech než o tomhle. Co říkáš? Nebo budeš
Nie.
rád mluvit v tom stejným dokola?
Nie, proste ako my si ideme pozrieť content, ktorý ty tak strašne vehementne tvrdíš, že si transformoval. Takže dobrý deň, nech sa ti páči.
Já nevím.
Nebudeme ho pozerať celých 3 minúty.
Jasně.
7 sekúnd rozprávam ja, teraz si niečo začal hovoriť ty.
Jaký to je video? Ne? Ty jako zajímavý video, ne? Žrádu. Zajímavý video žrádu, ano.
Dobre, takže, čo si teraz povedal v tom videu?
To je zajímavý video žrádu.
Výborne. To je celý content, čo si teda povedal. Na začiatku som hovoril 7 sekúnd ja, potom ty si povedal 12 sekúnd ty, pretože to je zábavný content v článku.
A ty jako fakt řešíš video, který má 800 zhlédnutí, to je lidská. Já myslím, že to je
Braško, odbočuješ scény, snažíš sa z toho snažíš sa z toho vykrútiť. Toto je tvoje ukradnutie môjho obsahu. Pozeraj.
Já ty videa
My
sleduju.
to nejdeme ani pozerať. My to nejdeme ani pozerať. My to rozprávam ja. Pozeraj. Tak takto potom rozprávam ja. Nie, nemôžeš, pozeraj. Pozeráme spolu video. Už sme v druhej minúte toho videa a niečo si konečne povedal. A pozri sa, čo povieš. Pozri sa, čo povieš po 2 minútach pozerania mojho videa.
Dobře, tak já se pozvu.
To celé komunikatívne štakrovaným spôsobom, že ja som tvrdil, že jemu sa tak 2 minúty kúkaš moje video, potom povieš, že nevieš, o čom hovorím.
No, asi ne. Ale Michale, jak jsem ti říkal,
Kaluješ ďalej.
lidí, o čem mluvíš. Ale Michale, víš co, aby jsme se pohli dál, tak já si
Počkaj, konečne si niečo povedal. Pozeráme tvoje videjko, tvoj content, môj vlastný content.
Ty už jsem udělal, to se nekoukáš znova, Michale. Nepotřebujeme.
Čo sa tak tomu brániš? Doteraz proste ako všetko v pohode a teraz skáčeš do reči. Prvýkrát si začal mať pohode v celom tomto telefonáte. Prvýkrát mi skáčeš do reči. Si to predstav. Celý čas si bol beta loser, proste ako a teraz alfa loser. Prečo? Diváci videli naozaj ten vtip, všetci na to, že sa na tým za to video.
Já chci něco říct, ty furt meleš, vole, jak vidíte.
O, bože, on ešte aj hádže nadávky, proste ako, bože môj, v ňom sa niečo prebudilo, jeho frajerka dostane dneska konečne normálny styk od chlapa, čo ti jebe, tebe normálne to sa ako prospieva, že so mnou komunikuješ. Tak pozeráme tvoje videjko, pozeraj, čo máš čo povedať k tomu videu. Ja vôbec nevím, o čom mluví, ale toto je reakčné video, ktoré on točí a je to podľa fair use pravidel, podľa mňa.
Já u toho videa žeru, říkám znova a moc k tomu neříkám, no. To je celý, můžeme se pohnout dál, Michale, já myslím, že
Nemôžeme sa pohnúť ďalej.
to se to zopakovali z 15 krát, Michale. To chodíš po
Michael řekl, že to je kariéra. Konečne si niečo povedal v tom videu a vieš, čo to bolo? Platné zhrnutie toho, čo si videl, pretože ja som nehovoril ani o Duplokovi, čo sa hovorí celý čas pod Selafí. Ty chceš mne povedať, že toto video je podľa fair use pravidiel a že je v skutočnosti pekne OK, keď ty nevieš na to nereaguješ na to, nechápeš tomu a z prvých 2,5 minút, ktoré prebehli, si povedal jednu vetu, že si ideme pozrieť Michalové video.
A to tě tak štve, Michale?
Áno, ukradol si mi video, reuploadol ho na svoj kanál.
Dobře, tak jo.
Kradneš mi videa, môj obsah, porušuješ moje autorské práva, netransformuješ proste ako styluješ content. Si loser, ktorého
Nej tak soudu.
si braško, pozri sa. Ale ono to celé k tebe zapadá. Pozeraj, proste ako klipy, najznámejšie klipy, prosím pekne, za celý čas tvojho kanálu, všetko, ja, ty, proste pozrieme sa na tvoj main kanál, proste ako poďme sa pozrieť tvoje vlastné videá,
Michale, ty si můj
top populárne videá, top
Michale, ty jsi mě
10
stvořil.
videí, 8 videí,
Michale, ty jsi můj
prostě.
bůh, ty jsi mě
Ideme
stvořil,
brať
ano.
Michalovi videá, proste. Ideme tvrdiť, že to je reakcia, lebo ty kokot, ja nechápem ani, čo Michal hovorí, pretože čo ti jebe, ja nechápem polovičné IQ od Michala. Proste ako, ale viete čo, dneska mám možnosť si zavolať s Myškom, tak prvú vec, čo mu poviem, je, že mám lepšiu priateľku ako on. Moja priateľka má totiž to iba o rok
Já
menej.
jsem neřekl, já jsem řekl, že... Ty to zase vytráváš z kontextu, no.
Nie, toto bol joke. A ty sa voči tomu ideš brániť, ako keby som povedal niečo proste ako strašného a vytrhával z kontextu a podobné veci. Nie, teraz som ťa mimoval.
Tak ja
Ale
to
Braško, to video sme videli. Povedz mi niečo o tom videu. Naozaj to je reakcia?
Zase znovu.
Od 1 do 10, ako moc je to reakcia?
Já nevím, Michale, já nejsem reakce úplně.
No ale však máš celý kanál reakcie a máš na ňom 50 videí, ktoré akceptuješ na reakcie.
Ty to dělám pár týdnů, pár dnů.
No,
Nejsem,
bohužiaľ, proste ako ahoj. Som človek, ktorého si použil ako reakciu a porušil si podľa mňa autorské práva. Vadí mi to.
OK.
Ja ťa žiadam,
Dobře.
ľudne reaguj ďalej na môj content, ale dodržuj fair use. Maj aspoň 50% toho videa svojho vlastného contentu.
Dobře, Michale. A
Keď si to robil na main kanáli a dal si nejaké clickbaity odo mňa a potom neskôr svoj gameplay,
budeš...
super, to je transformatívne využitie môjho kontentu, vyjadril si sa k tomu, mohol som sa vyjadriť ja k tomu, ako by sa k tomu vyjadril, ale prepáč, Bráško, mne niekto povie, že ty si o mne natočil video, ja si to video pustím, ani 15 minút, už nám na seba.
Abych se dal aj to vyloučení. A tě raz
Dobre, okej.
Já to udělám dobře, budu reagovat lépe, budu lepší reakční kanál a udělám si čest těma dobrýma reakcemi. Takže
Hej,
to tak.
len nech sú to tvoje reakcie, nech to není moje.
Jasné.
Ľudia si klikli na tvoj kanál, aby videli teba. Ja viem, že som ten zaujímavejší z nás dvoch, prosím pekne.
Ano, ale to určitě si, ano.
Nie? A bohužiaľ, proste ako je to tak.
Jo, ne?
Používaj, ale proste ako skús mať nejakú osobnosť. Tie kohones, keď si ma nazval, čo si mi to povedal, debilek, to bolo cute. Viac toho.
A ty mi
Poďme
tady
ešte
dáváš
niečo
pokecel,
povedať.
Michale, ty mi tady teďka nadáváš celou dobu.
Ale teraz som ťa ja pochválil, to nebolo, že ja by som ti nadával. Proste ako, hej, poď do mňa. Proste ako, buď taký tvrdší, zober si slovo, začni mi skákať do reči. Proste ako, kinda hot, proste ako, môže byť.
Já nemám tu potřebu všechno ten asi takhle. No dobrý. Já bych se chtěl zeptat, když jsem před těma 4 rokama, kdy to bylo 3,5 roku zpátky.
Ty vieš presne, kedy to bolo. Ty tvojej kariéry máš. Yes, vole.
No, teď moje kariéry, přesně. Když jsme se hádali na tom volku, že jo, tak si mi říkal, že, to si pamatuju přesně, že budeš určitě lepší než já, že jasný ten Diamond je pro tebe jasný a že budeš určitě lepší jako Gideon. To si doslova řekl. A
Nemyslím si, že som to doslova řekl. Nemyslím si, že som to doslova řekl, takže...
já jsem to měl na alertech, to bylo tu hláčku a někdy by se dala aj najít určitě.
Dobre.
Já si to teďka.
Vieš, ľudia, ktorí majú buď nízke IQ, alebo občas nejaké problémy ako s vývojom, alebo autizmus, často majú problém chápať sarkazmus. Nevyzerám ako človek, čo by mal autizmus, prosím pekne. Ty,
No, ale ty ať řekneš cokoliv, to pak hájíš, že to byl sarkazmus, nebo to bylo čo?
to nie je pravda.
A člověk neví, jak
Máš nejaký príklad toho? Máš nejaký príklad toho? Ja ti poviem jednu vec, čo hovorím celá roky na tom hovorím. Prvých 10 minút som ťa beral vážne.
Ne, Michal, nezajímá.
Potom som ťa začal milovat.
Ty jsi tak skvělý, aby to tady tak moc, jak jsi mi říkal před 3 roky. Proč jsi nechal dvakrát vypustit?
No, a ja odmietam proste ako celý tento narratív, ktorý komu ty dávaš a bohužiaľ proste ako odpoviem na to po svojom.
Politická
mi,
odpoveď.
alebo možno sa z toho vykrúcam, možno som klamrá, možno som najlepší človek na svete, ale ty máš lepšiu priateľku ako ja.
Já jsem jenom řekl, že...
Trošku otvorili sme tento hovor a ty si začal porovnávať naše priateľky, to bolo mega divné. To bol weird
Já
moment.
jsem řekl, že ty si mi říkal, že jsem pedofil a sám chodíš s 16letýma holkama.
To
jo?
keby
To
si
jsem
povedal,
řekl.
tak nemám právo proste ako ti na to reagovať, že ti je
To jsem řekl,
naše
že to
holky.
celou dobu zase
Prečo?
překrusuješ do něčeho jiného.
Obhajuješ si to súkromie. Už sme sa dozvedeli, že tvoja frajerka má o rok menej. Prečo to vôbec Ty si to doslova vytiahol ako weird flag.
Pak si ty si začal říkat, že jsem pedofil, že jsem gay, že nevíš, co jsem, že si nikdy
Ja som nikdy nepovedal, že si gay, ja
nevěděl.
som sa opýtal, čo ako len, že som
A ty mě nenecháš mluvit ani, víš to? To je úplně šílený s tebou se přijde.
Áno, ja som strašil človek, že ťa ťažko si pustí do skladu. Niekto ti preto to povedal, že obdivuje tvoju trpezlivosť a ja som súhlasil.
Já bych advokát.
Je, dobre.
pustit, ale jsi tak dobrý, ale jsem říkal.
A ty si naozaj myslíš, že ja som ti hovoril, že som dobrý v téme a že budem lepší ako ty.
Ty to vlastně nevypadalo, co na mě říkal.
Áno. Každý ťa to, ty si to po 4 rokoch pamätáš. Lebo ja si to už ani
To si nepamatuje na rozhovor.
No ja napríklad, lebo ty si priznal, že si ho niekoľkokrát niekedy videl. Ja som ho nikdy nevidel. Ja viem len ten začiatok.
Masivně.
Yes, to je pravda. Ale to neznamená, že som ho videl 4-krát od sebe.
Tak mi to ves, Michala.
To bol pík tvojej kariéry, ja. No,
To je odpověď.
Dražko,
To je odpověď, na který jsi dostal boost, to je to pík mojí kariéry.
ale nie, ja ti kľudne odpoviem. Není
No
problém.
dobře, no tak pojďme už na to.
Ale tam človek ti nebude páčiť, čo ťa to, a potom bude to taký, že nič to je. 10 minút ťa bral vážne.
Máš většinu prostoru, tohle.
10 minút v tom rozhovore som ťa bral vážne. Potom som ťa začal ako milovať. Druhý ako content creator. A podojil som ťa, dobre, tak ten mým ako bol strong, to je pravda, sme to vlastne povedali.
Podojil si mě.
To tam bolo.
A proč si to líbí?
A to dojenie boli provokácie tvojho ega. Ty si challengera máš na to mega založené. No môj Bože, challenger bol už. Keď som sa ťa pýtal, prečo mám kupovať dve vardy, taký spel, lebo ja. A preto som ťa začal provokovať na týchto témach, že budem v tvojom, ale že budem lepší ako ty. A tieto veci, čo si teraz spomínal, prosím pekne, ktoré ja už si poriadne ani nepamätám, ale ďakujem za referenciu.
340.
Dražko, môj gól nikdy nebolo poraziť Idiom na blogu. Pre mňa je Idiom chlapec, ktorého ešte aj Checkcloud vysmiel. Chlapec, ktorého ešte aj Freeze ponížil. Chlapec, o ktorom som sa bavil s viacerými tvorcami, prosím pekne, v tejto scéne, proste ako za zákulisí, proste nikto o tebe nepovedal, že si good guy. Všetci povedali, že si good.
Jo, pořádku, jo.
A divný naozaj si, pozri sa, zase sa tam odpála, ty sa si tvár. Toto nie je normálna reakcia.
Poslouchám.
Dobre, idem
A jak to bys mi už proces nechal dvakrát vybustit, teda? Co?
neviem,
Porozprávej.
porozprávaj mi viacej o mojom boostení. Ktoré dvakrát?
Ty mi o tom řekni, ty jsi nechal vybustit do Dia Autopata a pak ještě někam do Emeraldu od Axisa, ne? Přičem zvu ještě flameil vlastně.
Nie. Braško,
No. Jo.
Braško. Ja som mal Marko, vytvoril som si nový účet a stahol som ho v browser. A na to prišiel za mnou pop-up, a vy vieme, aký má pop-up, proste ako Wuhan. A povedal, ja vidím, že sa snažíš a ja vidím, že si rád, a ja chcem vidieť, ako vyzeráš, sa to keď a som ostatný ťa tam dotiahol.
Takže v tobě viděl potenciál, že jsi prostě rozhodný najde.
Nie. On rád pozerá tak chcel mať lepší content z môjho streamu a dotiahol ma. A o akom boostingu hovorí? Víš, ako sa klasifikuje slovo boosting?
Jo, já vím. To jo,
On je-
tak to jsem tomu se rád, že znají boosting tohle, když
Ja som tam intel proste jak blázon v tej hre proste, a on to tam na druhej strane.
Tomu se dá říct, že to je ještě těžší než boosting, když s tebou musí hrát duo. No.
Áno, určite.
No.
Práve, že slovo.
Takže to ani nezlehčuje tu situaci, Michala, řekl bych.
Takže, jak čo myslíš týmto
To,
pojmem?
že s tebou hrál duo, bylo těžší, než kdyby tě boostil z tvýho účtu přímo, takže to měl ještě těžší než boosting.
Áno, chápeš? Takže to bol pre neho challenge pre jeho content. Pre mňa challenge, že som ho vodá... Nie, Braško, počkaj, ty cítiš pokus toho, že si hraje proste ako špatnú hru? Tebe tá hra zbližuje, že si proste ako keď... To ako ty, keď nemáš challenge, tak to je... Čo pre teba? Braško,
Já jsem tam předváděl, jako, to se to váděl pivo, ale jestli se tady necháš na streamu, jako boostit, no, když máš strašně velkou dobu, do toho jsi strašně chytrý a dobrý a...
ja som není chytrý ani dobrý, prosím pekne. Ty len berieš moje sarkazmy, provokácie vážne.
Ale zase se na mě dneska celou dobu vytakuje strašně, což...
V tom se na tebe
Okolí jsi
vyťahuje.
lepší. No ve všem, co říkáš, tak už vlastně tady se snažíš schazovat, říkáš, že bys mi dal čelo a zlomal mi nos. Nevím, co ještě, pořád nějaký nadávky, že jsem pedofil.
Takže
A když už jsi teda naštvaný, tak to jsi tak křičet.
Ja som naštvaný.
Tak vlastně jsi taky nemusíš ke slovu.
Že
No, takže...
dáme mu pravú stranu Miška
Fucking shitstorm, man.
Rozhodnite sa.
Co?
Dáme mu proste ako rešpekt trochu, lebo ja neviem, ja mu ho nedokážem poriadne dať proste ako, ale keď to poprosím, nebude proste ako tak.
Počkej, či mluvíš, že teďka neslyšel nějak? Půjde?
Dáme Miška, dáme na chvíľku, nejmuj však je tam. Hodil Michael?
S ním mývoval. Počkej, máš nějaký mým se mnou třeba? Jako doslova obrázek.
Adam.
Ja viem, nie, ako ja viem. Dobre, to mi nech.
Začneme tento telefonáč tak, ako sme ho nikdy nechci. Poďme sa porozprávať, ako keby to stiaľa neviem. Ja som si zavral tedy a teraz si ho idem rozprávať. Veľa vecí, ktoré robím na tom telefonáte, sme na streame, to sa ako robím pre memes, a pre umístenie, to sa ako pre...
Vždycky, když se chceš něčeho vykroutit, tak řekneš, že si někoho mímoval. Jako tohle to je tak
Adamko,
už výmluva, Michale.
Adamko,
To mímování
Adamko,
tvoje.
chápem, prostě jako, že sa
Ty
ti to
teďka
zdá.
taky mímuješ, že jo, určitě.
Nie.
Musíme s tím počítat.
Adamko, chápem, prostě jako, že teraz to bolo také a teraz je to iné, ale ja sa naozaj snažím s tebou teraz ísť do toho chlapov, férovo a odpovedať ti normálne. Dobre, takže prosím, byť aj ty respektu a omluvať, že som teraz nebol teda respektu. Miško Evrič má viacero strán. Miško Evrič je človek, ktorý pustil 4% tu 800 koňový bavorák, ako ja dokážem byť to, čo si ty zažil so mnou v tom hovore pred 2 rokmi. Prosím pekne, ale ja dokážem byť aj normálny, kápavý good guy, ktorý som
Dobře, Michale,
svojou
tak jo.
komunitou sám, real
To se
talk,
rád.
podobných veciach. Takže, začneme proste ako s tými vecami, ktoré o tom neočakával. Sorry, že som niektoré povedal vedetku, sorry, že som niektoré zmizoval, proste ako
Dobře, tak jo.
v tom hľadisku. Mám voči tebe určite záštky za
Dobře, pořádku, pořádku.
paródiu. Ja ešte s tým ďalej povedať. Mám toho viac, čo mám na srdci. Keď sa chceš opýtať, OK. Mám voči tebe trošičku záštky za tú paródiu. Tú paródiu som videl. Patí mi na tej paródii, že to je prvá paródia na mňa a není v nej väčšie snaženie, naozaj. Že ten beat a celý prvoplán, ja som to zvedel, že to je taká, že si to spravil za jeden deň, mám pocit.
Ten klip jsem udělal za jeden den, no.
A neviem,
Ale
prostě-
ten song jsem dělal díl a celý ten stream byl jako docela náročný no, na
Ten
nachystání.
stream som ja nikdy nevidel. Ja som videl len náhľadiaky
No,
videa, ja
jako-
som to nehal.
Já jsem jakože na tom dělal třeba 2 týdny, ani jsem nestreamoval,
No.
to bylo tak jako přestávka, ne nějak zapáleně, ale dělal jsem na tom zhruba tak 2 týdny a pak jsem zase byl týden potom asi off, takže potom to bylo i dost videí, protože jsme neměli content. A, no,
Hej, môj prosako, teraz sa rozprávame vážne.
dobře.
Ten song, ja osobne som egoistický človek, takže ja sa nesnažím si ho odblúdiť, ale spôsobom niečo. Ja tam nebudem mať rád, je to osobný zákon, ja si sa zamýšľam, že sa teda sa do toho svojho nenájdeš a celé sa usmejú, teda, ale ako iba keď to ľudia sa pozerajú. A ja som sa k tomu teda radšej nevyjadril, pretože v mojej hlave to bolo tak, že som mal rozhovor a ja som ťa vydržal. Ty si človek, čo niečo robil v tej hre, snažil sa v tej hre, dosiahol v tej hre a potom prišiel nejaký nováč, ktorý má z nejakého dôvodu blízko sektora, o ktorý ja si vinou, čo treba. No a tým rešpektom. Takže ja som očakával, že ten song je skôr také, že ja som vyhral rozhovor, tak ty si mal potrebu sa pomstiť späť a že teraz je to 1-1 a ideme ďalej. A tak toto bolo v mojej hlave. Jako, možno to je ináč.
Já si nemyslím, jako, že jsi ten rozhovor vyhrál, jako to, že podle mě to, co k tomu říkal ten Freeze, nebo Žaluc, tak to úplně nebylo, jako, že by říkali, že jsi vyhrál ten rozhovor. Já co vím, tak Freeze řekl, že jsi měl pravdu v tom minmaxování, že zalíz si na DBčko 28 jako je v proplay dobrý minmaxing, ale overall na climb někam do dia je to k ničemu. Ty potřebuješ vědět ty základy,
Určitě.
makro a tedy. Ale viděl takovou maličkost jako DBčko 28 je v proplay se řeší, ale v solo queue je ti to úplně k ničemu jako
Teraz
řešit.
sa zastavím, lebo ja ti chcem vysvetliť, že ja
To řekl ten Freeze, jako to ti uznal, že se nachází v tom, a co si pamatuju.
ale ja si pamätám viacero vecí, napríklad keď sme sa bavili na scénu, keď to vstávame taký prvý, tak ty si povedal, že nevieš, a potom si povedal, že tie postavy nehráš, ale ty to bol vyvenoval, že keď postav, to sa povedal, že to je pravda, a to si že tak to. Ale potom si zase, my sme sa bavili o tom, že my tu sú ľudstvo, a ja som si vysvetloval, že na každej postave musíš stavať ako prvý témat, ktorý ty
No, jako no, ale
a ja som ti to potom dokázal, že to je pravda. To je jedno. Teraz už zase prechádzame do konkrétnych point toho videa. Ja ti chcem vysvetliť to, čo som v tom momente robil. Ja som v mojom malom množstve skúseností hľadal akúkoľvek vec, ktorú som tušil, že ty s ňou súhlasiť nebudeš, ale viem, že je 100% pravdivá, aby som ťa ponížil, podril, dal ti ochutnať, že aj ty sa máš čo naučiť od núha. Preto som stále používal, že aj Faker má coachov, akože máš tých platformy a máš to všetko, lebo som videl, že ty si A tým pádom ja som ako ťa, preto to hovorím, že mimoval, ja som povedal všetky možnosti provokovať. No budem odrážiť, ako možno hovorím, aby to zakýval. A to bolo jediné. Nájsť tie mini techy, ktoré viem, že ty nebudeš používať, lebo ty si lepší hráč ako ja, budeš lepší hráč ako ja, vtedy si bol lepší hráč ako ja. Ja som vedel, že nájdem nejakú malú skulinku v tom armore, ktorú nevieš, a tým dokážem na chvíľku spraviť ten boj s pohľad na to, že či je to sa ale ho fakt niečo naučiť. Pre tú edukáciu toho, že aj najlepší hráč na svete má stále niečo, čo sa môže naučiť. Od tých menej dobrých. Takže preto ja si...
Oni sú obidva zaostali jak bačkory, ty kokos. To je to, ako táto jednoducho sa tak primitívno z obidvoch.
A väčšinu vecí, čo
Jeden
sa
primitív, hovorím, jeden väčší primitív ako druhý.
používal ako nástroje.
Ani neviem, kto je väčší primitív. Či ten Čech, alebo average.
Že už ani nemyslím, co jsem chtěl říct.
A to je ťažko.
Dál ne, přesně to slovo.
Average, ten vypadá ako postihnutý. A ten je hlupák jak telo. Average mi prípada, že je postihnutý. A ten mi prípada, že je extrémne hlúpy. Klasický hlúpy, primitívny človek, ten Čech.
Mali sme byť, máme konflikt, pokud budeme mohli posunúť do klešu, to sa ako zobrali ináč. Ale
Kolik vážíš, že jsi mal stejnou vážku?
Praško, ja som teraz pridal 18 kg za posledný rok a pol, takže ja mám 97,5.
No, to už musí jít trošku dolů asi. Já mám 90.
No, ako není problém, na 90 som schopný sa dostať za 3-4 mesiace.
Ale já jako se nejdu, kámo.
No, mne sa rieši než teraz momentálne s nejakým malým.
Já jako do takové freak show asi nechci jít úplně, no.
Mňa by to tam chladilo. Počkaj, si myslím, že ako
Co jsem chtěl říct?
Takže ohľadom proste ako toho našeho rozhovoru, ja som ťa provokoval. Celý čas som teba púšťal, hľadal reakcie, malé deti, čo to bude, to nebolo. No ja som ti to správal z toho dôvodu, že ty si sa na mňa vyjadroval už nepekne pred tým streamom, takže pre mňa to bolo proste akože chlapstvo, ale hej,
Tak jo, nechme to být teda.
ohľadom tých vecí, čo sme sa bavili, a ohľadom tých legálností videí, hovorím,
Zlepším svoje reakce, tak.
ešte ti dám ďalšiu, pravdivejšiu časť, ja som to tam jemne povedal, ale asi to nebolo moc počuté. Mne nevadí, že využívaš môj telefón, mne vadí, že ja som si to pustil na streame, pretože a ty si vlastne reagoval na môj obsah, ale ja som nemal na čo reagovať tvoje reakcie, lebo ty si nič nepíš. Takže mne to môže vadiť legálne, ale mne to hlavne vadí, pretože si pretože ja som stretol čas, tak viem, že tam nič nebolo. Takže keď reagoval na mňa, reaguje na mňa, ale aby to bol to obsah, na ktorý ja môžem spätne reagovať, môžeme si to pingpongovať, keď niečo napíšem spravíš, ako napríklad keď si reagoval na moje boostenie, proste ako super, vyjadri sa k tomu, pobavím sa.
Dobře.
Teraz sa popýtaj na to boostenie, lebo teraz som k tebe úprimný.
A tak tam asi není jako co, jo, tak jako prostě tě potahali, že jo, a to je celý.
Bohužiaľ, je tam niečo viacej. Opatrne, ja som to zobral. Mne nešlo o ten content, mne nešlo o ten rank, nešlo o ten content. Pomohlo to môjmu kanálu, mal som 700 divákov v priemer internetu. Pomohlo mi to, lebo ja naozaj chcem proste, ale hej, mne na tom ranku
Podle
možno
mě, když hraješ na streamu, na streamu se to zlepší. A já jsem se jako většinou tím, že jsem hrál hodně off-stream. Ještě jako u Bertě. A jako při streamu se fakt jako netimeless a nikdo nezlepší. Takže...
Vieš čo, súhlasím, je to distrakcia. Ja som na to začal používať potom neskôr audio, ignorácia chatu, sústredím sa na hru a tie hry boli oveľa lepšie. Improvement nejaký prišiel, ale...
Stream to není zajímavé pro diváky, no, takže to je něco za něco.
Presne, ale hej, z mojej strany ja som momentálne teraz vyhorený z Lolka, nedokážem ho poriadne hrať. Plánujem opýtať na nejaký maratón alebo nejaký väčší event alebo niečo podobného. Veď taký maratón sa pripravoval, ja som Takže hej, tak vtedy som myslel, že streamoval ten minulý mesiac a hej, ten maratón. Tam som teba chcel mať ako rozhovor, tento rozhovor vlastne tam bol rest, ako je to ďalší ľudí, ktorý som mnou zahral, ako taká väčšia vec. A to možno príde zase ako keď sa rozhodnú bolo to pick-up, ale ten pick-up bude z dvoch dôvodov. Vec prvá, koncept, vec druhá,
Dobre,
či som všetko pozabudol, či som sa naučil.
dobře, to už je jako tvoje věc. Ještě jsem se teda chtěl zeptat, jakože, když jako...
Vlastne to nebolo o pustení, bolo to o kontente pre stream. Ja mám
Dobře, já jsem to slyšel už od tebe, takže v pohodě. Jakože
A
už
skús
si
si
nejde.
predstaviť toto. Skús si predstaviť ešte toto. Predstav si, že ja mám divákov, ktorí sú spojení s tým, že tú hru neviem hrať a chodia mi nadáť. Čo ja budem mať, keď budem v tej hre dobiť, že ja nebudem mať nič? Mne sa ani neoplatí zlepšovať tej hre, napriek tomu sa chcem trošku zlepšovať tej hre. To je môj osobný názor.
Dobře, já to beru.
OK.
A ještě jsem to chtěl přímě zeptat, že ty, že musíš sám uznat, že jako na té české scéně nemáš až tak dobrou reputaci, řekněme, jo, nechci tě jako urazit, ale je to prostě tak.
To je pravda.
A jako nemůže to někdy, že jako já si pamatuju bavit, že bylo třeba 2015, že to ještě nebylo tak vnímané. Ľudia není ti ako líto, že ste na to začátku, za všemu?
Vieš čo, teraz sa pozrám do telefónu, že sa to nie disrespectful není, to disrespectful, že ja hľadám jednu vec vo svojich poznámoch.
Ale to bola dôležitá otázka, Michal.
Ja viem, ja ťa počúvam, ako ja tú odpoveď mám v telefóne,
Aha,
nie. Ja som, Miško Edric má veľmi veľkú povesť toho, že nemá žiadnu sebareflexiu. On má sebareflexiu, len ona je skrytá všetkými tými nejspodnými, ako...
Ja chci ako věřit tomu, že
No, hej,
pod tím vším jsi jako docela v pohodě, víš co?
prečítam ti 13 riadkov. A to sú moje najväčšie chyby, prosím pekne, ktoré mám tu na telefóne, prosím pekne s
dobře, tak jo.
dávame dokopy. Toxická komunikácia a starý štýl. Ja som Xbox gamer, prosím pekne, tvoja matka je kurva, zabijem ťa, proste ako ty nevieš, kto som, proste ako ja si ťa nájdem. Podobné strčky v 2005, 6, 7 roku, proste ako sa bežne robili na internete. Na tom som ja odrástol. A ja som to v živote nezahodil, ja som postal internetový warrior, pretože ja som myslel, že všetci to chápu, akože nie. Že keď ti poviem, že sa ako nebudí, ja neviem, vymysleli zuby, že na konci oči, to nie je agresivita, to si ulie, aha. Ale bohužiaľ, ľudia to budú aj vážne v dnešnej dobe a to som si uvedomil možno iba pred 2 roky. Keď tu je 4% toho, ja sa doslúžim, že to vidia, to je výrobné. Nie,
Ale nechcel dostat ten toho, na tím, co říká, víš?
ako to je, že ja som možno lepší herec?
Ale jako sám musíš vědět, co zní od tebe ironicky a co ne. A často říkáš věci tak, že se vůbec nezní ironicky a pak sám říkáš, že to byla ironie nebo že jsi to mínul.
A ja ti prisahám proste, akože ja nechápem, že ľudia v tom nevidia tú ironiu. Ja dodnes nerozumiem.
Protože ty všechno jakoby strašně jako převracíš, jako, že jednou to ironie byla, jednou ne, a pak se naopak a
Ja mám na to iné vysvetlenie. A to je vysvetlenie toho, čo ja hovorím posledných 2-3 rokov na streame tiež, a to je, že ľudí nezaujíma, čo je pravda. Ako som to myslel. Ľudí zaujíma, čo chceli vidieť. Ľudia veľmi často veria tomu, čo chcú vidieť v tých daných osobách. A preto veľa influencerov je obrovských a potom vtipnú ako bubliny. Ľudia chceli vidieť, ktorí sa vie toho najlepšieho a teraz chcú vidieť toho najlepšieho. Proste ono to je o tom, že my ľuďom povíme tak trošku sní toho, čo chcú. Ako ľudia chcú vidieť Miška Edriča ako pezováka, si myslím, že by to tak možno predpovedať. Ale keď začneš internetom,
a proč to chtějí?
ja neviem, ja si myslím, že tak internet funguje, lebo ja vidím aj influencerov, ktorí sú hodne falošní, proste ako, a ľudia nevidia tú faloš.
A nemyslíš, že to je kvůli tomu, co jsi třeba řekl v minulosti? Že to je ten důvod, proč to chcou?
Určite majú určitú selekciu vecí, ktoré videli, na ktorých stávajú svoj obraz mňa, ale väčšina z nich ma stretne a potom zistí proste ako, že ale ty si úplne v pohode.
No ne,
A já
ne.
jsem si taky jako názor, že je v pohodě, no. No, tak
No ne, ne. Ja si nemyslím, že ani jeden z nich je v pohode. Obidva sú retardi akcií.
Tá internetová persona, ktorú som vyvolal, proste ako ona má predbehla. Lebo vieš, nie je na to. Ja som nezistil veľa páčov, ktoré som počul spojené s osobností. To sú kruty, ktoré vytvorili mne úplne cudní ľudia, proste ja som im mohla strajkovať, tak som sa na to viedol, potom som začal tvoriť tie isté kruty a 4% tuku, 800-koňový baborák, proste ako a tieto memes, to je, ja som asi do roku 2018 chodil a strajkoval všetky tieto evil videá vytrhávané z kontextu, proste ako hovoriace, čo som nikdy nepovedal, ale snažia sa zatváriť, že som niečo povedal zle. A potom som si povedal, že čtieve ja celé dni streamujem a potom ešte hodinu musím hľadať to, čo sa za posledný týždeň ponáuploadovalo a ešte aj to musím strajkovať a mazať na to, aby som udržal svoje dobré meno a tebe som to hovoril si a podobné blbosti. To je presne tá úroveň, kde si podľa meno.
Ktoré blbosti?
Je to isté, že už som preto omluvil, možno to vidíte, že potom storím takže ešte aj to. No a ďalšia vec, sorry za to, aj keď budem myšlené, keď vám rolím, že by som nebudem to odložiť. Takže hej, takže toto presne, čo som zažíval, ja som to musel vtedy bez strajky. A jedného dňa prišiel ten revelation, to bolo asi roku 2020, že ja tu musím robiť túto prácu, mazať tie videá, keď ich nezmažem, sa stanú virálnymi a ja vyzerám ako popor, z toho vznikla myšlenka, ktorú si ma určite počul už povedať, lebo som to opakujem často. Nikto zo mňa nespraví lepšieho, ako ja zo seba dokážem spraviť. Počul si to vlastne niekedy?
No, počul.
Preto to použiť. Ja som sa bránil voči určitému vytrhávaniu mňa z kontextu, pretože ako snaženie sa to nespraviť niekoho, kým nie som. A potom som akceptoval to, že ono to je filmu hlavne na slovo. Tam Bank Kingston odporúčam, že to je spraviť, že nedávno som ale je tam jedna že tam Bank Kingston sa taký hodná rabína, taký pekne mafián, hovorí, že keď to nás tu somárom, vysmej sa, keď ťa nás tu somárom nevykrát, daj im čas. Ale keď ťa nás tu somárom tretíkrát čas si tu príšeť. A mne sa to spojilo v hlave s tým, že ja sa tu bránim voči tomu, že oni chcú spraviť somára. Čo keby som toho somára z seba začal robiť ja? Bum! Vytvoril som fejkový TikTok, clip moments 1, 2, 3. Začali sme na neho vytrhávať z kontextu veci, začali sme na schvál hovoriť delnú veci ako 4% tuku, 800 koňový bavorák, lebo som si odmeral čelné sklo a podobné blbosti. A zrazu všetci to žrali a môj stream vyletel proste ako na 1000 divákov, začal sa hrať lovko, 2000 divákov a potom si prišiel. Takže prepáč. Ublížil som ti na ceste toho proste ako, že som bol...
Já si to nebral nějak vážně, jako, ale bylo to takový jako zvláštní tohle slyšet, no, už takový věci, až, že jsi řekl až takovouhle věc, ale pojď, dobrý. Já to neberu.
Teraz myslím, ublížil som ti celko, počkaj, ja som myslel ten skok, že ja som sa bránil voči niečomu, potom som sa stal tým zlom, ktorým ma nazývali a potom si prišiel ty do interakcie so mnou a ublížil som ti aj v tom 3-hodinovom rozhovore našom, prosím pekne, a ďalších rokoch potom, prosím pekne, našeho mýmovania sa na týchto veciach. Ty si sa stal len proste tým, že ja som akceptoval tú temnú stranu, na ktorú ma oni celý čas sa snažili hodiť, proste ako ja som ho prijal ako svoj brand. Chápeš?
Ty jo, strašně dlouho mluvíš, Michal, jakože blbě se v tom orientuje, ty řekneš tolik věcí, že jako, já chci odpovědět na tu první věc, kterou si řekl, a ty už řekneš další 4, víš, Michale?
I'm sorry, proste ako to, ono existuje, že short story long, a ja som, že long story short, ono existuje takéto, že long story short, a ja som presný opak, ja som short story long, takže prepáč. Hej, ľudia ma klipovali, ako potom som sa stal tým zlým a potom som sa stretol s tebou a ublížil tebe, lebo už som bol a akceptoval to, že ja som za kokota, tak budem k tebe kokot.
Dobře, tak jo. A není ti to někde líto, jako že bys rád třeba jako vycházel s těma streamerama, že bys se rád s těma bavil normálně, nebo než se jakoby nechat takhle jako šikanovat docela? Není to škoda?
Už v 2016 roku som prosil Resta, nech proste ako dohovorí Maťovi, nech dáme kávu, nech veci udobríme, prosím pekne, nešlo to. To Rest povedal, Maťa neprehovorí, že na to sa proste ako jeho neprezvečíš, takže nie. S Restom som v pohode, proste ako s veľa ďalšími som tiež v pohode. Niektorí ma chcú nemať radi, pretože proste ako Miško Javrič má ten... Keď si bad guy, tak je dobré ťa nemať rád, pretože vlastne odsudzuješ zlo, takže si good guy. Takže niektorí budujú z toho brand, že ma neznášajú, prosím pekne, preto nemajú so mnou ani poriadnu skúsenosť. A iní sú naozaj beefy, čo sme spolu mali a proste ako sa nemáme radi kvôli tomu. Takže ty si nebol úplne toto. Devi je určite toto. Naša dráma s Devim, proste ako to je plná strategia, ako prosím pekne aj z jeho strany.
No, tak jo.
A pozor, s Radom, kamaráti, na Facebooku píšeme, pred 2 rokmi som bol na píšu finančnej situácii, som si od Rada požičal 160 € za týždeň, som mu ich vrátil, proste ako to, že ten beef je úplne dávno preč. s Haničkou tiež dávno v pohode, s kopou ďalších. Ja tieto veci utišujem, len vieš, ja nie som zase taký socializujúci sa na streame, že každú chvíľu hrám s niekým iným. Prosecco, to je u mňa reher.
Rozumím.
Čo je to za retard? Obidva sú retardy.
Ja som s tým okay.
Dobře, tak jo. Já to beru. A už nevím, co by si tě zeptal, no, tak...
Možno všetko sa niečo opýtať, proste ako hej, teraz máš naozaj toho Michala, ktorého majú na Real Talkoch, proste ako bez žiadneho kalkulovania, kontentu, farmenia TikTokov, proste ako a pěkně.
Dobře, či tak chcete se něco zeptat, já třeba něco vyberu, něco normálního, když jsme už teda Real
Môžeš
Talku,
aj
ale-
Lulu veci, proste ako kľudne, budem odpovedať na ne tak stále, ako odpovedám na toto.
Že prý jste mám nadu a mi píšou, no, tak to...
To asi nie, ja nemám chod na Lulku, ale do budúcnosti why not, proste. Bude to mať views, proste ako
Třeba-
možno mne maratónu, proste ako tebe do videjka, určite.
A je třeba zajímá, proč si neděláš jako content na ten tvůj YouTube, víš, jakože když víš, jakože třeba 3 YouTube kanály z těch tvých jako failů, když je tak řeknu, na tom volku, dělali si
Hej.
střihy a měli na tom úplně velký zhlédnutí, tak prostě to nedělal sám, víš, jakože bys na tom jako zarobil.
Za chvíľočku, proste ako poprosím Vangolku, za chvíľočku. Takže vieš čo, odpoveď je veľmi jednoduchá. Ja som najhorší youtuber, ktorý si kedy poznal. Ja som sa venoval
Dobře.
YouTube, spravil 750 videí a mal 1500 subscriberov. Potom som sa na to celé vyjebal, začal som streamovať v 2015 roku. Venoval som sa streamu a videá som robil len preto, že som chcel spraviť nejaké video. Moja komunita bola Counter-Strikeová vtedy. Niečo nové som sa naučil. Nebudem to učiť ľudí na streame, spravil som videa. Tie videá začali explodovať. Ja som išiel zo 4,5 tisíc subov behom 2 rokov na 79 000 subov.
Dobře, dobře.
Já jsem se
takový,
nic-
jako víš co, že když jakoby mimuješ sám sebe a děláš
Hej,
ten, ten content jako
A to
takhle
vysvetlenie.
na sílu, jak jsi říkal, nebo je to jakoby...
Mne uspel YouTube, keď ja som sa nesnažil byť YouTuber. To bola náhoda. A potom už keď som v 2018-19 roku
To ako
chcel
má
začať
to?
znovu robiť YouTube, pretože mám úspešný YouTube,
80
som
level, no.
nevedel spraviť YouTube. Ja som narušený
80
tomto.
level.
Ja nechcem točiť to, čo ľudia chcú vidieť. Ja chcem točiť to, čo ľudia
Tu mám
potrebujú.
5.
Ja rád točím videá, ktoré ľuďom transformujú názory,
75 deleno 4, dajme tomu, že 70 deleno 4, koľko
Takže
to?
môj YouTube je mŕtvý a ja nemám ani záujem ho nejako moc revivovať.
Dáme tomu, že 17, takže toto každé by som mal dať na minimálne 45.
Ty, no to dal na jeden nádech celý.
To by
Každopádně,
malo potom teoreticky
je
stačiť.
to jako škoda, ne, že když to, že když děláš tolik těch klipů, nebo děláš takový ty jako, jak jsi říkal, že se děláš oslé pro klipy a tak, takže to pak sám jako
Je to na 45.
Vieš, ty máš editorov, ktorých platíš.
A tieto by som
mali,
dorazil.
ktorí nenávideli, robili to zadarmo, takže to bolo
vidím.
také ešte dobré. No.
Ne, chápu.
Ja som to bral z tohoto hľadiska, lebo ty si dobre podotkol, bolo desiatky kanálov a 100 000 views, z toho benefitoval môj stream. A oni to robili z mojej strany zadarmo a ešte ani som si s nimi nemusel napísať jediné písmenko. Takže dokonalý pracovný vzťah, to sa akože otroci doslova. Tak som ja vnímal v tých dobách.
Dobře. Tak jo. Tak to asi nevím. Chci se něco zeptat ještě, nebo chat? Máte nějaký dotazy? Já už nevím, co bych se optal. Jestli máš nějaký dotaz, Michael, tak se klidně zeptej.
Snaž si pičisový.
Neviem, z veľkej časti...
Obidva
nečakal som,
pičisové.
že prejdeme do tohoto úprimného momentu, prosím pekne našiel. Takže nemám...
Takže to je, oni furt píše, že máš 6 diváků, on streamuje na Kiku, víte, všim.
Ja som na Kiku bol, prosím pekne, ja som odišiel pred 6 mesiacmi už z Twitchu, lebo Kik dáva lepšie peniaze.
Ale nebojíš si, že ten Kik teďka jako to, že si to vydrží dlouhodobě?
Vieš čo, nebojíš sa, či vydrží dlhodobo Twitch? Vieš, čo sa deje
Jako
teraz s
ani
Haslanom?
Nevím, to jsem nezaregistroval.
Pozri sa do zahraničnej scény práve tento týždeň. Twitch sa ukázalo, že diskriminoval ľudí v tá Palestína a tieto záležitosti, že tam úplne zabanovali ľuďom registrácie a že to zabudli odbanovať, že tam bola nejaká systematická rasistická vec. Taktiež proste ako niektorí content creatori spojení s platformou Twitch, proste ako už to rieši kongres. Hej, tento týždeň vyšlo niekoľko videí na túto tému, prosím pekne odporúčam si pozrieť Upper Echelon, napríklad kanál. Tam máš dobré zhrnutie nejakých týchto vecí, že Twitch doslova by mohol neexistovať, lebo pozor, vieš čo spravili? Apokalypsa na YouTube, pamätáš?
No,
To sa deje
během
teraz
covidu myslíš, nebo?
60%, PewDiePie N-word.
Jo, tohle, aha, tak to je
Prvá
to, si díl.
apokalypsa. proste Wall Street Journal, či kto to proste ako išli a kontaktovali veľkých sponzorov, Coca-Cola, všetkých týchto, aby stiahli reklamy, že YouTube je rasisticky najväčší YouTuber povedal.
Jo, no, co by to něco to říká. Yes.
Odtedy sa nikdy nenavrátili peniaze YouTube, prosím pekne, čo platil YouTube predtým za 1000 views na tú istú úroveň. To navždy proste ako už padlo. No a v skratke 60% advertiserov zo stránky Twitch odskočilo po poslednom týždni škandáloch, proste ako s tým veci politických, proste ako tam v tých konfliktoch. Ja to vôbec nevyznám v týchto konfliktoch, ale viem, že toto sa teraz strašne rieši okolo Twitchu a oni začali otravovať s tým Amazon, vlastníkov Twitchu. Takže tuto stránku
já,
máš
jako, já spíš jako furt věřím v ten Twitch, no, když je tady jako deal, je stabilnější, ale já si taky myslím, že jako na Kick asi by je jako těžší si tam asi přetáhnout komunitu. No.
No, není to jednoduché. Z 250 divákov som šiel asi na 100 divákov na tejto platforme. Plus ešte táto platforma, mám pocit, že ona sama seba botuje. Takže môj reálny view count pri 100 divákov je podľa mňa tak 40 až 60 ľudí.
Dobře, tak jo. A...
Ale Bráško, ten program proste ešte pred 2 mesiacmi za 100 divákov $10 na hodinu, to som pokiaľ som to myslel 2469 eur za jeden mesiac. A teraz nerátam suby, len čisto, že platforma dala. Takže preto proste ako sa oplatí s menšou komunitou ísť sem, lebo keď to odíde, zo subu ti ostáva 100%. Ty máš koľko subov, teraz neviem, netuším.
No pár, no, tak já mě spíš donatuju, teda řekněme.
No, predstav si, že máš, ja neviem, 100 subov, tak namiesto proste ako 190 eur, ti z toho ostane proste ako máš 500 eur na účte z toho proste ako. Doslova, že subcount krát 3, aby si mal tie isté peniaze na tejto platforme. Takže keď máš 100 subov, tak zarábaš to isté, čo zarába tu na Twitchi človek s 300 submi. To je extra.
Spíš tak z 200 asi, no, ale jako jo.
Euro 69 mne vychádzalo po zdanení, prosím pekne, že mi ostávalo zo subu.
Dobře. No oni teďka se ještě zdržovali, ale...
Ne, vlastne hej, na to som nemyslel.
Dobré, a... No, nevím, já zůstávám asi na Twitchi, no. Tak ať ti to nějaký kůl prosperuje a...
Uvidíme, kam to pôjde, jednoznačne. Tebe nech sa tiež darí.
Yes. Třeba se někdy potkáme.
Áno, určite áno.
Ale jestli mi dáš slovo, tak tě ho vrátím.
Ja ti nebudem dávať čelo, ja som čisto chcel len riešiť to, že keď ja ti prejdem nejakú hranicu, tak ty sa budeš brániť a že ja sa cítim, že si mi prešiel nejakú hranicu, tak sa len bránim. To bolo tá veta, ale
ne, tak já jsem jako nikdy nezačal, že bych si jako chtěl být, jo.
Jo.
Dobré, a ještě mi teda zajímalo, proč to neměli ten zápas s tím Matěm, jestli to teda vůbec mělo být.
Malo to byť, kontaktoval som sa s Klešiakmi, stretol som sa s Klešiakmi, dohodli sme si peniaze, dohodli sme si box v MMA rukaviciach, lebo chalani chceli knockout, všetko bolo dohodnuté a Maťo prestal odpísať. A ja neviem prečo.
Takže Maťo stáhol ocas, říkáš?
Áno, doslova. Chceš vidieť screenshoty? Kľudne ti ich ukážem. Ale pritom ten Maťo, ktorý ešte pol roka pred tým Clashom hovoril, že mi dá 2000 eur za to, že so mnou môže ísť boxovať a bude používať len jednu ruku, druhou sa bude len brániť, nebude používať nohy, nič. Tak ten zrazu proste ako povedal nie na MMA rukavice box. Na streame rozpráva fake koktiny o, že on mal mať veľké rukavice, že on chce iba MMA, že som mu nadával na rodinu, že on ma chce zabiť, ale pritom on nadával na môjho tatka rok predtým, než ja som mu zobral rodinu do Papula.
Tady se píše, že si chtěl jít tajský box, že jinak nejdeš. Tak nevím.
Nie je pravda. A pozri sa, screenshoty všetko proste ako dokazujú. Pozeraj, sekunda.
Dobře.
Toto asi neposúvaj ďalej, lebo vlastne
Čo je to za imbecila?
Pozriem sa na ten obrazok, či tam...
Že si tam dal moju
Toto daj
fotku.
off stream, že neukazuje na streame
Tento
teraz.
pičus.
OK, jo.
Môžem ti písať správy?
Asi jo, nevím. Prostě jsem si třeba do přátel nebo něco.
Došlo ti to, OK. Takže hej. Celá necenzurovaná konverzácia.
Zdal moju fotku, ten pičus.
Prosím pekne, pozri si len poslednú správu z nej.
Je to
Pošlu mu do pakody.
A ešte jedna vec, pozri. Ešte ti dám sdielko.
Vy tady zoomujete ty jebky na ksichtě oči, jo?
Pošlu mu do pakody, čo?
Pozri sdielko. Tiež off stream. Vidíš, že sme na jeho Instagrame, jeho vlastnom Instagrame, klikáme na neho, nič poeditované, proste ako stále to isté. Vidíš tú celú konverzáciu, ako som ti ju poslal. Teraz som rýkol jeho telefónne číslo.
Takže, ja som to nevedel v pohode.
Vidíš, nič pozmenené na tom screene.
OK, dobře, no.
Takže
Jako je to,
No.
je to speaker Jíra, takže bych to možná mohl nějak... Ale dobře.
a
no.
tá vtipná
OK.
vec,
No.
čo keď ti poviem, že som dostal 2 týždne dozadu telefón od speakeru Jíru a že či mám stále záujem o zápas s Maťom. A ja sa
OK.
pýtam, prečo prestal odpovedať, pretože čo sa stalo, proste ako, že to vlastne skrachovalo a on povedal, proste on nás začal ghostiť, prestal nám odpovedať.
Aha.
Takže ja neviem proste ako čo sa stalo, možno Maťo nerátal, že ja by som mal záujem, možno to chcel použiť len ako zastrašujúcu taktiku, keď som povedal áno, proste ako on spínal celý narratív, že ja som niečo proste ako ponúkol, čo on nechce, ale nie, proste on dostal presne to, čo pár dní predtým chcel a zrazu proste bum. Stvárime sa, že on nechce fajtiť.
Dobře, tak jo. Tak škoda. Tak třeba se to ještě uskuteční, co my víme.
Clash of the Stars skončí, si na je koniec, proste
Já myslím, že nebudou končit, ne? Že to nějak ještě rozjedou v pod jménem.
No tak, na Desinkový Clash mám lístky, som tam pozvaný, proste ako budeme sa baviť o tom
Jo.
našom fajte, proste ako v Clashu, v ktorom nevieme, či bude existovať. Jo.
Jasně.
Takže
Dobře.
je to proste ako ongoing záležitosť. Ja do toho nemôžem ísť, ja mám problémy so štítnou žľazou teraz. Plus moja rola v živote je taká, že som opatrovateľ mojho otca, proste ako tam nejaké fajty, ako kokotiny.
Chápu.
A budem pýtať oveľa viacej peniazy, než to bolo predtým, a predtým to bolo 8 000, takže uvidíme, či sú ochotní dať a potom uvidíme, či to bude existovať.
Dobře, tak jo. Je to přijde jako docela freak show, má být s tím jako spojovaný, takže...
Zaujíma ma,
Ale-
čo bude ten nový Clash, proste ako, o ktorom teda sa bavíme, proste ako ja myslím, že oni tento brand umrtvia a budú to chcieť robiť
Ale
profesionálne
jako
a
furt tam
lepšie.
budou, že trpaslíci a tlustí se mláčit, takže to bude takový, no.
No, tak v tom prípade tam Maťo patrí, lebo trpaslík a ja som tlusťo, proste, takže tiež tam patrím, takže to je už moje.
OK, dobře. Tak jo,
Takže, hej.
tak asi to nechme, už tady kecáme dlouho, že? Tak chceš něco říct na závěr?
Asi ako len proste ako, že ďakujem, že sme si mohli pokecať. Ďakujem, že si ma vypočul a hej, a
Yes.
do budúcnosti teším sa na tvoje ďalšie videá, keď budeš reagovať na mňa. Zareagujem ja na mňa, proste
Dobře.
budeme si pingpongovať nejaký shit.
Dobře.
Toto je naozaj snímička, proste takto on rozpráva, proste ako, tam je trošičku iná artikulácia, proste ako
OK.
teraz on vážne ja.
Jo, jsi lepší, když necháš člověka mluvit a
Dobre,
nekřičíš a tak.
dobre. Uvidíme, či sa mi podarí vybudovať brand okolo tohoto človeka. Lebo
Fishing
ako-
Cooler KO Freezy.
všetko, čo poznám, je proste ako za posledné roky hrodiť veci, byť provokatívny, proste ako hlučný a dickhead, lebo ľudia sa chcú pozerať a baviť, musím pekne, nie sa nudiť, takže neviem. Také,
To musí být stresující. Dobře.
ja som zrodený proste ako v hádke. Ja mám to, ktorý má schizofréniu, ja som zvyknutý sa hádať, proste ako pre mňa je to
Aha.
home, proste ako priestor, ja to mám rád celko, proste ako aj vo vzťahu, proste ako mne vyhovuje, že si občas proste ako zapochytíme, proste ako máme nejakú výmenu názorov. Naopak, keby som nevedel nastrať svoju priateľku, proste tak mám pocit, že ma nelúbi. Takže neviem,
Dobře.
záleží od výchovy. Všetko je v detstve, že je to jasne povedané. Takže fajn.
OK. Já už nemám
Užívaj
toho.
streamu, ja som proste ako svoje frajerke do večeru aj tatkovi, whatever, som pekne som rád, že sme si mohli normálne reálne pokecať o veciach a
Dobře.
nech sa darí aj s YouTube,
Taky se měj.
starým, prosím pekne aj streamovaním. Čauko.
Yes, měj se, čau. Tak to bylo něco, hoši. Co chcem říct, že? Tak jsme skončili ty vole happy endem docela, ne? Docela happy end tady byl. Jsem ani sám nečekal, on se normálně otočil a začal se mnou bavit tak s člověkem, ne? Jak to normálně nejdřív říkal, že jsem dítě, já jsem dostatečné dítě, a najednou ty vole, Michael umí být tady normální. To je hezké. Děkuji za ty donaty, Joši, a z nějaký saby tady přilítli, díky moc. Já jsem to mutl, protože bych neslyšel pak Michaelovi monology. Jo, když tak jsme se tady trochu hádali kvůli tomuhle kanálu, takže vás tady trošku využiju, bych vás tady je trochu víc. Hoďte tam odběr, prosím. Díky. A no, co k tomu říct, no? Toto byla čistá manipulace. V čem? Jakože mě zmanipuloval k tomu, aby jsme to zakončili na dobré notě. To jako ne, já si myslím, že on umí být tady normální, ale... Víš co?
Mohl bych si mi vysvětlit, co se stalo? Ze soudu a 28-letého pedofilního děcka jsi se stal dospělým v pohodě chalanem.
Já nevím, on prostě...
Tento zvrat se nestál snad ani v ulici.
Ale on prostě na
Jinak
konci
klobouk
to...
dolů, že jsi to zvládnul a jsem zvědavý, kdy na tebe zase něco vytáhne, co máš ve sklepě.
Ale on teďka na konci sám řekl, že je trošku jako bipolární, ne? Nebo něco takového. Tak prostě asi se přepl, no, já nevím. Jo, já zase jako nechci ho teďka tady urážet minutu po tom, co jsme domluvili. Ale prostě najednou otočil úplně, že? To je drsný. Děkuji za ty donaty. Díky moc, Uši. Díky moc. Teďka už to asi zpětně nebudu číst, to jsou donaty starý třeba hodinu, takže to, že si, jestli chcete, tak to napište do chatu. Soráč. Michal je perfektní manipulátor, mám prečítané velmi dobré, pravda je stále někde v stredě. A to, ako sa teraz správa, je manipulácia. To, ako sa on správa na streamoch, je 90% real, ale on si to vo vnútri uvedomuje. To nie je ok a vie to seba kriticky vyhodnotiť a má veľmi dobrú sebareflexiu. Preto to potom vie otočiť, že to robí len kvôli videniam. Ale to je pravda, on taký je. Akorát si to neuvědomuje, čo je dobrá vlastnost, lebo kopa lidí to nevie. Já si taky myslím, jako, že to dělá prostě vědomě, nebo takhle. Jak to podat? Jako, on ví, že se prostě chová jako zle, ale schovává to za to, že to dělá jako pro content. Ale podle mě to jako nedělá pro content. Větší část si to dělá jako, protože chce, no. Já nevím.
Vy si všetci dementi. Chvala pánu, že už je koniec dementov. What?
Great. But if only there was someone for me to enjoy it with.
Aj to nič, čo? Žiadne pikošky.
Now, phishing has made its way to Fallout 76, and we recently put out a video where we talked about things that I learned inside of the public test server as I fished for over 30 hours in Fallout 76. And I saw a common question in that video's comment section of how much does weather really affect what you catch or what you can potentially catch in Fallout 76, as well as do you think I should get a weather station from the Atomic Shop? Now, the Atomic Shop is real money purchases, and I will always tell you, vote with your wallet and your time. And personally to me, unless you're playing this game every single day and you have gotten so much fun and so much enjoyment out of the game, don't buy anything from the Atomic Shop. Never put yourself in a bind. Never buy something virtually when you are barely making it at home. And I saw a few statements how people were talking about the weather stations being a paywall and how it's basically pay to win. And I wanted to make this video today, and I was looking online, and one of my good friends, Duchess Flames, wrote this amazing article. We'll have her link down in the description below, where she goes over an actual chart of how much of a percentile chance a weather event, whether it be natural or a weather station at your camp. Now, make sure to go follow her website. She also does YouTube videos, so we'll also have a link to her YouTube down in the description below. She is an amazing, amazing creator, and she recently took full time of creating content for everyone to enjoy. And we're just going to go down here and talk about some things. Now, the AMA the other day that Bethesda did, they did clarify something. You see, there's different weather events in Fallout 76. 3 of them are classified to either not have an effect or have an effect. The one that does not have an effect is the no weather pattern. So that could be the clear day weather machine that we all got for free. And I do believe that you still have access to get that for free. Now, There are some, like we had just got with the Ghoul Within update, like that makes a Radstorm. And then we also last year got a Mothman event, like a Mothman weather station. The Mothman, actually, surprisingly, I did not realize this, it counts. The Mothman weather station, if it's active in your area, counts as a nuke weather, just like the Radstorm weather, the Nuke Zone weather, and a Skyline Valley weather station. Those all count for the nuke. And now the nuked area, you can just launch a nuke at an area and for the next few hours fish in that area, and you have a better percentile chance to catch glowing fish. And that's awesome, especially if you're trying to get that quantum bobber where you have to catch, I think it is 12 glowing fish. And I absolutely love that bobber. But there is one, the rain. And now this may throw you for a loop on the first challenge to get the Mark 1 where it says catch a certain number of fish in the rain. You don't actually have to catch any of those fish in the rain. As you're about to find out in this video, the rain really doesn't help as much as you kind of think it does or you may believe. And if you want to check out this article and the charts that Duchess Flame worked tirelessly on, make sure to check them out for yourself. Now, as far as rainy weather conditions, misty and rainy, raining, heavy rain with low visibility, there is a thunderstorm weather machine. Of course, that makes sense, right? Because it's thunderstorm, there's some rain involved. But during the AMA, they clarified something, and I'm very, very glad that they clarified this. And hey, if you're wondering, does snow count as a rainy weather event? Friends, yes, it does. Because as one of the developers said, snow is just frozen precipitation, right? It's still a precipitation event, so why wouldn't it count? So a snow weather station does count, as well as the snow aurora, which is a lovely little bit. I love the noises that we get for all that sort of stuff. And now here's the great thing about this spawn rate. We'll throw it up so you can see it as well. I'm going to have to kind of zoom in. You see, for common bait, in a rainy area, for a rain weather event, for an axolotl, you have a 0% chance to catch an axolotl, which, by the way, we will be making a video to release next about where to find the axolotls in Fallout 76, because that is going to take 12 months. One axolotl per month spawns in a region of areas. Today, this month, June 2025, the Mire and Toxic Valley, you're welcome. But for improved bait in a rain event, it's 5%. And if you use superb bait in a rain event, it's 33%. Now, if you look down here, you'll see the no weather.
Ukáž to. Huh. Oh.
Their event. For common bait, it's 0%. Improved bait, it's 3%. And superb bait, it's 13%. So improved bait is the thing that you're mainly going to be using in Fallout 76. It's the one that is very readily available. You can trade it with other players. You can find improved bait in ice coolers, like those little food chests that you see around, or outside of Rusty Pick. When you go in there, you'll see right before you go in there on the left side, could be some improved bait in there. Or maybe you like doing public events, especially if you just got to rank 100. And now in Fallout 76, we have the complete free public events, and you get score. But friends, what if I told you you got improved bait by doing public events? And you want to know what you're going to be seeing a lot of next week, since a lot of players are going to be done with that rank 100 grind. You're going to be seeing a lot of caravans, because caravans count as public events. At least they did in the Ghoul Within, and I really hope that they still do, because that's one thing that me and my friends love to do, is that. Now,
To
there is
získava.
a huge deviation between a rain weather event and a clear weather event as far as superb bait. It's 20%. That is a lot. But if you're mainly going to be using improved bait,
A toto bude.
2% difference. Now, here's the
Máme
crazy
dva.
thing. You know how rain events are the clarification of these really help you out? Say you played the Ghoul Within update.
Dva nám
What do
dá.
friends do? Because if you're inside somebody's camp,
Takže báňa nám dole, takže ja tam je z
and their weather
340.
station is up, guess what?
Takže budeme mať
It's
365.
as long as you're within that space of the camp that is affected by that weather station or that weather event that is going on in
365.
Appalachia at the time.
Takže bude nám chýbať
You see
35.
why I don't believe there's a paywall
35.
to this. Now there is a time kind of gates of, you know, you had the opportunity to get this last season.
Nám chýba 35.
Maybe they'll put something out in the future, like another one or a callback to it or something like that. But in a nuke weather event, 0% chance to catch an axolotl with common bait. The improved bait on the rain was 5. The no weather event was 3%. As you see right here, the chance to catch an axolotl with improved bait is 6%. Now, that seems like a jump, right? That seems amazing, because that's 1% higher than the rain event. And now, Duchess Flame put these numbers together, and she is very reputable, so I'm going based off of her numbers. And now, Superb Bait is 21%. That's 12% less than the rain event with Superb Bait, and it is 8% more than the no weather event with Superb Bait. So that's great. And you're going to be hunting those axolotls. Now, let's say you're going after a local legend. Well, rain event is 1, 4, 15, common, improved, superb. Next up, we've got for the nuke event 1, 3, 10. So that kind of falls more in line with the rainy being up top. And these are all subject to change, because Bethesda may realize that, oh, we actually messed that up. The nuke weather for axolotl should be 4, so it falls more in line with that. And the clear for the local legend is 1, 3, 15. So 1, 4, 15 for the rainy event, the 1, 3, 10 for the nuke, and 1, 3, 15 for the local legend. So if these numbers are right, there really is only a 1% difference on the improved bait that you'll catch a local legend. And in the video where we talk about axolotls, we'll probably include the local legends location as well. But as far as everything else, superb bait, you're not going to be catching any common fish or generic fish, any weather event that you go through. Glowing fish, it is 1, 4, 12 for rain for the baits. But then that's where the nuke comes. You see 3, 10, 22. That is the better chance to catch a glowing fish inside of a nuke zone. But the uncommon 4, 18, let's see, 5, 23, 80 for the rain, 4, 18, 81 for the uncommon, 4, 14, 61 for the uncommon in the no rain event. So weather does affect what you catch in Fallout 76. Does it affect it in an unfair advantage way? No. Are there things that give you an advantage in Fallout 76 because you paid real world money for? Yes, there is. But here's the great thing too. Bethesda does give you a chance to earn atoms by doing challenges and by grinding on the scoreboard and unlocking that infinite page. Now, you're not going to be earning a boatload of atoms, but you potentially could. Also, Bethesda does host building competitions where they ship out a lot of atoms to builders. So maybe you want to make some builder friends and potentially try your hand at that. Is it unfair for everyone? No. Can it be interpreted as unfair? Yes, because there is an advantage for a player who spent money, but also with the amount of players in Fallout 76 that have Fallout First, that get those atoms each and every month, there's a good chance that someone on your server has that weather station. So go around, visit other Vault Dwellers camps, see who has a weather station near a fishing location, make friends, go hang out with people in the wasteland, and take advantage of them having that weather station at their camp. The community around Fallout 76 is absolutely amazing. And I'm going to tell you this, whether you be at one of my mini fishing camps, my mobile camp, or anything like that, I have no problem with you coming by, helping yourself to some smoked Mirelurk fillets, anything, everything at my camp is always open and unlocked for everyone. Right now, I have my Welcome to Fallout 76 camp up, and I'm using a mobile camp throughout the adventures when I'm fishing, I'm using the mobile camp, but when I'm not fishing and I'm just doing raids and stuff to do that grind to 100, I've got my welcome camp up. So go around, make some friends, but to me personally, I don't see a problem with weather machines affecting the catch rate, the catch spawn rate like they do, because the amount is not really a lot of there. There's a few percentile chance, a few percentage difference in the majority of it. So it's not a problem to me. But y'all, let me know what you think in the comment section below. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day to check this video out. Seriously, y'all, have a great wonderful day out there in the wasteland. Peace. Bye.
Takže hovoril. Nič nepovedal znovu. Potrebať borov, oni dávajú, je to meso. Toto chunky bunky, chewy groovy, man. Z nich je chewy groovy. Z borov je chewy groovy, man. Borov je chewy groovy, man. Borov je chewy groovy. Otázka je, či chcem silou moc zbierať tie improvnuté baity. Ja nechcem moc rýbačiť vo flote. Sákra. Nemám náhodou tu weather station, to nuke? Nemám nejakú weather station okrem tej clear? Musím to pozrieť. Nebola nejaká takedy za... Asi nebola, čo? Konečne ma weather stationy trápili, no len úplne overiti, dá sa povedať. Ale... Jedno zlaté jabko. Jedno zlaté jabko. Chewy Groovy. Chewy Groovy. To bolo 420. A ja som dal už 100 viacej. To bolo... To bolo 420, som dal 20 viacej. Pochybujem, že mám weather station. O, sa na to.
Hi there. Oh, I brought back some.
Tasty squirrel stew, pumpkin cranberry relish, pineapple. Tu mám niekde weather station aplikovanú? Tu mám v kuse Clear Sky. Nie sú nejaké weather stationy? Kde môže byť weather station? Tuto? Máme si. No to určite nie. Ani tu. Ani vo foode. Crystal Copper Hour. Red Lily. To produkuje. Resources, ani to nebudú. Appliances. Keď to nevidím, niekde to weather station. Displejov nebudú. Floor decoy. Pochybujem tiež. Nie, ja ho tu mám. Preto mám v kuse Clear Weather. Ja ho tu mám. Postavenú. Čo je toto? To nemám ani. To je houseboat. Good up. Tuto by som povedal, že sú weather stationy. Keď môžem kúpiť weather station, je to jedno. Ale nechcem rybarčiť, to je má pointa. Ja nechcem ani moc rybarčiť. A máme tu postavenú, tu vzadu niekde sa mi zdá, že som mu dal. Musí to byť postavená weather station, neexistuje. To je v kuse clear weather. Naozaj to nie je nikde. To je zvláštne. Dwellers. Furniture. Ja tak rybarči nechcem, takže ako v podstate... Nejako špekulovať s weather stationom. Ale... Ja nevidím význam, lebo oni sú drahé ako hovno. Hej, na to koľko stoja? Oh shit. Čo je toto? Takže weather stationy nemám, sú len thunderstorm a snow. Atlantic City Fog mám. Mám weather station Atlantic City Fog. To by niečo? Mám Nuke Zone, takže mám Nuke Zone, mám weather station Nuke Zone, tak sme v suchu. Mám Nuke Zone, Atlantic City Fog. Takže áno, bola za odmenu v nejakej sezóne. Weather station Atlantic City Fog. Čo to je?
Now, Duchess Flame put these numbers together, and she is very reputable. Common bait, axolotl. With low visibility models in Fallout 76.
O tebe stačí Nuke Weather aj tak. Axel je 21, čo je OK. Common Region Fish máš 52. Calling Fish má 10. Uncommon Region Fish. So very good, tebe stačí Nukeweather asi si závaný. Čo je to City Folk? To nerobí nič, to len City Folk. To znamená, stačí to nájsť, kde to tam je. Right. Kde to je? Co to nenašiel? Ale mám Nuke Zone.
Okay, this week we are dealing with the fall weather control station. Now, when I originally turned this on, I thought we were going to have a big, giant wall of weather like we normally do, but this one's a little bit more subtle. It's a little bit more interesting, honestly. Because as you can see, I'm looking over the area in the forest, and you can see this is mostly greens, and there is some reds and there's some browns and yellows, but for the most part, it's green. But when I walk over here, it kind of does a light change filter, and as you can see, everything kind of starts to shade. Like if you look up over those trees.
Listen up, agents. If you're hearing this, that means I left unfinished business for you. That don't sit well with me. You just initiated the recall process.
Blind Sis.
A tough one. This thing's got a shield so strong, hardly anything will dent it. But I have just the solution for that. There are 3 pylons set up around the area. Starting one of these up makes you a conduit. Long story short,
To je to isté, ale
you're full of juice. Juice that pumps from you.
Common Bait sa nejako nelíšia. To je tak jedno na to.
You'll need all 3.
1188.
Good luck. Hope you fare better than I did.
Máš to isté, Nukeweather. Nukeweather by rozdiel iba s Improvementom Baitov. No. Nie oveľa. By si musel zobrať tú... Musel by si Zober Rain, Thunderstorm. Môžu byť. A je tam nejaký veľký rozdiel. Čo tam to dostal ako píčiskovie? A tak ja nechcem ich barčiť. To sú len také moje... Také moje krvelačné špekulácie. Ja nechcem mu to vybarčiť. Toto už váži 3 kg a toto je ten problém s týmito improved baitami, že to začína zasahovať do mojich váhových kategórií. Mám ich 65. Začalo zasahovať do hnoja. Mal by som používať, ja budem musieť používať tie improved baity aj tak. Bo to tiež zvýšie váhu. Ani rybarčiť možno nechcem, aj tak mi je to jedno. Mám problém, ktorý to je. Mám ich 65, čo dosť. Dosť. No, túto jednu by si stiahol, ale sa dá aj vypnúť, sa mi zdá. To v podstate nepotrebuješ, dá sa vypnúť veľmi jednoducho, odpojíš ju. Odpojíš ju. Zrušíš tento kábel. Omeniť ju nechcem, by som mu to nechal, to je najmenej. Ako zruším tento kábel? No ako sa dá dobre. Nič dobre sáde, zrušíme. A v appliances, je. Tuto, že jo. Hovorili, že v appliances. Ja si dostal takto meniť. To je ono, táto sáčka. Má túto veľkú sáčku. Pretože ju musíme ešte napojiť do ohnisu. Tú sáčku neviem kam postaviť, to je problém, ktorý to je. Man, this is bad. It's fucking bad. Nemusíme niekde asi sami ať nedať. Toto je bolo, no, nemám kde dať. Tento hnis. Neviem ako aplikovať. Príliš veľká, príliš tučná, príliš nulová. Toto je problém s týmto hnisom. Jediná šanca dá to sem. Prosto potiahnuť. Niekde sem. No. Jediná šanca je robiť to takto. Kde? Ono sa ti neobjaví, keď máš jednu postavenú stačku chvíli. Jediná šanca. A teraz, keď to máš naplnené, tak to rovná rybarčiť. Odtiaľ to rybarčiť. vyskúšať rybarčiť s improvnutou baitou. Dať tomu šancu, že sa stane, lebo už vážia aj tie kokotiny, to tiež potom vyťukávať. Či to vôbec funguje táto Weather Station UXL. A toto je problém, čo som nechcel. Rybarče s improvnutou baitou. Nestíham to robiť. Tej sú príliš ťažké. Čo sa dá robiť? Sa na to. A tak odchytám tie isté. A to ešte jeden posledný pokus. Lebo že to veru aj nefunguje. Ale funguje podľa mňa, lebo chytá. Ale to ono nemusí fungovať. To isté som odchytil sa na to. Ťažko povedať, či to funguje, to som chcel pozrieť ešte v rýchlosti. Catch all common fish. Yellow bullet. Sa na to. Sa na to. Sa na celé rybarčenie. Sa na celé rybarčenie. Sa na celé rybarčenie. Toto testujeme. Kde to je? A čo je toto? musel žrúd. Musel vyčúdiť. A je to rybarčenie, na čo by si rybarčili v tom Falloute? Prečo by si to chcel robiť? Ak je to nejaké zmysl. Nemá to nejaký zmysel v tom vyparčení. Ako jediné dobre to je namaxovať tie veci kvôli tomu, lebo sú na to denné misie. Môžeš mať jednu misiu, chyť rybu, ale to je celé. Môžeš dennú misiu, chyť rybu. A? Tak chceš to mať čo najľahšie, ale to je... Už by som videl nejaký zmysel v rybarčení, sa nedá povedať. Nič z toho nestojí, ako... sa sťažujú, že rybarčenie. Rybarčíš len keď to potrebuješ dennú misiu a tam si skončí. Čo je z toho rybarčenia? Nič. Prmako. Keby si to boli aspoň nejaké reálne veci, niečo solidné. A nie je z toho nič. O, tuto máš z rybarčenia niečo, he? V nahnitom tróne, he? Máš z rybarčenia aspoň ona. Nejaké zaujímavé veci, ako tento pič z Amidorov. To je zaujímavá vec. A vo Falloute nemáš nič. Vo Falloute nemáš nič zajímavé. Fallout je v rybarčení mŕtvohlavná tekvica. Všetko čo. Ako náhnitý trón v každom prípade. Čo mi to svieti? Čo mi svieti v obchode? What? Ja, mi došli tie veci. No čo je toto? No čo to je? Ja to videl 40 tých pičusov. What the fuck? What the fuck? 40 pičusov to nie je. Ale ja môžem zobrať. Úplne v kľude môžem už teraz zobrať zástavku tie knihy. Nič, plešimka a šedivka nás opustila. Momentálne príde stále náhnitý trón. Stále zaujímavejší. Ako Fallout. Čo chceš vo Falloute robiť?
Track should be here soon. Track showcase a new expansion for PoE 1. It's certainly been too long since we had one of these. Now, we had some struggles as a studio for a little while there. We've got our shit together and we're back in action now. Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas is coming out 1 week from now on the 13th of June. And we're committing right now to a 4-month cycle for both PoE 1 and 2. That means the next PoE 2 League will be in August, and the next PoE 1 League after that will be in October. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Skull of Undeath helmet skin by following the instructions below. This Skull of Undeath will track and show your total number of kills, deaths, and your KDR. Just because Path of Exile isn't a first-person shooter doesn't mean this isn't important. Proudly or shamefully, link it to your friends or in global chat to show it off. With that, let's get to why you're here. Secrets of the Atlas.
You can search 1,000 worlds and still never truly discover.
Track is so powerful. I hear it's even
I should know.
far from spreading further.
But now, I see something more tangible. Someone I care for, trapped within the Atlas.
All right, enough chatting.
Reliving memories, made real, made grotesque, made foul. These manifestations must be destroyed. Their threats must be eradicated. I must have answers. We must find the originator. We must save my sister.
Completed King's March. What do they mean by completed King's March?
Believe we're a client or a target?
Target inside.
Job's done.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
Hi, I'm Mark Robbins, Game Director on Path of Exile. I'm Mark. As you just saw from the trailer, there's a lot to show you. Today, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas endgame update. Then, we'll explore the new Challenge League, the Mercenaries of Trathus. After that, we'll cover the integration of gold into PoE 1 and how we're bringing Settlers of Halper into the core game. Finally, we have a much-awaited upgrade to Betrayal League and a set of quality of life improvements. Then, we'll wrap up by discussing our Boss Kill race event, showing you our new supporter packs, and ending with a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Jonathan
Mercenaries
and I
Challenge League. What the fuck is that?
In Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas, strange rifts have begun to appear across the Atlas. Zana has returned and appears to be trapped within. Partway through the endgame, you will meet Enkin, an intelligent man with mysterious heritage. These tears in reality he has discovered are actually threads of memory, distorted and made real by the Atlas. Egan is able to create a link to these memory threads and open portals to them. Working with Egan, you must step through and find Zana, or whatever remains of her. Okay, so that's the story background, but how does this expansion actually work? In the Secrets of the Atlas, the pursuit of Zana with Egon is a new storyline that is introduced in high-tier maps. Upon meeting Egan and discovering the tier, he will then transfer it to your map device and reveal this on your atlas, a thread of memories. In order to now access each map on the thread, you simply need to talk to Egan when you're ready, and he'll open the areas in sequence. These areas can be fully influenced by your atlas tree, scarabs, fragments, and everything of the sort. As you work your way along the thread, you will discover that these maps have manifested dangerous threats, influenced by the memories of Zana herself. Monsters here are imbued with memory petals. Defeat them to absorb this power, which can be unleashed as a special ability during combat. Different maps on the thread have different abilities, and these abilities appear on an additional mini skill bar next to your regular skills. For example, Memory of Disbelief will cause all affected monsters to stop dropping equipment items, meaning they can now only drop more valuable items, like currency and maps. Memory of Panic will make all affected monsters revive immediately after death, which means you can get twice as much experience and drops from them. And Memory of Impatience will cause all surrounding enemies to give you their souls, temporarily increasing your power. As you progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than one memory, and thus you can have more than one powerful ability. As you gather memory petals, you can use these powers together. Each skill costs its own amount of memory petals. So using the examples above, you can first use Memory of Impatience to become way more powerful, then use Memory of Panic to prepare them to revive when they are slain, then use Memory of Disbelief to cause them to drop better, more valuable items. Finally, obliterate them all. The Memory of Panic will kick in, causing them to revive, and then wipe them out again, allowing you to get all the experience and enhanced drops twice. There are many combinations of these powers, so you'll have to carefully consider how they best work together. That's not the only extra layer of content juicing these maps offer. As you defeat the boss of each map along the thread, you are presented with an altar. This altar will apply a modifier to all following maps in the thread, and these will stack as you go. So the deeper you delve into a memory, the more mods you will have. This, combined with the special abilities, will allow for some of the most juiced maps ever run in Path of Exile. Let's take a look at some of the ultimates. You are always presented with two choices and must pick one. This mod, for example, will cause some rare monsters to be possessed by tormented spirits, where this mod makes Kirac modifiers free to craft. Both of these apply to all subsequent maps in the thread. The final map in each thread is a true challenge, with all the Ultra mods applying to it and guarded by a powerful boss. Each of these bosses are familiar, but dreamlike, drawn from Zana's memories and warped by the Atlas into something very different and terrifying. In this map, you will fight the pinnacle boss, Ceres. Fueled by Zana's affectionate memories of him, his enhanced abilities can prove to be a unique challenge. If you manage to defeat Ceres, or one of the other Warp's memory bosses, they will drop a map frag, which Egan can use to delve deeper into the memory fields. With these, you can access a set of 3 new pinnacle bosses. In this arena, the Moment of Reverence, Zana is reliving a memory of her father, Valda, giving a passionate speech in Orient. The Atlas distorts this memory of her father as a powerful, influential man and manifests those emotions into a twisted nightmare, the incarnation of dread. Another memory created is the incarnation of neglect and the incarnation of fear. Good luck, exiles. Of course, if you are brave and strong enough to defeat them, each of these new pinnacle bosses have new unique items befitting. If you slay the incarnation of fear, you might be lucky enough to find the Starcaller unique abyssal axe. We're gonna show this one because it's straight up badass. The Starcaller axe is a weapon that can harness the power of the stars themselves to deal immense damage. What makes it shine, however, is that on melee crit, it casts Starfall, a new skill. With the right build, you can carpet entire areas and wipe out streams of enemies as you rain down the elements upon them. Another item you may find, and this one is my favorite, is the Wine of the Prophet unique flask. It consumes a lot of charges, but every time you use it, you draw a random divination card. This card appears above you and correlates to a powerful buff. If you draw the Escape card, you'll gain increased movement speed. Or maybe you'll draw the Doctor, which will cause you to gain the modifiers of slaying rares you kill. Effectively, you can think of this unique as being many other uniques all in one. There are many cards to draw, each with varying degrees of power to gain. Okay, but let's get back to the Atlas. After defeating all 3 new pinnacle bosses, you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps. These maps come with the previously mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory petals, but can also roll the same modifiers typically found on Tier 17 maps, making them far more rewarding.
The Archeum Legion and Red Fog have
With all these new memory maps comes a new item mechanic. Items in these maps can drop with memory strands, and will have a random amount, up to 100. This does a few things. When you identify the item, it will increase the tiers of modifiers your item has. Generally speaking, the more memory strands, the better the item will be. On top of this, whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers, such as alterations, chaos, and so forth, it will consume some memory strands to make the crafted mods more powerful. The new pinnacle bosses also drop new crafting currencies, which can be used to manipulate the amount of memory strands on an item. The Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on, and it doesn't already have memory strands, you can add some before crafting. The Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands on an item to randomly upgrade its mod tiers. This orb's effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes. The Orb of Intention can be used on memory-influenced maps to reduce item drops, but improve the chance to find items with memory strands. In the process of adding these new currency items, we realized something was missing. The Shaper and the Elder did not have their own Exalted Orbs. This has now been rectified. Both bosses now have Exalted Orbs, which can add their influence to an item. Zana was there from the beginning, when the Shaper Pinnacle fight was first added. She helped defeat the Elder, and she was a critical part of the Conqueror's storyline. Now, with all 6 influence types having their own Exalted Orbs, the cycle is complete. It's almost as if we could now do some sort of new, epic, unique item to interact with them. In other news, there of course has to be Atlas passive tree support for this new in-game content. Let's take a look at a few things we're adding. The Grasp the Past notable passive skill increases the chance for the amount of memory strands on items dropped in your memory influence maps to be lucky. This means it will roll the number of memory strands twice, keeping the highest value. By allocating traumatic experience, remembered kindness, or educated upbringing, you'll decrease the chance of finding memory threads that lead to specific bosses, meaning you'll have better chances at finding the memory threads you would like to run. This is especially useful if you want to target farm a specific boss because of its unique item drops. In sum, the secrets of the Atlas will have you questioning what is real, as you attempt to free Zana from warped memories scattered throughout the Atlas. You'll fight new Guardian and Pinnacle bosses tormenting her, find crazy new Pinnacle uniques, combine and unleash memory petal-empowered skills, juice maps to new heights, and craft powerful new items. While we were showing all the juicy rewards from the new in-game system, you might have noticed that a lot of gold was dropping. Let's talk about that. Gold was introduced during the Settlers of Kalgur expansion. It funded the development and operations of Kingsland, along with various new features such as the currency exchange, the black market, and the passive respec system with Faustus. Those features offered by Faustus will be here to stay, along with some of the other services Kingsmarch has to offer. We'll get more into that later, but don't worry. Kingsmarch has already been completed. There will be no more town building. Like before, gold will be used for town services, but we're also adding a new way to use it in the upcoming league. It's time to talk about Mercenaries of Trathus. In this league, you will meet veterans who have travelled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathus. They're ready to offer their sinister services, but not for free. You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey through Rayclast, one in each area. They have their own personalities and come with different builds, skills, and items already equipped. After meeting them, as per the Trathan code, they will challenge you to a duel, a test of strength and conviction. Before beginning the duel, you will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped, the skills they employ, and any support effects augmenting those skills. You must now make a choice. You can hire their services, take one of their items, or exile them. If you choose to hire them, for a gold cost, they will accompany you as a skilled combatant to assist you in fighting monsters throughout Rayclast. Once you've decided, you can begin the duel. This is a great opportunity to test them, as you don't want to be out of pocket with useless work. However, they're testing you too. They also don't want to be working for an amateur. So, what items might they be using? Generally speaking, mercenary gear is more powerful than you normally find from defeating monsters, as they've been crafting their items too. They can also come equipped with unique items, those that would make sense for the skills they are using. There are even some new unique items that can only be obtained from defeating them. One such unique is Scorncloaks. These boots combine agility with the mastery of the arcane. While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed, which is worth noting is now 20% inherent from Arcane Surge, up from 10. They also grant Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. This allows for some speedy spellcasters. Sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Trathan mercenaries, bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families in Trathus. They are less common, but have far better items. And they are also the sole source of items with new, infamous modifiers, unseen before in Raycast, such as these gloves, which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage. Or this helmet, which causes nearby enemies to take more physical damage as you gain more fortification. If you're not swayed by any of their equipped gear, however, you can always challenge them for the contents of their pockets. If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them an item. You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like they are. However, you are bound to Raycast tradition, so you'll just die. While playing in a party, each player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary. For each player that opts in, the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50% chance to get a random reward, which is usually currency items from the mercenary's pouch. Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up their allocated device and off screen.
Dead. Good.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What combat skills do they bring to the table? Each mercenary has an archetype. Here, this mercenary is an eruptor, which perfectly couples with my slower, more aura-focused Simon. This mercenary is highly aggressive, and will get a lot of benefit from the auras and buffs I provided. When I'm playing a more aggressive character myself though, I'll want a mercenary with a bit more resilience and utility. I've just run into a striker, who can spawn with Vigilant Strike. And if you're lucky, a very rare golden support that causes the fortify granted by his Vigilant Strike to apply to me as well. He will also frequently use an Enduring Throw, taunting enemies off of me, and operating as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back. Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from normal. For example, this sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista. If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenged. Then defeat them, and they'll drop the Trathan gem as points. You can only have one mercenary accompanying you at a time, but up to 3 total in your service. The other 2 will wait patiently in town. Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup, like a difficult boss fight. Any of your mercenaries you have active, or in your reserves, can have their equipment replaced with items of your choice. They don't level up, so you will want to be looking out for more skilled and more powerful mercenaries as you advance through the campaign and engine. If your mercenary falls in combat, you will need to return to town and spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back on their feet. Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades, if you think it's deserved. I just wanted to clarify, mercenaries do not lose their equipment when defeated. If your merc buddy consistently fails you, you can just dismiss them and find a new, more resilient ally. Earlier, I mentioned you could exile mercenaries. If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks, the gear is trash and they have no auras, you can then choose to exile them. If you win the duel, they'll be forced to leave with their tail between their legs, and you won't encounter that archetype again for a while. Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals, we shouldn't forget about the recent Kalguran ones too. As we mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respeaking of passive sites. You can now do so by talking to a number of NPCs throughout Raycast, starting with Vestal and Lionized Watch. Black Market Item Gambling, previously just available in Kingsmark, is now available in each town at the same NPC. This lets you buy randomly generated item bases for gold. Very useful if you're stuck for upgrades or searching for a specific unique. The currency exchange will be returning too. Starting from Lionel's Watch in Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus, who can help facilitate these trades. Now, after almost a year of building, Johan is finally satisfied with the upgrades made to the town, and now its services can be used to their full effect. King's March is going poor, but there will be no more town building. As you start running maps in the in-game, you'll start to find different ore veins, which Kalguran workers can mine for you. The shipping mechanic invites you to send these ores and crops to Karui and Kalguran ports, and they'll return rewards in kind. By sending shipments, you'll receive different items, but by sending to Karui ports, you will also receive tattoos, which can be used on your passive tree to change what stats they grant. The Kalguran ports will be sending back rune grafts, which is a new passive tree mechanic that replaces the runesmithing service previously offered by the town. These are similar to tattoos, but instead of replacing stat nodes, they replace a passive tree mastery node. For example, Runegraft of the Bound reduces bonuses gained from boots, but increases bonuses gained from gloves. Runegraft of the River has a chance to recover your life to full if you reach low life. And the Runegraft of Time, which has a chance for your cooldown skills to instantly recover from their cooldown, which I will note includes cooldowns on your triggers, just in case you wanted to trigger even more spells. There are many other Runegrafts which cover a wide range of different builds and stats. Some are more common and others rarer. You can only use one of a given type at a time, but you can use them on any mastery on your passive tree, which can be particularly useful for off-class investment. Lila has continued to make modifications to the recombination. She has developed a new method of recombination that you may recognize from Path of Exile 2. For those unfamiliar, this method allows you to decide which modifiers on the two input items you want to try and merge together, and it has a success chance you can see. This method can result in the items being destroyed. However, it is a good option to use when trying to create items with fewer mods to use as crafting projects. Given the existing recombinating mechanic was very powerful for top-end crafting, we didn't want to remove it. We have kept it, and you can now choose to use it the old way or the new way. By letting fate decide, it will combine the two items randomly. There is no risk of destroying either item, but it will be less predictable.
Well done, everyone. Figure Tracks wounds look much better.
As Settlers is now a core mechanic, we've also added Atlas passive tree support. For example, if you wanted to gather more Verisium ore, you could take this notable. Each ore has a similar node. Refiner's Bargain converts items dropped by possessed monsters into thaumaturgic dust, sulfite into random ores, and life force into random crops. We've also added a set of Kalguran scarabs, so you can add more ore deposits, increase the rarity of monsters that guard ore deposits to at least magic, or gather smelted bars from ore you mark instead of ores. To sum it all up, King's March is now a thriving town, where you can employ a swath of workers to collect resources, refine ores, craft items, and run maps for you. Send shipments of resources in exchange for tattoos and rune grafts, using those to modify your passive tree to an extent never seen before. Following on from that, we've also made a substantial rework to another important mechanic, Betrayal. As a refresher, and to explain to new players, let's briefly explain what Betrayal is. Betrayal is a mechanic introduced in Act 9 and tells the story of Jun Ortoi and her investigation of the Immortal Syndicate. This is a mysterious group of exiles who can seemingly come back from death. You must help Jun to uncover their leader, the Syndicate Mastermind. The Immortal Syndicate is organized into 4 divisions: Transportation, Fortification, Research, and Intervention. As you encounter the Immortal Syndicate members, you'll gain intelligence for each of these divisions to discover the location of their leaders, tracking them to their safe houses. Defeating the division leaders at their safe houses will reward you with intelligence on the Syndicate Mastermind. In your journey to track down the Syndicate leader, you'll manipulate the members of the Immortal Syndicate to change divisions, form friendships and rivalries, and even banish them from the Syndicate for a time. Historically, after encountering and defeating the Syndicate Mastermind, the state of the Immortal Syndicate would reset, requiring you to start from the beginning of the investigation again. This has always been a difficult decision for players and can often feel bad. Do you fight the Mastermind for a chance at the special loot, or keep farming the safe houses that you've spent so long setting up? Well, in the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've split out the Mastermind to be completely separate from the core mechanic. The boss is now accessible through a new fragment that has a chance to drop from the safe house leaders at high levels. The Mastermind no longer resets the state of the Immortal Syndicate. You can now build your betrayal board to your liking, optimize it, do Mastermind fights, and reap the rewards without having to lose all your progress every time. The boss fight itself has also been improved, now with significantly fewer immunity phases and new rewards. By the way, if you're a new player to Path of Exile 1, don't worry about all this detail. This content is optional, and you can discover and engage with it at your own pace. The Mastermind still has a chance to drop a Veiled Orb, now renamed to Veiled Exalted Orb. Veiled Chaos Orbs are being re-added to other safe house leaders. In addition, the Mastermind now drops the new All Flame Embers. All Flame Embers are map fragments that replace monster packs and in-game maps with different types of special monsters. These packs have unusual properties, compositions, or rewards. For example, you might use the All Flame Ember of Kulamak, which replaces packs with Syndicate monsters and their leaders, who revive after the map boss has been slain. This might at first sound annoying due to backtracking, but these monsters when revived are far more intense and rewarding. It is our intention with All Flames to provide many different types that combine with other mechanics, multiplying with your existing modifiers in new and interesting ways. Another good example of this is the All Flame Ember of Propagation. When slain, special rare monsters added by this All Flame here will spread their modifiers to other rare monsters in the map. This can be useful when trying to create singular, very powerful, and very rewarding monsters. Something akin to meat sacks, which are making a reinvented comeback with this update too. Another is the All Flame Ember of Resplendence, which adds monsters that drop no items, but when you slay them, you get buff stacks of increased quantity and rarity to enhance the drops of all other monsters. All Flame Embers can be placed in your map device like Scarabs, and used in conjunction with Scarabs to further customize your maps. We're looking forward to seeing which combinations players find to enhance their maps. Perhaps you'll use all Scarabs, all Flames, or maybe mix and match.
Give a shit.
It's up to you. The Mastermind's unique items have also been improved. The Veiled modifiers generated on these items are now from a custom pool exclusive to those uniques. The Turbine Point, for example, can now have various Spectre-specific outcomes, such as +1 additional Spectre. Aside from improved rewards from the Mastermind, all the safe house rewards have also been rebalanced. We've done a pass on the crafting sprees at the end of many safe houses. For those who aren't aware how these crafting sprees work, well, it's simple. There's a crafting bench with an item in it, and a bunch of currency. There's a limited amount of time, and your only objective is to craft the best item possible before the time ends. One of the problems that the crafting sprees have is that they often require you to have specific items on hand in order to best maximize your result. But how are you supposed to know that beforehand? In order to solve this, most of the crafting sprees now offer pre-generated items. This has also allowed us to add much more powerful crafting options in each spree. Let's take a look at a few examples. In this spree, a randomly generated amulet or ring will be waiting for you. Test your crafting skill or luck with this Reflecting Mist crafting spree, and see if you can create something worthy of Kalandra's praise. And in this spree, you will find a pre-generated unique item, and a new kind of orb that resembles a Vaal orb, but not quite the same. Normally, you can only corrupt an item once, but uniques in this spree can be corrupted and re-corrupted as many times as there are orbs. This orb also allows you to get 2 corrupted implicits, and has a much lower chance to brick the item. It can be a very useful tool for seeking specific, corrupted implicit outcomes. Of course, if you push your luck, you can still ruin the item. There are also crafting sprees where you still need to provide an item, but those items are generally more accessible and it occurs less frequently. This one allows you to bring your own normal rarity item, then just go ballistic with a whole ton of scouring orbs and orbs of chance, hoping to get your ideal unique. For most sprees, the rank of the syndicate member increases the amount of currency provided, the quality of the pre-generated items, and the time allowed to craft your item. Aside from the crafting sprees, there are other new options too. If you love gambling for currency, how about you try opening Varicci's Emperor's Luck chests? These work just like the Emperor's Luck divination card and provide full stacks of currency. If you're lucky enough, unlike me, you could end up with a whole lot of divines. Betrayal is a good source of veiled items. Veiled items have some important quality of life improvements in this expansion too. All of the crafting bench options normally granted by unveiling items are instead now moved to the core game, so you don't need to run Betrayal to unlock them. They are instead found at the entrances to boss rooms and in-game maps. On top of that, you no longer need to speak to Jun to unveil items. You can just right-click them, or the equivalent on Gamepad, and select which veiled modifier you want to unveil. Overall, Betrayal is now much more streamlined and more rewarding. Happy interrogations. Now, before we get into our quality of life additions, let's quickly talk about some character balance. We will be doing our regular character balance changes where we are bringing outliers in line to help evolve the meta, but we are also focusing our attention on buffing some specific things. This includes spellcasting supports that specifically enhance self-casting builds, channeled spells, adding new options to the Guardian, Berserker, Elementalist, Saboteur, and Champion Ascendancy classes, which include some favorites from some of the alternate classes from Legacy of Frisia, and buffing a whole bunch of transfigured gems that never really hit the mark. Combined with the new endgame crafting, improved Betrayal crafting options, rune graphs for your passive tree, new pinnacle unique items, new modifiers and Trathan gems from the mercenaries, and of course the mercenaries themselves to act as an extension to your character, it's safe to say there's a lot of new character options and builds to think about. Instead of delving into all of these in more detail, we figured we'd just let you absorb them through the patch notes so you can do it at your own pace. In the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've also added a lot of the quality of life features that we know you've all been asking for. A lot of these have already been posted, but let's take a look now in case you missed any. You can now pause the game at any time by pressing escape to open the menu, or by opening any full-screen interface, like the passive tree. You'll also be paused if any lag is detected, or if you disconnect. It's worth noting that in certain Pinnacle arenas, a debuff will be applied to you that prevents you from pausing. We're also making a change to how you use currency items on strongboxes and monsters imprisoned in essences. Based on the currency in your inventory and the state of the strongbox, these buttons will appear. Valuable currency like divine orbs have been excluded from this as it would often be wasteful to use in this context. The same applies to essences with the remnant of corruption currency. Orbs of Horizon have been updated. They can now re-roll your Elder and Conqueror Guardian maps. Doing so will re-roll the base map and the Guardian of that map. The map device now has a small additional inventory. This is particularly useful if you're rolling many maps to run in sequence, or if you want to use varying amounts of scarabs or other map fragments. During breach encounters, all the splinters will be automatically collected and dropped at the end of the breach. On gamepads, we have separated the targeting of monsters and non-monsters, so you are able to target them independently. This removes a bunch of frustration when you are trying to interact with objects in the world and monsters are nearby. You no longer have to kill all of them first. Vendor windows will now remember your last search. This is remembered until you log out and is remembered on a per NPC basis. The amount of characters you can type in the search field has also been increased. When using currency items, after right-clicking them, It will highlight all other items which that currency can be used on. There are many other quality of life improvements, so keep an eye on the patch notes after this live stream concludes. Alongside the launch of Secrets of the Atlas, we are hosting a competitive event where players will race to be the first to kill the new pinnacle bosses. The event will take place in the hardcore, solo self-found Mercenaries of Trathis League. We have some interesting prizes in store for the winners. Keep an eye on the news in the lead up to launch for more details about how the event will work and what its prizes are. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Frisian Magistrate and Crypt Keeper packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Frisian Magistrate series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Frisian Magistrate character effect will bind your character in thorny vines and roses. You can select which parts of the character you want to have covered. Either your entire body, your lower body, or your upper body. As you approach waypoints, it will emit leaves and golden petals towards it. When activating the waypoint, it will create a burst around you. Envelop your weapon in thorny vines and golden flora with the Frisian Magistrate weapon effect. Your weapon will also create a trail to match as you swing, and even comes with its own hit effect when slaying enemies. You are the law while wearing the armor of the powerful Frisian Grand Magistrate. The Spider Blossom Pet activates its defense mechanism, disguising it as an elegant flower when near rare or unique enemies. The Frisian Imperial Magistrate back attachment comes in 2 forms. Equip either the Tombstone variant, which will leave tombstones in your honor when you meet your demise, or equip the Cape variant to cause the corpses of slain enemies to become enveloped in rose thorn vines and blossom with golden flowers. Keep track of how well, or poorly, your ultimatums with the Trial Master have gone with the Trials of Chaos hideout decoration. It will keep track of the total number of waves completed, the total number of ultimatums succeeded, or even failed. On top of that, it will track the total number of times you've defeated the Trial Master himself. The Crypt Keeper pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Crypt Keeper finisher effect, death itself will tear through into the realm of the living and steal the soul of slain unique enemies. The Crypt Keeper portal effect creates a gateway for lost souls to pass through. Become the true master of the undead by wearing the hallowed Crypt Keeper armor set. It comes with a more armored helmet variant and a creepy mask with a spectral hood. Looking to have some fun during idle time in your hideout? The Burrowing Bramble Bash hideout decoration will test your reaction speed, as you try to whack as many Devourer heads as possible in the shortest time. It also comes with a scoreboard, so you can try to set new records to show off to your friends, or just visitors coming to trade. Equip yourself with the Ghostly Dead as you ride the line between the living and the dead with the Sacred Crypt Keeper back attachment. The Sacred Archives map device resembles a magical library with the works of scholars that come to life when you open a map. This map device tracks how many of each core league you've completed in in-game maps. These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile Mercenaries of Trathis. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Paladin and Penance packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Mercenaries of Trathis League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Additionally, the Dawn of the Hunt mystery box will be made available for Path of Exile 1. If you have already unlocked any microtransactions from this box in Path of Exile 2, you will of course immediately have access to them in Path of Exile 1. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Secrets of the Atlas. secrets
And
of
patch notes on the same
With
day.
release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial
And
information you'll need for the
okay.
release. Team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Your stream's dying.
Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're
Okay,
looking forward
well.
to dueling mercenaries, fighting new pinnacle bosses in the endgame.
Alright, let's see what we got here.
Trickster nerf. What? Trickster nerfed. What do you mean? What do you mean by Trickster nerf?
Joined by Jonathan and Mark. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for chatting with us once again.
Always great to have you over.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks for being here as well.
That's it. There was a lot of
That's a good point.
I think pressure on this one for you guys. Like, it's been a long time since we've had the Half of Exile 1 expansion.
Sure.
How do you guys feel going into this, and how do you feel about it?
I mean, honestly, I'm
1
pretty
FPS.
happy with it.
doing
Right?
it.
Like, it isn't it isn't a full year of development, because obviously PoE2 disrupted things a bit, but the main thing is we're kind of back in action now. We've worked out the model for how the studio can function doing the stuff, and ultimately what it requires is kind of like merging the teams back together, kind of having everything so that not necessarily simultaneously with games, not necessarily simultaneously for a given like person, but effectively we need sort of our best people to be able to work on both games in order to really make sure that they're good. And so that effectively means that approach is definitely way better. And so now we've kind of got that, and now that we're back to sort of fixing deadlines again and everything like that, I think it will just go a lot smoother, and I'm pretty happy with effectively we're kind of got a
Technical difficulties. Oh, fuck off. You and your technical difficulties. Čo je táto?
Looking good though. Oh god, dude, I really hope King's March is nerfed. I doubt it is, because King's March is probably a huge buff to player retention, because you have to keep fucking up logging into your boats and shit.
Sorry.
New Zealand internet failing. Base new pinnacle bosses. Dude, they look sick. The Nekosi guy looks good. I wanna fight this guy. Yeah, do you already so I can like rewind or whatever? Let's see. Cause I want to see that. I want to see that Blade Blast. Okay, yeah, it is.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games.
Okay, where is it? Found it. What'd they do? Okay. Base radius buffed. The more AoE gone down, but 5% more damage per blade, vortex blade. Okay. That's 50% more damage. Yo, that could be a league starter. If Pathfinder is looking okay. And wait, Pathfinder will be sick with that new unique flask too. Yo. I think it should be pretty close to normal Blade Blast damage with this. Should be pretty close.
For the Secrets of the Atlas, we've got a nice big one. We're going to restart. We have a little bit of technical difficulties there, but we're ready to go into a nice big long Q&A session here. I did. Something pretty major, but also to show that you guys still love and care about Path of Exile 1 and have a future for it.
Sure, yeah. So, you know, as I was just saying, you know, like I feel like we've kind of finally got our shit the intro. You know, we've sort of changed our approach. We've we've merged the development teams back together. We kind of got everyone on one floor in the middle layer, like all the developers. Now we're kind of making it so that, you know, we're effectively moving people, you know, backwards and forwards from PoE 1 and 2, sort of like as needed. And that's definitely a much better structure for us, because it just means that we get, you know, like all our best people can work on, you know, whatever game needs it right now. You know, we've always worked well with like kind of the fixed, in the past, sort of with the fixed deadline model, where it's like, you know, we have a fixed deadline, but if we, and what's in the patch depends on what's ready by the time we get there, and I think that's just going to result in a much better experience for players. And so now that we've kind of got that, I mean, this really represents, you know, what we can deliver sustainably, what we can deliver in 4 months, you know, and so we'd expect to see this kind of, you know, like amount of content every 4 months, you know, as we go forward, and for PoE 1 and 2 as well. So, you know, now that things are back, I would say, like, you know, we're kind of back in our stride again. Things should go a lot smoother from there.
In sum, we're back.
We're so back.
Yeah,
thank goodness, we're back.
I did feel like that. I feel like the reception's been very positive so far, and I've been having a bit of a chance to play around with mercenaries, which are exceeding my expectations in terms of like how fun and powerful they are. You guys have made them really powerful too. So
we've honestly been talking about making a mercenary for like probably 5 to 10 years. Like, it's been one of those things
you've been telling me about for years.
Yeah, exactly.
Came up with the PoE Rogue Exiles, came up during Settlers League, I mean, that's just the recent, a year ago, within the last year stuff.
You guys baited me pretty hard, because last league you put out this system where you have these exiles that you send out on maps, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna gear them and all this stuff, and it's like, oh, I can't wait, that's what I've always wanted. And then, you know, it wasn't that, and I'm like, oh, now you're never gonna do that because you did this instead. And then literally next league, you actually you did the mercenaries finally. So was it like waiting on something? Was there something that needed to happen there?
I guess it was more just a question of having a good design for how it could work, and you know, there was a couple of other things. One thing that wasn't really mentioned in the video very much is that the mercenaries do count as half a player for the purposes of drops and monster difficulty. And so that's going to kind of change the calculus a little bit. You're effectively getting 9-player difficulty in loot, which there is some differences to the way that works now. But yeah, that's kind of one of those things that like, if we just added mercenaries without doing something like that, then it would mean that you know, the game would be too easy. So that's why we've kind of got that situation going on.
It means, like, you know, at best you're a more bad build, bad character, new player, whatever you want to call that. They're going to carry you probably, or could carry you. And at worst, if you're, the power of 10,000 gods and have infinite everything and screen coverage and DPS, then they're just boosting your loot, right? So there's a flaw there on either side that is just going to be beneficial to every single player. So
it sounds like absolute beautiful chaos, like 6-player party plus 6 exiled.
Our initial design had it that you could have up to 6 players, or 1 player and, well, I guess 3 players and 3 mercenaries. It was like a mercenary takes a player slot is what we initially
That was
had.
the initial way to think about it, but I think it wouldn't have been nearly as good because you want the mercenary to be part of your build, kind of feel like it's actually, because it comes with like auras and things like that. Like I think that all becomes part of your build at that point, so it's kind of important that you don't have to sacrifice that when you're playing in a party with other people.
Didn't want to have the thing of like, okay, you join your 3 friends and then whose mercenary gets used.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
do I not get to have my guy now and I don't get, So it's we ended up getting away from that and just going, everyone bring the merc, and which results in peak chaos. But it's fun.
And I mean, you can also have an Animate Guardian, and you did tell me that there's changes for that as well.
Yes, of course you can have. In fact, I expect a lot of people to now have. You have your 6-player party with your 6 mercenaries and everyone with the Animate Guardian, because I mean, how can you add mercenaries and then have a point to say that they don't drop loot when they die, and also not make the same change to Animate Guardian? However, if they do die in the instance, you can't bring them back, so at least there is still that penalty to having them be weak, so if they just die at the start, they're gone.
Until you play another.
It's going to result in a lot more people using Animate Guardian in their build, but now you have to gear up your character, 1 Animate Guardian and 1 mercenary, so multiple mercenaries technically, so we'll see how the itemization and trade economy goes in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool though, like having all that extra demand for gear, and it's I was certainly like thinking about how I want to keep some of this gear aside for like the potential mercenary I was trying to find and things like that, but there's a lot to that. But I did want to, before we get stuck into some of the new content, just kind of like help ease people who maybe are a little bit worried about the future of Path of Exile just a little bit more. So this is what you hope to be able to deliver every 4 months, and you've got a much more strict kind of like approach to that now, where you're saying to me like, well, if this thing that you're talking about is not ready, then it's not going in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas before you would have pushed the date, I felt.
Exactly, 100%. So we've been in the kind of push the date mindset, I would say, for like a couple of years now.
Yeah.
And in the past, we were never like that. We were way more strict with it, and I think it was definitely beneficial to do that. The issue was it was so hard to develop PoE2 at the same time and all that stuff. So now that we're kind of like in the mode where we can support both with the release frequently, it means we can kind of go back to that model. And as I said, I think it'll just be way better.
I just want to make sure we are always going to be that whole like plus or minus 1 week flexibility, because you have
Sure,
like
there might be
holidays, conventions, clashes with things and all that. So obviously you get that just before we get held to the strict to the day 4 month thing. But yes, it is the goal that 100% you go back to that. I think there is it is very, very important that you have, as a player and a long-term player of a game, of which many of our players are, you have that consistency and you know what to expect, and you can be like, yes, I've played for my month, I've played for my 2 months, I know I can just, stop for 2 or swap to the other game, do that, and then I can know it's going to be coming again in 2 months, instead of that just like
for me again.
that like unknown is very sad, honestly, as a developer and as a player, and I certainly don't want to do that ever
I
again.
imagine it has a toll on the team in terms of them like knowing, because it's hard to make content, I imagine, and just not have it get shipped. Like, because it's the date's
I
being
mean,
pushed
there's,
out,
it depends on the person. Some people kind of like actually prefer that more. Some people do really like the deadlines. It's honestly a variety.
And you mentioned blending the teams together. That's like a big change, whereas before you were explicitly trying to separate them. And that was the question of like, well, there's problems with that, right?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, we had problems when they were blended originally, like years ago, where PoE2 wasn't getting like, they were, it kind of wasn't working because that deadline was so far out that it couldn't work. So we had to split the team to get PoE2 shipped at that point. But now that we're back and like releasing frequently, it just makes more sense to bring everyone back together again. And it keeps the expertise up and makes sure that like the games are there's just technical things like making sure that the engine is like in sync for both games and that kind of stuff. Like there's just so many elements that make it better to have everyone merged together, I think.
I imagine it helps with the cross-pollination between games. We just got pausing, which is for sure one of my most wanted quality of life improvements. That's a phenomenal announcement. But I certainly see people asking about things like WASD and stuff like that, and there's support for the future.
Fortunately, WSD just can't really happen because, well, okay, I say that, but here's the thing, right? So effectively, in order for WSD to happen, we would need to be able to change the rigs over to the PoE2 character rigs. In order for that to happen, we need to get all the micros ported over, and then we need to port all of the armors from PoE1 over to those rigs as well. So it would be a really long-term thing. There might be a world one day where that can happen, but it's certainly a long process to get
That's
that
what I was kind of wondering is, like, do you envision a situation where Path of Exile 1 is, like, warrants that sort of massive effort in a year or two or something like that?
Once we've got all the microtransactions ported, which we're doing anyway, then it wouldn't be, like, so bad. I mean, it'll be a lot, but not like, not like completely unreasonable. So it's a thing that could happen, but yeah, it's a lot of effort to get that feature. So the main reason to do it isn't even for WASD. It's because we have been pretty unable to make new combat animations for PoE1 for so long due to all of the rigs. So the main reason to do it would be that we can make like new actual melee skills properly again. That would be the reason. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can get to that. It's just it'll take a while though.
A lot of the skills you've noticed, people have been playing PoE1 for years. Any of the new skills we add often just reuse the same animations. And they're not exactly the most modern things. Not so much fun to do with it now. You don't get to do the cool custom flurries with like your swords and combos and all that kind of stuff, and Oh, you still obviously have Cyclone, you just spin in a circle, and if you remove all the effects from that, you're literally just on a pivot doing this. It looks a little bit silly, but
anyway, I am keen to do it though. Like it's just it'll take a while.
Yeah. It's I feel like I notice kind of an increasing disparity between like the bosses in PoE1 kind of like pushing further ahead because you have a bit more freedom, I guess, to use more modern.
Well, the bosses are new, like new content, right? So yeah, they get to just and the engine's the same, so you get to use all the modern tech for completely new content.
So they're looking like better and better and better. But the players they're kind of staying a bit behind. So
don't need to break anything to the bosses. They don't need to equip 10,000 microtransactions, thankfully.
So that's a unique challenge for you. It seems like you've got a plan of kind of like how to approach it.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. So while we're on this kind of like frank discussion, is like something that people often have been mentioning is this idea that like maybe they love Path of Exile 1, but they're not that interested in Path of Exile 2. And they maybe feel like their money when they buy something like Path of Exile 1 is going to a company that's developing both games. Something that they
Right. Well, I mean, like, ultimately, like now that we're kind of in the shared model, like it's kind of, it doesn't really, it's sort of hard for us to say, like, that like money goes to one particular team or another. Like it doesn't really work like that because we're all merged. The main thing is just to understand is that when we're in PoE1 development mode, then PoE1 takes precedence, and like any resource that it needs, like there's not going to be we can't do this because PoE2 needs it. And when we're in PoE2 development mode, it's like it's the opposite of that, right? Where like we've got that sort of going on. So there's always going to be people working on each game like all the time. But it's like if one's going to come out soon, that one is getting all the attention. And so like every resource that PoE1 could possibly need for this expansion was moved to it, to make that happen.
Yeah, I got to see that firsthand walking around. It was like 95% of people working on PoE1 right now.
Right in this moment because it's in the last week. But yeah, but it's kind of variable. Like I mean, if you look at things like the I mean, you've probably got a better idea of the breakdown. It's like how much the VFX team is working on PoE1 versus 2 in like the last,
The whole, all but 1 is currently on PoE, all but 2. I guess that doesn't really make sense. I don't know how many it is. 80% of the team is on PoE1 right now.
Yeah. But it's kind of variable through the.
But like the dynamic thing is because obviously we had like 021 for PoE2 that we're working on, and like yesterday I moved some people onto that, quickly got some stuff across the line. Literally 2 hours later, moved them back, and like it's like pretty hyperactive. But honestly, that's kind of how our leadership style is. We kind of just. We're a little bit crazy.
But also that developing 0 to 1 at the same time is kind of proof that it's possible, like to make sure that we can actually support both games at the same time with the level of support we need. I mean, there's videos even that were made by the, like we're getting more people. It's like we can kind of manage it. So,
I do feel like this is a positive upswing in that regard. Like, it was definitely a bit of wavering there for a while. But I mean, we went from a 1-game studio to a 2-game studio.
One thing to note, and this is, you say about the bosses going up and the characters, sense, like, that is also because we are, it is very, very, very useful in the same sense that certain game features get taken from one game to another. Like, we see a lot of the quality of life stuff come to PoE1. Those bosses are, animated or rigs from PoE2 that we have like fully remodeled and reskinned. So you get to reuse that entire animation set. Sure, you got to tweak some stuff. But then like you can have one animation be 8 different skills if you put your mind to it and actually design the different outcomes. So you end up with this thing where we're actually harvesting a lot of materials back from PoE 2 to 1, and this is how we're going to be able to get even more bosses, even more monsters, even more of that content just all the time. So
It's in ways where players can't tell that. Like it's really
You wouldn't. Some people might be able to see. Oh, wait, I feel like I've seen that before, maybe, but you'd have to look real close and be real into it.
Yeah.
And so obviously, I know me saying it removes the allure of it, but like it is like ultra beneficial to be able to harvest all that art.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can look at it as like, oh, that PoE 2 art is going on PoE 2. It's not like. All of that, I'm just constantly like, I'm going to take that, you know.
And the tech as well, of course, right? Like any new renderer features we're making, like all that stuff, like you get to use it all.
Hopefully it's more of a positive thing. But I think to wrap it up, I think what it all really comes down to is people just want to know that they can feel confident that Path of Exile 1 has a future where you guys love it and giving it the attention that it deserves.
The next year is going to be the year of Path of Exile, 100%, right? I mean we're talking... every 4 months, both games? It's every 2 months, 6 releases.
Wild.
6 releases a year, that's going to be horrible.
If you guys can pull that off for a year, that's going to be wild. I'm looking forward to it. But, I mean, to allay people's concerns, I guess, in that regard, is you were telling me that this expansion is like, this is part of a multi-season story arc that you're saying.
100%. Like, with, obviously, you, there's a whole bunch I can rant about here. But, effectively, yeah, obviously you see Zana coming back. I know, spoiler, sorry, but kind of was important. You know, you've got Zana coming back, and you've got, it's an additive storyline for now, and that was kind of on purpose because I wanted the endgame to be still familiar. I wanted people, after coming back after almost a year, to still have the core of the endgame be familiar, but have this additive layer on top that's cool and new and they can explore. And I didn't want to like completely rework all the mechanics, and people I want PoE 1, finally a PoE 1 expansion. They come back and they're like, the hell is this end game? This isn't what I remember. This isn't what I was familiar with. So it was really important with this update to have a layer of familiarity across the board, and then like improved and reworked things and removing, obviously with Betrayal, we've removed a lot of the constraints and annoyance and all of that, but it's still mostly just additive stuff on top. Same with the end game. The League is obviously additive, the Mercenaries. So having that there, so there's that core Path of Exile 1 familiarity, was important for this one. But yes, it is like part 1 of a new arc of the end game storyline. Zana's back. We've got a whole new thing to explore. I'm not going to spoil too much of what exactly happens, but there's some cool shit in there. But effectively, it's like a way to think about it is we're now kind of we're going to, over obviously a relatively long time, have the era of the primordials kind of phase out and have the era of this new endgame phase in. And so yeah, it's kind of set up for, right now it's an additive one. Maybe the next endgame one would be a bit more transformative, and then we'll go from there and just explore through this new storyline. So it'll be fun.
I can tell you're excited for like the future of PoE 1, which is this is a good shift, I think. And you were saying you've even got like a good idea that the 326 that you really want to.
327, yes.
Oh, sorry, yeah, next one.
I do, yes. So like another thing with like this expansion, right, is like it's quite content heavy. When you do an end-game expansion in a league, it's a lot of content.
Yeah.
So like, you have some things have to take priority, other things have to take less priority, and so like the character stuff where we've done, a decent chunk of character balance and the new systems interact with all of that. There's clearly ones like, I know Settlers had like just the Giga Melee rebalance and rework, and it changed like 1,000 systems in drastic ways and all of that. But again, I wanted this time more familiarity, and then 327 we're going to go just ballistic on the characters and do as much as we possibly can to like, amp that up and not, I don't know, maybe fully revamp wand builds and create a whole new thing there. And now we have to, because I said that. But, that kind of stuff. So yeah, obviously you have ones that are more content-centric, ones that are more character-centric, and different focuses like that. So this one, content, end game. We wanted our core players who have been playing for 10 years, the ones that are really looking for PoE, who are like mostly playing in the end game, to really have that like expansion and new boss fights. And
that was a discussion we were yesterday, actually, was this idea that you don't necessarily have to worry about that ongoing
I would definitely say that, for PoE 1, it's like it can easily, now very easy to just say, you know what, like, this isn't new player friendly, it's okay. Like, we're making a game for the experienced PoE1 players, so like we
You
can
can-
just go ham with all that
Yeah,
stuff.
you can kind of go nuts with
You
it.
know, like if you're a new player, then PoE2 is obviously going to be more appealing. You know, like I imagine they're more likely to want to go there. But of course, PoE1 still, you know, like it's still. Like we're not going to throw that away completely, but it's like certainly in terms of the focus of the content, like a lot more sort of in-game stuff. You know, the pinnacles obviously and things like that. Like this is stuff that appeals to someone who actually is able to get to that content. So you know, yeah. Of course, you've still got the leagues. You know, the mercenaries. I think you initially when we first told you about it, you seemed a little bit like, oh yeah, I don't know how big that's going to be. But then when you actually played it, it's like, you know, it's quite a, it's
I
quite a
was
thing.
yes, it was beyond what I expected playing it. Because I brought up a concern after watching the reveals that I felt like there was a bit of a gap, some disparity in kind of what you revealed once I got the sense of like what was secrets about Atlas versus Mercenaries of Trumpus. I had some concerns. I was like, okay, so the Mercenaries thing seems like really awesome, and that kind of is like, by the time you get to endgame, you've kind of started to explore a lot of that. And you know, there's still more progression beyond that, but that's like, it's not necessarily like a ton of new content for that mechanic beyond that. And then you've got this new Secrets of the Atlas system, which starts at tier 14. It's very endgame pinnacle content focused. So I'm like, it feels like there's kind of a gap there between tier 1 and 14. But you mentioned yesterday after that discussion that maybe you've changed it.
I initially was like, you know, people are coming back after a long time. They're going to come back, and yeah, some people have been playing, but like the majority of people haven't, and they're going to come back, get to that end game, and be like, all right, let's get my footing back, refigure things out. Obviously, Settlers is there, but I understand a lot of people have experienced that in the last year, so that's going to feel too new. But there's a little bit going on there. You've obviously got Betrayal, and then yes, we have our whole like certain scarabs up, certain scarabs down kind of balance, which I will note, by the way, only a portion of which will be in the initial set of patch notes. We'll have more scarab changes coming soon.
Patch note expansions to be announced.
People who ideally our PoE1 players know by now, we get a little bit feral and we just go to the end. We go till Friday of the release date for our balance changes, so not everything is there, but a lot of it is. You know, there's all those changes, and I thought, yeah, it's all good. What we'll do is aim for the people who really want new Pinnacle fights. Like, when we added the tier 17s, they were a bridge between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacles. So they weren't even the kind of highest tier of difficulty in the game. And you could argue these aren't either because they're Pinnacles, but they are a step above the existing Pinnacles. They are a bit harder. That being said, of course, just to clarify, there is a quest version of them where it is you get to tier 14s and you will find them deterministically and get through all three of them. Just for the narrative, you get to explore all that. They're easier balance. And then you get into farm mode where you get the true rewards and the true, you know, difficulty test. But yeah, as you pointed out, I thought that'd be alright, and then you did raise your like, but what about between tier 1 and 14? It's not going to feel very new, and it was like,
yeah, where's the content?
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, we made some changes, of course, and as much as now in the live stream it says we're introducing it at high tier maps, that is where the story is introduced, so to speak. But we're now adding a bunch of trickled stuff beforehand, all the way from like tier 3 maps. Where you're now, you're finding those memory influence maps, or the influence by the originator, as it said. You're getting the memory strand items, which are actually very useful for actually finding good item drops and crafting as you're going through the in-game. And so you're getting that all the way through. And then, once you get to the higher tier maps is when you get into the actual Pinnacle storyline with the new 3 Pinnacle bosses. So yeah, I mean, look, straight up, it was just like a, you know, what we thought was good oversight, but like, this is always what happens. I think even Jonathan mentioned earlier is that often, you know, when we have these podcasts and interviews, it's just like half the time we end up discussing stuff that we're then going to go and change the day after or the day of, and that's exactly what
I feel like
we
something
end up
always
doing.
comes out of the Q&A. You usually do some sort of live development during these as well.
I mean, there's so much that like to not and happening so rapidly, and coming together very much, you know, all together at the end. It's impossible to really have your eye on everything and not miss like some things. And you know, we often miss things, and then it goes live, and then we address it then as well, and stuff like that, right? It's just like very, very, very crazy. But again, that's I kind of think that's the magic to it, and what allows us to do so much in so little time. But it is also the thing as well that's going to result in, you know, the 6 expansions coming in the next year for the combined games. So
So now, like the state of it looks like veteran players are going to be exploring the mercenaries as they're leveling up. They're going to be going into the end game and kitting out, trying to find their ideal mercenaries, gearing them up, swapping them around, starting to interact with memory packs of enemies that drop memory influence maps, that drop memory influence items that they can craft. which I'm excited about that as like a progression, the crafting system with the boosted craft. And that was, you mentioned like a way of kind of getting the tiering system into Public
Yes,
1.
the initial idea there was like, how can we get the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 item drops from PoE 2 system into PoE 1? And it was like, well, you know, why don't we just do it in the new in-game system? And then we're like, well, we can have more granularity. It can go all the way from 1 to 100. There's not really much point not. And so you're finding better items. Like every time you pick up these items, it could have a set of full tier 1 modifiers. So that was the initial goal. And then, you know, it was like, well, may as well, like crafting orbs can just consume it as well. Now it's worth just getting into that specifically. The basic crafting orbs all consume it. And right now, like, we don't have fossils and harvest and stuff do it, but it is our intention to implement that. But it's a bit scary. There's some OP there for sure, but I really like all those systems interacting and interweaving.
Please.
Now, what we're finding right now is that you actually do that crafting first, then you consume the memory strands for like the final exalts and final applications. And that is something that is happening internally, and you're getting some pretty insane outcomes there to guarantee like a T1 mod on your final exalts and stuff like that. But yeah, if we were to do it the other way around, you'd probably end up having it be very much using all those systems. So before we turn that on, obviously we're going to review every single thing and make sure we're definitely happy with everything, because it is a very complicated web of craziness. But
Actually, that was a question I was wanting to ask. Was like, how do you even make new crafting systems for PoE1 at this point? Like with all the various intricate, do you just kind of like make it and
you just have to effectively just take the chance and just come up with what you can do, because you know if you're worried about literally everything, you don't even make anything. You know, so, you have to on some level.
But it's the same with uniques. It's the same with new character systems. There's so many variables that you kind of just like, here's a thing.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's kind of broken.
Great. It's fun though. It's just fun.
So you've got this progression system now, which sounds phenomenal. That sounds like a really nice improvement. So just to like, while we're exploring the various changes you've done to things like the massive overhaul to Betrayal, for example, and like the new Scarabs and those new systems integration of like the previous one, that's what we call. And then you get to tier 14, and then it's like the new story kicks in with the Secrets of the Atlas, the memories system, and that uses the kind of like the idea of those memory threads.
Yeah, we had what was memories before.
Yeah.
So that was like there was Elva's memory and all of that, and they had kind of different things. You couldn't juice them, but some of them gave pretty specific rewards, and a bunch of them were absolutely nothing.
The lack of juicing kind of meant that they didn't really have a good place in the end game though.
Yeah, there was only a couple that was
so
worthwhile.
we were like, we didn't really give that system justice, so like let's kind of use that as the baseline for the new memory threads, except we 100% allow full juicing.
Yep.
And make them more unique, have the alter mods at the end of each run, and then have the new influence mechanic. And then what we did is we took all those memories and we were like, I think it was Octavian actually who suggested it, was like, put all those on Kirak. And so all the Kirak missions that can now be offered, since Kirak also couldn't be juiced, Kirak's missions now can give you all of the things that appeared on those memories before, which it gives him a unique thing that he didn't have before as well, and it can be more valuable. So, two birds, one stone. Good suggestion. And but yeah, effectively those, and then we're like, you know, those memory strands. We don't want it to just be I'm doing normal mapping. Then you find the memory. We've already tripped up now. It's just like we were talking about yesterday with all the terminology.
Memory threads with memory
threads. The memory threads. Again, once you're playing, it's a bit more clear. But yeah, we've got a bit of synonym thesaurus issues going on. You're doing the memory threads, and it's like, well, we want to be able to do that experience without just having to go, okay, I don't want to have to run a bunch of maps, get a thread, have some fun, and then I'm back to just regular things. So we're like, well, once you finish the storyline, I won't explain exactly how that concludes because it's a big one. What those maps that you can find on that thread now will start dropping as T16s and more frequency, and then but they will be rolling with Tier 17 mod pool, and we're kind of calling those T16.5s. Because they are very close to T17s, and it's kind of, honestly, I would say in some cases, if you get the right memory skills, better than T17s, which I know has been a huge concern, and I agree with that, and I'm finally, hopefully, We can not have just the age of T17s that can't self-sustain and you have to trade for, and a lot of frustration there. That's the hope. If it doesn't fully solve it, obviously it's still the intention to.
Well,
So we will.
well, let's talk about the problem with tier 17s then. So, like, obviously there's a few issues going on there. It seems like, but you had this like very varied endgame, tons of different maps and everything, and then kind of narrow that down to 4 maps instead. And obviously it was presenting problems for build diversity as
It was
well.
also it was also a clash because it was like those were meant to be the bossing way to get to the Ubers.
Yeah.
And it ended up being the juicing, and so then
Yeah.
you have a kind of economy clash between people who want to farm bosses and people who want to juice. And it was like, okay, well, they were intended to be the boss way. Whoops. But they were still kind of fun for both axes, in some regard, minus a few little bits and pieces. Like, obviously, we had to do some changes to the mods, how they generated. Like, we certainly had some hiccups with that one the first time around. It was then all of a sudden now T16s are dead,
Yeah.
So the hope here, bring them back. You can farm the map you want as with the originator influence on it, I believe is what the text said, or what I call memory influence or Zana influence. All of these things, whatever they're influenced with a bunch of red and blue stuff. You get the pedals, you get the skills. But you get the div card you want, you farm the layout you want, to get to do the boss you want, and you don't have to deal with.
Can you say somewhat definitively if like juicing is going to be happening at tier 16s again, or is it still going to be tier 17s again? Not sure.
I currently, as far as I can tell, it should be in the 16s, but I didn't want to make it that the 17s are just garbage.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking a hard
I think, especially with the right memory influence skills appearing, which you do have to take a bit of a gamble for, and sometimes you get really good ones, and sometimes you get okay ones. That's part of the fun when you get in. You're like, oh, yes, I got the epic one that revives monsters, and I get all the loot twice. And then when you get that kind of thing, it's going to be like, okay, this is just 100% better. Like, how is it not? And then, of course, multiply that with all the Orflames, and there's going to be some madness occurring. Not Necropolis tier madness, but there will be a madness. We have learned from that a bit. Don't you worry about that. That was out of control on a level unprecedented. Still new tiers of madness.
There's a question from chat about Atlas passive skill tree and with it expanding, like with all these new things being added to it. Is that something you consider as to, like how many points you end up getting and those decisions like between things?
I like the amount of points you get and the amount you can invest in a given tree loadout. I think that is correct. But we do remove a little bit of nodes, and we have added some, but I wouldn't, we've added new ways to juice via the influence, we've added new ways to add more things to the Orflames and stuff like that, and there's new multiplicative things going on there. I wouldn't also then want to just be like, here's another plus 20% on the tree as well. I think that choice matters. I like that choice matters, and I think you should have to give up something to get something of the new thing, or have one of your loadouts focus on that and two of the others focus on something else. So
and something else that sounds like it's going to help is you mentioned to me this idea that you might be getting more access to the content from the investment nodes that you're taking anyway via Scarabs, right? Scarab drops.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, it was more of a SSF feature, but it will work for everyone. But both the map device where you apply like Breach League and a bunch of the things nodes on the Atlas tree that are a chance to have breaches in your maps, both also now increase the chance of you getting Scarabs of that league's type, which is kind of how PoE2 did it as well with their leagues, where you get expeditions, you get more expeditions. It's the same thing here. We just wanted to push that a bit more, give a little bit more agency and influence the Scarabs you're getting. That way you're getting more of the ones you want, because there are a lot of Scarabs, of course, and you can block a decent chunk of them, and you can invest in some others, and we're just like, more agency is better here, like straight up, so may as well, and it just simply adds more value to the map device craft, so why not?
Alright. I know we're jumping around topics a lot here, but this is kind of in the flow of things, but on the mercenary topic, so you've designed these guys to be so good that everyone's going to want to use one, right? And that's like the right way to design it, objectively, but it does raise the question as to you need to make sure that they're not abrasive to use, that they're fun to use, that there's not necessarily problems where you feel like, oh, I have to use them. So how do you go about making sure that that's the case for these guys?
I mean, obviously them increasing the difficulty like, you know, is a thing that says maybe you don't want to necessarily, you know, maybe they're not pulling their weight on a boss fight, you know, and stuff like that, making it actually harder because of the life.
Don't have the right
You know,
mercenary,
or if you don't have the right mercenary, you don't have the right gear on, or these are factors. However, generally they should be fun to have with you. You should want to engage with it. That is the League. If you're not playing in the League, or you don't want to engage with the League as much, you still got the end game. You still got Betrayal. You still got, you know, the settlers. All that stuff is all still there. The character balance changes. Everything's still there. It's just, you know, ideally you'd want to engage with the mercenaries. They are generally more beneficial than not. You would have to really over-level them and not be upgrading them for them to start being kind of useless.
But the item and combat mechanic with them by itself is also like, even if you're not hiring a mercenary, there's still like, you know, there's a source of items there. But there's new things like mechanics that they've got going on with that. So like even that part is a thing in itself.
Well, something I didn't realize from watching it and then even playing for a while was that, and I think the UI is getting improved by launch for this, but the when they have like the currency pocket, when you don't actually pick a currency from that, they give you all the currency from that window. Yeah, it's like so. It was a bit juicier than I thought it was actually. Probably by surprise.
Yeah. Why not? But it was interesting creating a, you know, there's not many leagues where you get one reward.
Yeah.
Like, and obviously not the currency pouch, but you
pick a item,
picking a single piece of gear.
Yeah.
And so we had to really think like, okay, I mean you can see it, so you already get a pick from all the different slots. But it was like, how do we make sure that their gear is comparable to what a player would have, which is kind of you're identifying many and picking the best, and you're crafting the thing, and so it's always better than average. And so we had to really think about what their gear should and what their items should look like. To be comparable to something you would actually want or have. So yeah, it's rare to have a league where you actually only just get one item. Like even Ultimatum, sure you get one in many rounds in a row, so you still get up to 10, whereas this is just actually one.
So you have to make sure it's good.
Yeah, and it was actually kind of complicated to do, but you know, there's some pretty powerful stuff you can get from that. I mean, obviously the uniques are relatively easy to put in, but they do affect the mercenaries in some pretty crazy ways. But the you know, rare items and stuff like that, yeah, it was a little bit complicated to actually get that to feel good, such that you feel like, you know, I actually want to take that, as opposed to just always taking the currency. But if you want to do that, go ahead as well.
Was there any kind of, just out of curiosity, was there any kind of thought on like as to what sort of items or what sort of mods they roll on their items then? Since they're like they are kind of specific builds.
Yeah, kind of. It is relative to the build more so. Yes,
Yeah.
like there are like 30 something different archetypes. So we talked about like the striker and I can't remember the names of Eruptor and stuff, but there are like 30 something of them, and you know, there's a chaos mage, and there's ones with curses, and ones with auras, and ones with I'm obviously listing all the the stuff because I know that, you know, it's the aura bots of Trathus really is probably how a lot of people are going to see it.
No aura, exiled.
But actually, there's a lot of custom skills in there. They're not entirely player skills.
Yeah,
I know we touched on the Trathus skills, but we, you know, like only showed this. There's maybe around 16 of them. Some of them
And you
are
can
cool.
get those, right?
They can just be in their little pouch.
And you can just take one.
You can pick them, and when you defeat them, they drop it, and you get it, and that's a new. So it's kind of like a transfigured gem in a way, but it's a Trathan gem, and it's just so that's our way of delivering a bunch of new skills. And I know you have like Blood Storm Call, which is like physical, that creates a blood dot. So you maybe want to, you know, so there might be some builds that want to do that. There's like spectral shield throws and a whole bunch of different things. We saw the Siege Ballista in the live stream, but there's certainly a whole bunch of them. I know there's a kind of incinerate based blast ray. Blast rain was it? Yeah, like arrow comes down, does a wave of almost like an incinerate wave out of it and stuff like that. So like, you know, spoiling a bunch of them, but it's only 4 or so. But yeah, there's heaps of different skills there, which is pretty cool. But then they also just have like kind of high cooldown and different passive skills and stuff like that as well. So like, there's a lot of stuff.
Should have put more of those in the video, honestly.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, probably. Yeah. There's going to be some surprise and cool stuff for people to find. You know, it's alright. It was a 42-minute presentation. You know, like it's all right. Give a taste. Let people find a lot of cool stuff on live. So.
In terms of making them fun to like manage and hire and things like that, if you'd asked me before playing it, I would have said like, oh yeah, you want to get the sort of passive and but then I tried after playing, I was like, oh, it's kind of good that you can go that. There's no you can change easily.
It would have been a bit annoying.
Yeah, and
wanted
a bit too much tedious upkeep.
low micromanagement on this. So like doing the gear, but you won't have to do that too often. They don't level up. They don't have they have a passive tree behind the scenes. You just don't get to see it or engage with it.
I wasn't actually sure. Was that
I mean,
when it's actually allocating individual nodes?
No,
'Cause I assumed
no,
not.
they have a trap and passive tree.
Secret proprietary.
Yeah. I mean, they gain stats as they level up, and it's kind of relative to the archetype, and there's some stuff going on. But you don't need to care about that. It's just as far as you know, they're higher level. They've made somewhat intelligent decisions about their passive points and whatnot, and they're pretty good. Of course, some are better than others. Some will be good for your build. Much like you will have, here's the meta ascendancies for a league. Probably those in each meta ascendancy then has the meta mercenary for the league, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it'll be matched to your build.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy, I suspect. In the end, it's like, as much as it's pretty simple to just arrange them, there's going to be a lot of little minor complexities.
It's all part of the building, guys.
I was going to say, are they going to have to implement some interesting...
It's definitely going to be a part of your build, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
got to go in there. Yeah.
100%.
They can give you auras and various other buffing skills. I had Templar, I had like an aura, and he had the Smite with the lightning aura.
Your meta build, then for that you need your 3 meta mercenaries, and then your meta animate guardian, and then you've got, oh my god, at least a lot more items will be getting put to use, so that's good.
I'd be curious to see how the Animate Guardian feels, because, I don't know, like, that one has obviously the skill gem cost as well, potentially, like, support and things like that.
Of course.
So there's obviously a bit more of a tax, whereas these guys are just a free add-on on top, and it costs you anything. It's like,
gold.
Yeah, gold. Which was, you intentionally didn't go for an upkeep cost for them, which I noted.
Yeah, I mean, you already earned there. You still got to pay them a little bit, but you defeated them. You don't need to pay them by the hour
There's a
anymore.
gold cost if they die, which I found I had a couple die early on, but then they were mostly, especially if I picked good ones, they were staying alive. Like, I had one guy that was ridiculously tanky, and then some of them had like 4k life, and this guy had like Vitality and Enduring Cry, and like a Fizz Aura and Mortal Call and things like that. I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are better than me.
It's true. Often you might find yourself aspiring to become more like a mercenary.
Yes.
But look, these are trained fighters from a ruthless place in Trathus, and they've come here and they're like, what are all you weaklings doing? And so,
it was quite confronting when I was like doing my usual running through mud flats with my ranger in like a Hessian sackcloth clothing, and then I run into literally the ranger one, and they're like wearing Giga MTXs and they got like all these different supported skills, and they're like comboing them together. And I'm like, whoa.
It's giving you something to aspire to. This is what I can become. And it's, whoops.
I felt really good when I fired them later.
Yeah, look, remember, they came here of their own choice. They haven't been exiled here as a criminal and left to rot on a beach.
I have to say, they kind of feel like suckers. So they've got this honor code system, right, that says that if a challenger comes and challenges them, they have to wager literally one of the pieces of clothing they're wearing of the challenger's choosing, and the challenger doesn't have to put up anything. Like, you don't have to wager anything of yourself. Like, I feel like in a previous part of Exile, we might have be like, oh yeah, you have to gamble your item.
But if you remove the game mechanic from the equation and you go, okay, let's say you and I have a duel and I get to take your shoes, and my sacrifice is I have to die. I don't think that's a fair trade. Now,
but this is in a world where you can revive.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Okay.
And like, honestly, if I have to go like your shoes versus my 15% experience, I don't know.
That's pretty nice boots.
Yeah, sure, but that's part of my level I just lost. So I don't know if I'll take that trade.
You got me there. That's a good point. We'll get some more questions about the mercenaries there. Do mercenaries count as minions? Has been asked.
I said 15%, and I realised that is not correct.
Oh, what was the?
I'm just making up numbers. No. Ignore me. I know that's the wrong number.
No. What have you done? That's going to be quoted.
I just quickly glance at chat, and I'm like, oh, jeez, I said it. I just made something up on the spot in the heat of the moment.
The question was, do mercenaries count as minions for the purpose of various minion-based things?
They don't count as a semantic minion for minion damage and all of that. But I know, for example, all the how there's bosses and they have certain skills because they're less avoidable. They deal less damage to your minions. They also count as they also get that damage reduction from those things because they're not like going, there's an AOE here, I'm getting out of it, and they're going to jump back in like you are.
they're just going to soak the damage, and so yeah, we've made it so obviously that, you know, they don't take as much damage from you know, those unavoidable attacks, so to speak, and much like how your minions do and whatnot. But again, they're pretty tanky, so you know, on top of that.
On that same spirit of like you know, live improvements happening as we're talking about, it's like yesterday I was asking kind of, oh, can you heal them with like the minion flask or something like that to like heal them in between combats, and later I got a message saying that, oh, you guys have changed it so that they heal out of combat now.
Yeah, it was taken from the it's something I actually really like that the minions do in PoE 2, where when there's some downtime they kind of regenerate back to full life. So yeah, that change was made yesterday actually, and yeah, so now the mercenary, you don't have that thing where you have to give it some life regen, and like, you know, explored a few different options, but it was just like, you know what, just like if there's a little bit of downtime, or it's more if they haven't lost life in the last some amount of time, they just whoop back to full life. So you know,
it's just good quality of life. Yeah.
You don't just have them sitting at 10% life and you're like, what am I supposed to do here?
So they can be brought into pinnacle content is one of the other questions or something?
Yeah, anywhere. Everywhere in the game.
No restrictions on that?
Yep.
Nice, cool. And seemingly from the question, based on the questions, don't believe that you can have like a 6-person party and have that you wouldn't allow that. That's too crazy. I mean, it is too crazy, but you do allow that, right?
We do.
Yeah, we do.
That's the thing. Okay.
I mean, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot of auras. But you know, I'm very much looking forward to playing my. Everyone knows I play my support characters, and you know, you'd expect, you're a support character, so you can get a DPS merc now and not have to play with your friends. But I'm thinking, well, hold on, I can be a support character and have a support mercenary and support my friends even more. So like, you know, it's all win.
That sounds about you. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, while leveling, I certainly felt like the DPS ones were viable if I was playing more of a skilled role, or if I was like struggling in that regard. They did seem like they were actually able to kill things. Is that something that can happen in endgame though? Like, that seems hard to believe.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can give them Headhunter, you can give them all of that stuff, and they take the damage, they scale it. Like, the only thing they don't have is, you know, your skill, which could be bad, and thus they could be better than you, or you could be very good, and in which case, you know, I'm just saying, like, they are still a computer. Right? They are still at the end of the day doing that, so they may not make the smartest decisions that you agree with.
There's like custom features.
There is, 100%.
So they're a bit above the 50% line.
Yeah, they might be. Yeah, I'd say around 55%, just percentile average. Computers can be good. So, but at the end of the day, you know, when you're like, you know, giga zooming and obliterating everything before it can even appear on your screen entirely, you know, there's a question of how much use can there really be, and that's where I come in and say that the floor is filled. They are half a party member worth of loot increase, and they are, you know, whatever auras and all of that. So you might pivot from more. You definitely want, like, DPS ones are real good all the way through, but once you again become the power of 1,000 gods, like,
there's a certain point where
there's only so much you can do. Now that being said, if you do want to play a more passive character and you want them to just go wild, like, they're pretty strong. There is, of course, the thing where if you miscalculate that, you go into your pinnacle relying on them to kill it, and you miss the mark and they die. It's not like you're bringing them back in that area. So now you're like, oh, damn it. I'm not sure what to do now, and you've got to do it the hard way. So, but yes, much like you change the Animate Guardian, if they die, they don't come back into that area.
Sounds like a good way of doing it.
In short instances, yeah.
Much better than the losing gear and all that, all that drama.
We went through all that. I even had to like, maybe in Ruthless they should lose an item, or maybe, you know, I was like, oh, no, look, it's either right or wrong. Let's just go with what we know is right, what people will like, and what is not going to just cause a bunch of unnecessary. Oh my god, now I've got to do this again. Something unpredictable happens, or some monster skill is like particularly imbalanced, and it's like, oh my god, it just lost so much currency, and like, so all good.
Sounds great, awesome. So Settlers Town went forward and everybody built it. Thank you. Gold Goes Core, which obviously is an experiment feels like a success then. Jonathan, I think you feel like you can speak to that.
I mean, sure.
Goal as a core feature of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely happy with where gold, like, you know, with how gold improves things. I mean, you know, we originally did it as a way to reduce the number of things that monsters can drop while still having it so that they feel like they drop things.
Yeah, like culling the
Yeah. So I mean, I honestly like. I think it's been a straight up improvement, and obviously it's really good to be able to work with the you know, the new the the currency market and stuff like that. Like, I think that stuff. Like, you know, I don't know that there'd be another way to do that as successfully as the way that works. So yeah, like I think that's worked well. It's funny because you know, like, on the surface you're like, oh, every game's got gold, but the funny thing about it is that in most games gold is a lot of games have like bound items, and then gold is the only thing you can trade. In our game you've got unbound items and gold is the only thing you can't trade, and that's why it sort of works, is that kind of trading kind of thing. So I think the way we've done it, like, it works well, and I definitely want to keep it. Like, it's got a definite place for sure. And yeah, like, we may be able to expand its use as well more in the future potentially. Like, right now it's not used for like shops or anything like that. Like, you know, it's used for gambling, but it's not used for the regular shops. And like, there was some issues around that, but we might change that one day. Sort of hard to say, but you know, yeah, I think it's definitely it's good.
Yeah, okay. And that means obviously currency exchange is staying core and things like that. It looks like shipments were staying core, and that's one that I see is like interesting. Some people love it. You know, it's passive income, and but it's also like an obligation. You know, it's a thing you got to check in on. It's busy work to an extent.
We did some changes here, so we did slow down. You know, we made them take longer, so and proportionally, in some cases, increase the rewards. The intention there being, of course, that way you have to deal with it less.
Yeah.
And it's not the focus of the league anymore.
Yeah.
So we don't want it to be overtaking what you're doing all the time.
Yeah. Look, I expect these things to be a bit divisive, 100%. Some people love it, some people don't, and that's great. That's everything in PoE, and that's everything we add. And you can choose to do it, you can choose not to do it. Maybe you choose to just do the crops and do the shipments and not worry about all the other stuff to do with it. Maybe you just use the map runners and put all of your gold investment into that. You know, there will be other ways to spend gold in the future. Maybe because you don't want to deal with them, you build up in excess, and then all of a sudden we add the gambling strongbox from PoE 2 or something like that. To sink the rest. Who knows? Yeah, we'll see.
Dude, it's so good.
It's a fun strongbox, but that will come to PoE 1, I promise you.
100%.
So, but you know, there'll be ways to do it, but we'll feel it out and see how much gold people are getting relative to losing as well a bit, and then see. But the intention here is that if it's feeling annoying and how much you have to deal with it, then we've missed the mark, and we'll probably even, you know, adjust things a bit further as well.
Okay, yeah.
But again, like everything, it's up to you, your agency, your choice. Like,
You touched on an interesting point, because I feel like before it was optional because it was there and it was free stuff, so why wouldn't you do it? But now you're actually, both in terms of gold but also your passive application, like, are you actually even investing in having those ores appear versus something else? So it's not necessarily just like a free thing on top that you're obligated to do. It's now a more conscious decision.
I could see it feeling mandatory, and if it does feel mandatory, then we've missed the mark a little bit for sure.
You want to avoid that.
I don't want it to feel so mandatory, but that being said, I also wouldn't want it to feel so terrible that you never want to engage with it. So there's always a fine line to hit, and
But it's stuff you can only get from there, so there's always going to be that.
Yeah, for sure. If you want to get the tattoos and rune grafts, and some of those rune grafts, a lot of them are like pretty crazy off-build stuff, and there's a good set of like chase ones in there, and you know, there's some pretty crazy stuff in there to get. You know, but I think it's a better system. I like the idea that now Settlers is giving 2 different passive tree mechanics that can coexist as the rewards, aside from obviously recombinating and map running and stuff. But as opposed to like, you know, just the freaking insane enchants that you were getting on your weapons.
So
before.
the enchants are gone then. This replaces that, yeah. Which I think
They were a little bit much on the power creep axis. It was kind of just a bit crazy, but you know, I wouldn't say that we won't see some sort of weapon enchant system back in the future.
Yeah.
You know, a bit more regulated and stuff like that, but you know, because there's room for that, there's design space for that, but we never know what form. But I like that Settlers is where you go to get your alternate passive tree stuff. I think for changing masteries and changing nodes, I like that as the the reward.
It's pretty funny reveal of the light reveal of the recombination changes, and so everyone's like, oh no, you did it, you got rid of build and replace it with this, but then obviously
we're here seeing all of the L's, and then I'm like, don't worry, they'll come back. They'll come back. It's all right.
It's very entertaining from our perspective.
That's right. And then all of a sudden, L's www save. I love it. I very thoroughly enjoyed watching Chef. Yeah.
So you kept the old version of recommendation. Is that changed on Urban Anywhere, or is that just as it was?
The old way, I can't speak to that with an absolute certainty, and I would have to talk to, one of the main designers dealing with that. But I say like we should pretty much keep it the same, and if there is a change, it needs to be like very much justified. It's not like people like it for a reason. Like keeping it alongside the other one and then gutting it is obviously not not the play. You may as well have not kept it at that point. So yeah, it was certainly the intention that we keep it. It's still a favorite. Like if anything, I would be okay with making things more expensive. So it's a little bit harder to use at the top end when you're doing like the very I think that is maybe the thing we concluded when you're interacting with a lot of the really special modifiers that you normally can't get on items. We're making it a bit more expensive. But I don't think that was a huge constraint anyway, unless you were
for people doing
unless
it
you were
usually.
Sure. So, I would prefer to do something like that instead of nerfing the power of it at this point. And I'm like 99% sure we didn't nerf the other. I'll verify, and if it is the case, I will let the community know.
On the topic of gold, an ongoing thing has been that gold is very present from core atlas mechanics and certain things, but other things just literally don't drop it. You do blight or whatever and you just don't get gold, or sanctum just doesn't get gold. That's obviously a separate topic, but is this something that has been normalized across the game? Do you want players to be in a position where they can't use it?
We are making some adjustments. So like when we did that, obviously we went through the entire game, of which there is a lot, and specifically we're like, do this, too much gold, lower, and we had penalties and increases all over the place, and a bunch of stuff was too low. Some stuff is, and I wouldn't say it's too high. It was actually probably relatively nice mostly. There was just a bunch of stuff that's just dead. And it is our intention for that to not be the case. So yeah, we do want to increase those. I don't know how much they'll necessarily increase by, but it is something that is on our radar 100%. So.
Yeah, okay, great. Because
Heist is a good example.
Yeah, I think the most compelling argument I heard in favour of like making sure that those had access to gold was for the player who wanted to focus on just that. They just want to heist. They can't currency exchange, right? That's the biggest problem.
100%. It isn't. It is just like let's say it is already a relatively divisive league, and then also the gold sucks. It's easy to perceive that as dead. So yeah. It is, look, there are some things where we maybe make an intentional decision because they are like too rewarding to be like it's not a place you're going to get a lot of gold. Sanctum. And then, when we're like, okay, we'll make some changes to it. But then you have the, things like Heist, where I would say it isn't that regard, and it's just like, why is the gold bad here? And it's like, look, we just missed the mark. So
yeah. Oh, well, I guess since we brought it up, the Anti-Sanctum Alliance has been constantly messaging me, asking about, whether Sanctum's going to see any changes in terms of just kind of how much raw currency it prints early league for like a low investment for like really knowledgeable players, giving them such a massive advantage over less ones. Obviously, that's always the case, but it seems to a severe magnitude.
I don't have the exact changes because we're like ongoing today or Monday, but like. Which I know seems crazy. So they're not like massive grand rework, but at least for now we're certainly going to give it less of the edge it has. I don't exactly know what form, but it's not going to have. It's not just going to be untouched. In terms of like a grander future, like I would like to shift away from it just being pure regular currency and move into something where it has its own item and own reward mechanic that has some sort of interaction with something. Like almost every league has something special, and that one is just like obviously it's got a relevant meta system, but it's just like here's some uniques, here's a different style of gameplay, but just like here's all the currency. So then it becomes very quantifiably better or worse than just like core game. And obviously very, very early, it's very strong, and then, maybe juicing catches up, but then, it obviously gets a little bit crazy and different axes, you get a lot more uniques, a lot more different things. But it's still, it's just that there's very easily quantifiable thing where it's like a very good strategy if you know what you're doing, especially very early on, as you say. But it needs its own thing. It 100% needs its own thing. So, but at least for now, it doesn't have to be as good as it is for how easy it is to do so. So we'll make some changes, I just don't know the exact specifics. And as a result, they won't be in the patch notes today, it will be in another coming soon section. Because it's, yes. Right. I mean, again, why would we not stop? Why would we stop developing now? We have another week.
Before, it's like, we're going to sit around twiddle your thumbs. Exactly. Sounds good. with the like big changes to Betrayal, which look phenomenal, that's obviously like a big overhaul for that, and something that was really long awaited. It does kind of make me want to ask, like, do you have like another one that you're really looking forward to giving a similar treatment? I hear a lot of feedback about quality of life. For example, not looking for one.
That is on our radar. There's, I don't know, for like itemizing base and improving the quality of life there. It's just annoying. Maybe more a little bit. But, you know, like talking about like the Sanctum Reward as an example, there's some others, like I'd love to give, you know, Blight a bit of an overhaul. I'd love to, you know, do something with Delve. You know, it's just all those, like, there's probably more that I want to actually look at the full list of like, here's some obvious ones, but look, these things fall out of popularity, they fall out of favor, they get outdated, they become old, you know, like
legacy of a decade.
You know, it's what happens, but the good thing is, much like with Betrayal, we give it a whole fresh coat of paint, fresh coat of paint. New rewards, new systems, new interactions, you know, or you know, step forward the storyline and evolve it into a mini
I have
sequel
no idea what you
sometimes
missed.
as an
I've been
option.
zoned out.
You know, there's all these kinds of things that are completely things we could do. So like, you know, purely hypothetical. Maybe you're now later on you're just delving and oh my god, there were the 3 cities and now there's a 4th city with a 4th boss and you have. What is this thing I'm finding? You know,
100% confirmed.
Again, now because I've said, yeah, hypothetical has to become reality. So.
100% confirmed. Also, just like the Blight overhaul coming next week. And in my mind, you didn't even say it, but like temples are getting reworked. So it's like, you didn't even say it, but I said that in my mind, and now it's true. So I'll hold you to that.
You cannot confirm nor deny.
Some rapid fire quality of life things to kind of follow on from the best Gary mentioned. We have like the ID all things in your inventory from PoE2. Love it. Would love to see it in Part 1. Any reason why I couldn't get it or wouldn't get it? You hate it?
I can't remember what it's on my list. It's still on my list. It's I had my here's all the quality of life stuff. It was like there was a section where it's like to discuss later again. And I put it in that, and I actually genuinely cannot remember why it wasn't just immediately and obviously doable.
Yeah, it seems like the things you want to do, you're like, yes, do it. So I assume some people.
There was one thing that was like blocking me from just being like, hey, 100% just do it. I just can't remember what it was, but it's a thing we can get around and make happen for sure. But like, yes, the being able to go to town and ID all was very useful, and Hideout as well was an extreme upgrade that I liked. So,
well, tell me whatever dev is working on, I'll go make a launch or something so I can focus.
Oh, I'll take you to them afterwards. You have to now, because if I'm going to be held to things I'm saying, you're going to help by lunch. So,
okay, see what I can do. Some of the older bosses with phases, Chimera is the one that stands out to me. Is like
immunity phases.
Yeah, just like really long immunity phases.
Well,
I feel quite dated at this point.
Katarina got the same treatment. Where it's just like, oh, okay, like you know, maybe like 40 immunity phases is just a bit much. It's not. I don't know what the number was. It wasn't that, but like it was just a bit much. But yeah, a lot of those are going to need a bit of overhaul as well. It's hard to justify going back and spending a lot of time on that. There's sometimes very easy things we can do, because instead of doing that, we could just be making a brand new boss that's like way more
knowledge.
And some of those are just like very high in end game, get some fragments. It's one boss of 4 that then gets to a pinnacle, and like you know, you want your pinnacles to be good. You certainly want your end of line bosses like Katarina to be good, and having as many immunity phases as it was just doesn't hold up now. Like I would say it didn't even really either. It just again it takes you to really back out of the new stuff and go back and look at the thing to go, what is actually wrong with this, and look through everything and go, oh yeah, there's actually more bad here than I thought. And then you go through and fix it all and change it all and revamp it all and do it again X years later.
It's been a while since we talked about this, but with a discussion about gold and the currency exchange, I feel like it's worth revisiting. Just like, how do you feel that the old trade manifesto holds up from way back in the day? Like now,
Well,
in light of
I would say that the currency exchange, like, kind of definitely shows that there's a. I mean, it's not like we didn't know there wasn't demand for instant trade, right? But the currency exchange definitely helped things a lot. And I know that we still want to do more stuff. Like I've kind of talked a little bit before about how there's other things we want to do, and I still think we want to do it. The main thing is that like the gold allows us to make it so that there can be a cost that isn't the cost of having to do the actual trade with like individual other people. And so I do think there is a world where we can go to where we can have a different system. We'll probably prototype that in PoE 2 first, I reckon, where we still don't have a permanent standard economy. In PoE 2, we've got an economy that will exist forever, but that's not going to be standard, right? Because that would be the access economy. So we've still got an opportunity here to completely damage the economy without being able to recover from it.
I know from my perspective, when the currency exchange came out, I was like, after we played, and it was such a relief of friction that I was like,
you were like, oh, this is all we ever need.
Maybe this is enough. And then now after, and obviously then it started coming back a little bit, then playing O2O on PoE 2. And then going to trying to trade from the items, I was like, damn it, I'm reminded of all the frustrations. I'm like, we definitely need more than just the currency exchange.
Yes, instant buyout.
I would say we scoped it out, wanted to see if it's better enough, and then I was just like getting beyond angry trying to trade. And I'm
Did you trade with PoE 2 people and it's like you do 3 chromosomes in 10 minutes.
I think players like
So what I found in PoE 2, a fun little trade thing, is when I first started, people didn't know. Go to you invite them, they come to your hideout.
Basically.
And I'm like, are you coming? What's going on? And then they're sitting in Act 2 town, just like waiting for me, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. No one knows that you just go to your hideout. There's a new thing to have to learn.
Oh, and it's shifted as well, like weird new kind of like things of like cultural things have grown out of that, just like kind of independently from different like new people versus pre-existing PoE players, and it's become a strange little
It's
thing.
real fun to watch, eh?
It's an interesting little social experiment thing going on, isn't it? But I think like I think what you touched on there is that it does just kind of raise the question of like, oh, where should the friction be? The friction being in gold feels really good.
That is exactly the thing that we would prefer, right?
Yeah.
The thing that's going to be the question is that if gold is the only friction, it still needs to be that the cost of it is enough. So the thing that the Trade Manifesto talks about basically is you get this issue with you don't get it with currency. So doing it with currency is actually fine because currency, it acts as a sink. It is currency, so it's okay to have like fluid trade for that. When you start getting into items, then you start to have that issue where the stuff at the top is worth like astronomical amounts, and the stuff at the bottom is worth nothing. And like any trade will cause that, but the easier trade is, the more you get that. So you kind of got this like, if trade it was very hard, you get like a flat line. You can turn into more of an exponential growth curve as you as trade becomes easier and easier. So effectively, you just have to make sure that we're hitting the right point. And what I worry about, and this is one of the things as well, if we first do something like this, we're probably going to have to price the gold cost pretty high as a starting point, and then kind of maybe back it off as we see like what the effect is. Because if gold is the only barrier, then you're going to see that kind of issue.
Well, gold's like a direct kind of translation of your like play time / play quality or efficiency to that trade.
So the fact that it works that way, where it's effectively bound to you, effectively means that we can use it this way, and that's kind of the difference between the game. So I think it will work, but it's like we just have to be very careful. 100%.
Because I 100% get like the concern about it, because this is about like what you're actually putting on your character and circumventing whether you actually do any gameplay for
Absolutely.
that. But this makes it so that you are doing gameplay for that, and it's an alternate method.
And so we have to be careful, especially in the early game, where if you can just get something that some high-level player just doesn't care about anymore, so they sell it for nothing. And then but it costs you, but it still effectively costs it still needs to cost you something. So we just have to make sure we're getting that right. So when we do it, we're going to have to be very careful around that.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was just kind of like you can only really like realistically do a couple items a day, then it's not your bulk trading kind of method.
Can be,
it exists alongside the existing one or something like that. That could be a prototype for it. So it seems like it feels possible now, whereas before it was like a no way never. That's crazy.
It is possible now for sure.
Which is I'm excited to see what you do to experiment with that. Mark Saves King.
Won't be too far away, I think. But, I'm pretty sure we're going to prototype it in PoE 2 first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where we've got a bit more leeway there.
Like you said, I mean that shows a bit of like a love and sanctity to Path of Exile 1 there. For people maybe concerned you don't care about it.
Right. I guess so.
Yeah. Just one more note. And all you people who are listing items,
here he goes, rant time.
and then you're not even AFK. You're in a map, and you're just not replying.
Don't list it for that
Ban
person.
them.
Please stop it. Please. Or actually, no. You're going to keep going now because then you're going to have more drive to get this new system implemented. So yeah, it backfires.
Ban them, Mark.
There is
Do
that.
it. Ban them.
Make trade as bad as possible to motivate you.
No, we're not having some acceleration of stuff. Concept here, that's terrible.
And that is the note that will wrap up the Q&A on today. Thank you very much, folks, for hanging out with us.
Time.
Thank you, Jonathan and Mark, for answering our questions.
Time.
Look forward to playing more of Secrets of the Atlas and Mercenaries of Trappers.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah,
Everyone had fun, and we're back.
Yeah, we're so back. We're so back. So back. See you later, guys.
See you later.
Bachelors? Who's got him? Release the notes. Yeah, surely that's the first thing I'm gonna control after Dark Mage. All right. You're not supposed to start on 3 if you say on 3. The supporter packs are there. The supporter packs are there. Shit, I forgot it was $90 for the top league ones now. I don't know, maybe 90-60 is the play. I mean, I don't know, I like the cape on this though. This might, oh, there it is, patch notes out. There we go, they're out. Here we go, 3.26 patch notes. There we go, so Archmage. Archmage. 3% nerf. 3% nerf. Power Siphon. 54% effectiveness at added damage nerf. Attack speed buff though. Trickster, let's see, Trickster. Polymount now provides 2% more damage for each mastery, and then Escape Artist, Energy Shield nerf. Okay. So basically, Trickster still OP. Trickster still OP. Okay. Hierophant. Sanctuary of Thought Ascendancy pass no longer provides 25 mana reservation efficiency or 50% less mana cost skills, and now provides 1% mana regen per second. What? Why did the Hierophant get hit harder than Trickster? I mean, okay. I guess Archmage is. That's a pretty big hit for Archmage. Maybe there's some other Trickster stuff. I don't know. Maybe they nerfed hybrid bases. Oh well. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Okay, okay. Yep. Already know all this. Already know all that. Actually, there's some new thing today. Yeah, channeling support. This thing looked OP. It was like 60% damage for channeling. Shaper Exalt, Elder Exalt, Memory Strand thing, Orb of Unraveling, consume memory strands of 3 tiers. Orb of Intention, okay. 20 new uniques, 5 new div cards. Pause anytime. Rogue Harbor acts through a pin on the world map once you've traveled there once. Oh, you can slash heist. Max numbers of players in the Rogue Harbor has been halved. Holy, people with potato PCs are saved. Message is now put the chowder, the nameless hero reflecting the spawns randomly in the map. Guild officers have been canceled unaccepted invites to the guild. Endgame changes. Players can no longer gain or lose XP in boss zones. Alice memories have been removed. Existing items been. Damn, dude, those were cool though. Alice memories have been removed. Existing items will be deleted upon logging in, and existing memories on your Alice have been removed. Dude, these should have got more love. These things should have got more love, dude. These should have been a league mechanic. What were they? They like came out when Kalandra came out, I think. They should have been the mechanic, not Kalandra. New red tier cure missions that you might recognize from previous Alice memories. Oh, so that okay, so it's on cure missions. Yeah, I mean, I guess the new ones are just memories, juiced memories, but breach splinters or encounter automatically collect dropped at the end. Commonly found scarabs now drop at higher stack sizes and higher true maps are found less often to know how comic basic currency stack sizes increase the area level. Using an Orb of Horizons on an Elder Guardian of Conqueror map will now also reroll the Guardian or Conqueror to a different one. Yep. Including a non-unique map a tier lower than it is naturally found no longer grants map bonus. Wait, it did this before? Further improve level generation of blighted maps so that they fail to open less often again. Okay, what's on the atlas? Adding acid caverns, air lake, arsenal, bizarre canyon, okay, nice canyon, observatory, core, frozen caverns, ghetto, gray trough, iceberg, ivory temple, laboratory, park, oh park, big one. Park's big one. Power is good. Waste pool's okay, I guess. Waterways, wharf. Okay, there's some decent ones there. I feel like it's been forever since Primordial Blocks has been. I feel like it's been like 3 years. There's gonna be some deaths in there. Following maps removed. Academy. This might be the best change. Academy is the worst map in the game. Burial chambers, cage, caldera, carcass, cells. You know, I actually don't really mind cells too much. Crater, courthouse, coves, ooh. Desert, dry sea fields, fungal hollow, gardens, graveyard, haunted mansion, infested valley, lair, lookout, marshes, pit, port, relic chambers, residence, fire lair. Okay, so I'd say it's about even on good ones added and bad ones, or good ones removed. Yeah, still got City Square. Not bad, not bad. Map tiers shuffled. Okay. Alice passive tree changes. Alice passive skills that provide additional chance for your maps to contain a master or extra content can be turned off through Alice passive now also causes scares your map to have an increased chance to be of that type of extra content. Intelligence gathering node has been replaced with new lethal extract. Is this the one that gives you like int every time you do a thing, like 10 intelligence, whatever you free pose or whatever? As they're executing an immortal syndicate members, grant intelligence of their current division equal to 2 times their current rank. Okay. I don't know what current division means, but sure. Straight narrow notable task has been replaced with new minor striker, which prevents ore deposits and covering scares from carrying the maps. Oh, it just means like where they are. Settlers added to the core game. God damn it. After almost a year of building, John is finally finished. Satisfied with upgrades made to King's March. God damn it. Yeah, still get tattoos, rune graphs, which like replace your mastery, kind of like a mastery tattoo. Those are cool. Previous method of recombination is still available if you prefer to leave it up to fate, combining 2 items randomly with no risk of destroying items, though this is the less predictable method. Does that mean it's not nerfed, dude? Unless the success rate on these is on the like the PoE 2 way is actually good. I don't, dude. I swear, if it's alt spam league again, dude. Oh my god. Did they say it's nerfed in the video? I hope so. Algarian scarabs. Yeah, passive nodes.
Takže pôjdeme lode. Lode, shipping.
Items of rarity dropped by possessed monsters in maps have 25% chance to be converted to thaumaturgic dust. Soul by found in your maps is granted as a random ore instead at 25% of the value. Life force found in your maps is granted as a random crop instead at 300% of the value.
Lode, a betrayal.
Said it wasn't nerfed.
Lode, betrayal, vďaka lodiam Nika na maximum.
I don't know. I just hope the PoE 2 way is better. If I have to alt spam again, I will shit my pants any bit. There are now 5 job rankings for King's March, which was previously 10. Adjusted banana to more closely match the size of the Kalguran version. What? Okay, here's the question. Do you think the chicken in King's March will still crash you? That is the question.
Takže poudu sa lode. Lode a betrayal.
Mastermind separate from betrayal. Save as you can. Defeat the boss. No longer
Easy job.
reset state. Got a boss fragment. Mastermind fight improved. Fewer immunity phases, new rewards.
Dagon. Damn it.
New veiled modifiers on Mastermind uniques. They said they fixed it, but they actually did not fix the chicken. It still crashes you sometimes. Katarina can now drop all flame embers. So are all flames just from Katarina? Dude, it's looking like a betrayal farm in the again. Katarina no longer drops veiled items with exclusive mods. It's now exclusive to the unique she can drop. Now drops rare double veiled items. Yeah, it's looking like a big betrayal. League. Amount of save apps and pauses. Syndicate members has been lowered. Time it takes to reach a save house is overall longer than before. Once you get your hands on the safe house leader, your only option now is to execute them. Well, no love lost there. Veiled orbs, veiled chaos orbs with that. Safe house leader's chance to drop veiled chaos orbs. Save rewards completely rebalanced. Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. Veiled crafts are on the Atlas. 41 new recipe objects with unlocked veiled modifier crafting recipes under crafting. There's some veiled recipes under my pre-existing that unlock normal. Don't have to speak to June. Removing rivalries in the syndicate is no longer an option offered when deciding whether to defeated members, even though new option to remove all rivalries in the current division. Bargaining in the syndicate members now capable of scared build as fewer currency. Hold on, I'll get there. I'm almost the skills.
No, takže budem musieť executnúť.
Player balance. Intensity stacks are now lost every 0.5 seconds while moving. Previously 0.25.
To je hovno. A síce nie, to je dole, on tam ostane. To je
No,
dole.
that's another Blade Blast buff. Arcane Surge now provides 20% increased cast speed, previously 10. Right. Anime Guardian, if your animated guardian dies, cannot summon it again in that area if they keep their items. Bane of Condemnation. Still probably bad. Blade Blast and unloading, 5% more damage per blade board per blade all levels. That might be a build, dude. That might be my second build. I haven't played it because it just looks like way less damage than normal Blade Blast, and I might get it pretty close. Blade flurry. Speed buff. Doesn't look crazy. Blade trap of great swords. 40% effectiveness buff. 6-second cooldown. Previously 8. Blade flurry. 5% more damage for each stage. A little bit of effectiveness buff. Point out 20% more damage on max stages previously. 5% more damage hits per stage. I don't know how many stages you get on it.
Nebudem chodiť kokocké rituály, rituály skončili.
Vortex of the Scythe, I don't even know.
A Betrayal sa bude chodiť.
Big damage
A lode.
base.
Hlavne lode.
So I got a point for
Lode a
time,
Betrayal.
but then it's just like added damage.
Keď nebudem potrebovať Betrayal, tak pôjdeme iba lode. Lode a Abyss pravdepodobne.
Body swap of sacrifice. 5% minion max life buff. Flight, little bit of buff. Flight of contagion, little bit of buff. Bone shatter of carnage buff. Now it's 20% increase AoE for 0.1, previously 15. Burning arrow, the HP scaling one. Ooh, went up 8%. And 5% more attack speed. That might be good. Maybe. That might be good. Yeah. Crackling winds, cold snap, contagion, cyclone. 10% movement speed buff. 14% effectiveness buff. More area. Well, it's still gonna do no damage, but it'll have a bigger AoE. Death Aura. Death's Oath, 25% buff. Oh, here we go. Deity of Chain Reaction, a little bit of a flat damage buff. Okay, a big flat damage buff, and 65% effectiveness of added damage. Okay, it's dead. Deity is dead, guys. We get it. Detonate Dead is dead. It is actually an unplayable skill now, okay? It's gone. It's dead. Detonate Dead is dead for sure this time. Divine Ire, 5% effectiveness buff, 75 more flat damage, 10% per stage damage. You got a little bit of a pretty substantial buff there, I think. No, I don't know. I think DD is actually dead this time, because the last playable version of DD is like cock, and you just get flat damage. I think that kills that. DD is. I think that's it. That's the final nail in the coffin. And it nerfs the Archmage one too. I think it's yeah, it's dead. Essence Drain now deals 91.14276.1. What is that? Oh, that's supposed to be a dash? Wait, I'm so confused. 91.1 to 4,200. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the high end is 4,200. Essence Drain is getting close to being pretty decent. It just needs another like 30% or something. Sanguinate, flat damage buff. Fire Trap nerf. Dude, RF actually nerfed. RF actually got nerfed, dude. Flame Dash of Return buff login. Frostblades. Prod now deal 30% less damage with hits and ailments. Why? Frostblades is already a dog shit skill. Why did it already didn't do damage? Frostblades with Catabasis is okay, wow. From 409 effectiveness to 240, holy. Okay, I don't know why they nerfed the regular one though. Holy Flame Totem can now target enemies 33% for the holy leveling buff. Holy Flame Totem leveling buff. Ice Nova Frostbolts can now expand from up to 2 Frostbolt prods, previously 4. It no longer has 25% less AoE when cast on Frostbolt. And then it has a base radius nerf. Okay, yeah, that's big Archmage nerf. So it did. Archmage Ice Nova is dead. Archmage Ice Nova dead. Big dead. Ridge Lake. Archmage. I need to like put a dead. Ice Nova dead. What else is there? Frostblades dead. What did I miss? Let me write this down for a video or something. Detonate dead. Dead. Okay, that's I think that's the big one. No lightning conduit chain. Lightning Strike. Now deal 50% less damage with hits and ailments proj. Okay, I mean it's probably not dead, but it's probably not dead, but that's big. I don't know, it's kind of big. Okay.
Za koľko povedal ten pičný hod?
Tendrils. Buffed. Molten Strike. Proj now deals 60% less damage than hits and previously. Why was Molten Strike nerfed, dude? Come on, man. Why was regular Molten Strike nerfed?
Koľko to stojí?
Molten Strike Zenith. Proj now deals 60% less damage with hits and ailments. Previously 50 every 5th attack. Now deals 600% more damage with hits and ailments. Previously, okay, so like, okay, so
holy shit.
Regular Molten Strike, which was pretty bad already, just got
hell, man.
the Molten Strike of the Zenith is still going to be really good because it did like 800 million damage before. So what does it matter if you're doing 500 million?
Fuck, you went to hell.
Like Molten Strike Zenith is still OP.
Fine then.
Why would you nerf the normal one?
Fine, it's dead. A koľko
Okay,
stojí ten
power
koľko?
siphon, 50% effectiveness, but it gets big attack speed now. Reap buffed the Fizz DOT.
Som musel osel do tej darkship. God damn it, fuck that. That's mad.
Hey, don't spoil it, I'm almost there. Maybe. Scourge Arrow. 13% effectiveness buff. Why did they nerf the leveling with Scourge Arrow? Yeah. Holy big siphoning trap buff. Soul Ren, a little bit of a buff. Spellslinger now has a base reservation of 20% at all gem levels from 25%. That might make it maybe it's okay now. I don't know. Maybe. Splitting steel projectiles can no longer return. Alright, that skill is dead. Okay, splitting steel is dead. Storm burst. A little bit of a cast time buff. Wait. Chaos Golem Evidence, Chaos Damage Resistance, replacing the Pete. Oh my god. They don't give. Why? Physical damage. I mean, I never used it anyways, but. Alright. It looks like, we got some golem buffs across the board. AoE on Flame Golem. Ice Golem, bigger crit, flat accuracy, lightning, attack and cast speed, and then flat mana regen.
Stone Golem.
That might be kind of nice.
20% increased defenses. What the fuck? That's huge. That's huge.
As the rest of Enormity has Cuglor filled. Minions now have 78% crit multi at gem level 20. Pauline has more moves. Only Cuglor buff. Void Spear Rending. AoE buff. Pulse buff. Wasn't that okay? People talk about Void Spear Rending a lot. Is like actually an okay build that just got better now, or like, you know. Is it actually good, or is it some meme build people like Flicker Strike?
230 000.
Vortex. Effectiveness added damage buff. Flat damage buff. Flat cold damage per second buff. DOT buff. Winter Orb. 20% effectiveness buff. Flat buff. Only max of 8 stages, previously 10, and then 25% or 30% inspiration per stage, 125% more projectile frequency while channeling, and 20% increased projectile frequency per stage, previously 15. Yeah, I don't know if that makes it playable. I don't know. I still don't. It's probably not great still, I would guess. Ball skill changes. Ball Lightning Strike loses like 30%-ish of its effectiveness. Oh, actually more like 50 at level 20. Okay, support gem changes. Arcane Surge. Sport skills now deal 35% more spell damage when you have Arcane Surge at gem level 20, previously 25. To actually caster buffs. Arcane Surge now grants 30% regen and 20% increased caster at all gem levels. Previously 30 to 58 and 10 to 20. Oh.
Nájdem 13 za pol hodinu.
Archmage 3% nerf. From 19% down to 16. Yeah, I don't even know you'd play with Archmage now if like Archmage is theoretically still playable, you're just not gonna do it on like not gonna do it with Ice Nova, and you're probably not doing it on Hyro. Awakened Spell Echo. Cost buff. No longer cause sport skills to deal 10% less damage. Oh shit. I mean, actually pretty good caster buffs here. 5% or 33% less damage from Awaken Unleash, previously 38. Oh yeah, I guess Ball Lightning is orbiting. Yeah, that's true. I even have a video on that one. I don't know how you deal with the Archmage mana cost gonna be rough for me. Greater Spell Echo. Okay. Infused Channeling. While channeling sport still, you now take 12% less damage from hits, previously 8. Intensify. 16% more damage, up from 14. Pinpoint. 10% less damage from 16%. Returning Proj, 66% less damage from 61%. Sacrifice, 54%. Added Chaos from 44. Spell Echo, regular Spell Echo doesn't deal 10% less damage now. Okay, that's good. Unleash also buffed.
God damn.
My build. Cyclone back? No, Cyclone's dog shit. Berserker. The Defy Pain Ascendancy passive has been reworked and now causes you to use Pain Defiance for 10 seconds on losing life to an enemy hit no more than once every 0.3 seconds. It also causes you to gain 3% of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy per Defiance and causes you to lose all Defiance when you... Berserker playable now? Is Berserker playable now, dude? What? Built-in Defiance of Destiny? Berserker may be playable. Blitz Ascendancy replaced with a Gore Drinker or Gore Dancer, which grants 30% of your life leech as instant, requires Aspect of Carnage. Berserker is looking very playable. Flawless Savagery has been replaced with new notable Ancestral Fury, which causes your strike skills to also target the previous location they were used. I mean, hey, it's better than nothing. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess the other nodes on Berserker are good. I don't know. Maybe. Champion. Oh, what did they do to Champion now? The Fortitude Ascendancy now causes you to have your maximum fortification, previously 15, and nearby has counted to having 4 equal to yours. Oh shit. Champion's back, boys. Unstoppable Hero Ascendancy no longer causes allies count as having 4 to 5 equal to you, It now grants 3% more armor and evasion per fortification above 20 and 2% increased attack speed per fortification above 20. Dude, champion's back. The conqueror typically sells to continue where the causes that grants having his banner does not bring again value and there's a 3% increased duration. Champion playable again? Champion playable? Guardian, the Harmony and Purpose Ascendancy passive skill has been reworked, now causing again a random shrine buff every 10 seconds. Unwavering Faith has been reworked, now grants 50% increased reservation efficiency of skills. Hierophant. Sanctuary of Thought Ascendancy passive no longer grants 25% mana reservation efficiency or 50% less mana cost. It now provides, dude, what is, I feel like it now provides regenerated 1% of mana per second. That's just like a spit in the face, dude. Holy. Saboteur. New skill which causes projectiles at 50% chance to return you and prod to be fired in random directions. New notable explosives expert. Which one's that?
12
Oh, that's that's crit multi crit chance and pen. Which causes your crit chance to be lucky, damage with hits to be
1, 6, 4,
unlucky.
2, 8.
Well, that is crazy. Trickster. Yeah, I already looked at Trickster, but Trickster's still good.
What up, guys? 48
Trickster's still good.
with some more Throne of Liberty for you. So
Unless there's an ephemeral edge nerf.
Moving on to number 2.
I mean, power side
meme
is
cleaver
nerf.
party. We are going to go on to the Black Anvil.
Elementalist.
Now, these are really interesting.
Shaper of
weapons
Storm
coming to
Ascendancy
tier
passive
2
skill. No
cards
matter has
specifically
25% more effective
If
lightning
you look
ammo
closely at
to
this weapon,
hits of
you'll see it
damage.
has
Highest
no
damage type is
stats,
lightning.
right?
Now,
However, it's just
shock
not gonna
tree
really
is
matter.
always
It's
increased
really
damage
should
by at
be
least
those stats ideally for
25%.
open world farming. But if you see, it gives us this Black Anvil Passion, which is awesome. It increases our Solent bonus and our Weapon Mastery XP bonus by 50%. So this weapon is specifically for farming. So ideally, hopefully you can pick it up
Chamber
really
of
quickly. Looks like you're
Winter.
going to be able to get it from the selection chest. So ideally, it should
Causes
be a
enemies
pretty
killed by
easy
your hits
weapon to
lessen
get.
their
It's gonna be
damage dealt by
specifically
half
just for
the chill
farming.
effect,
No
and
matter
enemies
what
killed by
build
your
you're
hits
playing,
of
you're
damage
going to have
increased
this
by
in your
chill
arsenal
effect.
for farming.
Oh, that's
no
pretty.
matter what.
That's pretty
Now
good.
let's get things a little
That
more
ring.
interesting with number 3 out of 7 of the
Shaper of
Beat
Flames
Sabers
is
here.
no longer as
So it's going to be crazy expensive on the
Enemies
auction house.
ignited by you
It's so
for
good.
40%
Plus,
of
it
their
just looks
fist to
aesthetically,
fire.
without a doubt, if you can get
Holy
your hands on
shit.
this, you're going to be in a
Elementalist is a
awesome
real,
sword without a doubt.
a real
Definitely one of the
ascendancy
best
now,
weapons from the
dude.
T2 without a doubt. These weapons from
Elementalist
three
is a
bosses,
real
one from
ascendancy. I called it, dude. I
somebody
called it
running
with
this
my
weapon, okay?
elementalist run.
So
I've been
ideally,
doing.
someone in your static should have this. Now, another interesting thing about this weapon,
Elementalist
more
is
strength
a-
and HP, pretty straightforward. However, this weapon has
Is a real
cooldown
ascendancy,
speed,
yeah.
huge for like Templars that are healing or doing CCs, buffing, etc. Cooldown speed is going to be really
I
interesting.
mean, why
to
are
watch
people
in tier
talking
2.
about running
And it
Chaos
looks like
Golem
this is gonna
after
be
it got
obtainable from
nerfed?
boxes or bags. Might not be as easy to obtain this
Is
weapon.
it like
It looks like
softcore
it's
people
really
who are
worth it
just
to
going
pick
to
up
use it to
for that
band-aid fix
modification
their
of it, which is
chaos
great. It just
rest
looks huge.
instead of
Now,
actually
my
just
favorite
fixing
two
it?
overcompensators for last. Both of these weapons come
Because it's actually because their PDR is way better than Chaos Rest. PDR is like 1,000,000,000 times more valuable. Dot multi is still not going to be played. Alimancer passive has been replaced. New notable Bringer of Ruin, which grants a 60%. Okay. Wait, is that the Golem then? No. Wait, yes. Elemental is looking pretty good. Except it kind of has the problem where if you don't hit the enemy, you're gonna die. But I guess that's not a problem if you just hit everything. Ooh, the elemental inverted monster resistance nerfed to 15%. Instant leech mastery down to 5%. Oh, and a new wand mastery, 25% increased mana reservation efficiency of skills supported by Spellslinger. Dude, Spellslinger might actually be good now. Might actually be playable. It is possible. It is possibly good. That's a lot of reservation stuff for it. Yeah, double Spellslinger buff. Pain of Tillamook can now rarely be found with 4 veiled mods. Devouring Diadem no longer provides plus 1 level of socketed gems. Oh, here we go. Ephemeral Edge unique sword has the Tiger's weapon. I've added max lightning damage equal to 10% or 10 to 50% of the player's max energy from boost to 20. Okay, it's still okay. Um, Prowler catches impatience without one of either. Counters having max number of burn charges, frenzy, or power charges. They also now have 15 to 25% increased move speed, immune to corrupted blood. What? So that means it's like a roll where it's just gonna have one of these, and it's gonna be like a roll, which one you get. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty dead. I mean, it could be worse. It could be worse. Could definitely be worse. Wait. Div Scare with Plenty now causes an area to have 3 additional packs of Div Touch monsters that have a 1000% chance to drop Div cards previously as defense. Wait, weren't these Giga OP anyways? Or was this like OP and then it got nerfed? Okay, I think it was like OP and then they changed it and now it's not, right? Titanic Scarlet Legends, limit of 1. Drop chance of orbs of regret has been lowered. Chance has been distributed across the other currency items that can drop. Scepters save rune daggers and wands now roll attack modifiers less often. That could be good. This is kind of a bitch early on. Wait, life and mana leaves modifiers and equipment items and jewels now roll suffixes instead of prefixes. Those weren't suffixes? Wait, what? I thought those were suffixes. Resistance modifiers can no longer roll or be crafted on weapons. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's dude, there's gonna always be like remembering things from PoE 2 that I thought was PoE 1, but it's actually PoE 2. The Redeemer's prefix for Fizz taken as cold no longer is higher than expected values. Damn it, I bug abused that the entire league. I abused that literally the entire league. I nerfed all the Fizz taken as on or Conqueror stuff on helmets except for Redeemer for some reason. It's like 6% higher. AoE area damage, prod damage. Now roll on gloves instead of amulets. That's bad, isn't it? It is bad. Dude, the Kalandra Prod Street amulets, dude. Those are cool. I literally never used it, but they were cool. Veiled mods for area gems, Pierce, Soul Proj. Can no longer roll on gloves, just helmets. Hybrid added LE damage builds, now roll on amulets and it enables good cards. Any winter orb endurers? I don't know. Do you think that's really enough to make it good? Well, I guess if you're playing on a giga budget, it's probably fine. Not a poor people build. Wait, no fucking way. As Miri monsters located around ritual altars can no longer drop omens. Are you kidding me? You have to actually do the ritual now to get the omen? Why? Why, dude? I don't like doing those. Dracula mods, all cheaper, or mostly cheaper-ish. Half cheaper. Essence, dude, Essence nerfed again. Has one less Essence in the magnet. Dude, they really are shitting on Essence. Buffed Rogue Exiles. Buffed Harbinger. Legion buffed.
Still one of the best doing it, kiddo. Great job.
Good, thanks for the 2-year resub, Dad. Map device has a rucksack. I got the currency thing on boxes, and then the text from vendors. Attempting to build or upgrade a Blight Tower now pauses the game when using a controller. That sounds kind of annoying, actually.
Dad, wait for me, hang on.
It thanks the 4-year reset paper. When multiple league actions are bound to the same input, the game will now attempt to trigger each action order until one succeeds rather than attempting the first action bound to the input. I don't know what the use of that or what the use case is there. Like I don't really know what that's doing. I don't know. I've been kind of lazy with the weather reports because I gotta like move shit behind me, and I don't know. But maybe I don't know. We'll see. Search type boxes. So Red Jack's 250 characters. That's huge change, dude. Bug fixes. Well, what's the funny bug fix someone was talking about? Wait, fix the bug where gladiators more than skill ascendancy passes goes, causing lucky blocks to be rolled in additional time. Holy shit. Dude, that's like 99% block chance. How did you die to that? How did you die, dude? It's double lucky. That's gotta be like literally 99%. Thanks for the prime, Rob.
Mladý černoch popíja. Mladý černoch. Na miesto plešinky prišiel mladý černoch.
Anything else big?
Plešinka zomrel, na miesto plešinky je tu mladý černoch.
Fix the bug where Uhtred could drop a div card in Ruthless. Fix the bug where some monsters were always receiving the correct amount of damage reduction. Okay, is this a buff or a nerf to players? That's the question. Chicken is better than steak. That is true. Wait, no, it's not. That's wrong. What the? Damn this guy. I read it backwards. So that is so wrong. It's so wrong, dude. My bad. Okay, I mean. Solid patch notes. Let's see. Did I miss anything here? For the big stuff? I think I got most of it. What's on the docket for tomorrow? I don't know. Who knows? I mean, it's Hero Siege tomorrow. I could play that for a day. I don't know. Maybe I just keep doing my SF run. Flow charts? No. I gotta wait for some people to think of some new builds to put on the flow chart. That doesn't come till like a day before. Tomorrow I stare at POB. Okay, this is what's gonna happen. I'll open POB, and I will stare at a
Toto je
build,
kľúč.
and I'll put it
Toto,
together, and it'll
toto je
be
absolútny
shit.
kľúč.
And then I will
20
close it, and then
pasí
I will
bodov.
import Ben's build, and say it's my build. How about that? I think that's a good. I think that is a good play.
Sú niektoré absolútne
Yeah,
kľúče.
maybe I steal a build from Uber Dan. I don't know. Does it look like I missed anything here in this list, or did I get all the biggest things? Anything big I lost? Oh god, what did I do? In terms of like balance, just in general, like character balance. Form is notable bad. Alright, sure, why not? Winter Orb, no, I guess I can like...
Mám 5 mi ostalo. That's okay. I think that's okay.
Dan has his own channel and it's not that one.
Pet mi
Is it
ostalo.
really back? No. Is there any big or buffs that I missed that might have been pretty big? I don't think so.
Are you? Check out this new. This is my favorite customer.
Fuck.
I don't like. I think people forget I think people forget golems. Like, your golems are never alive. You're no matter how good these golems are, you're not using them. They never are alive. They die instantly every time they spawn. This shit could say double damage and it still wouldn't be good. Well, they don't even get immune to elemental damage anyways. They removed that. That's not even in that node isn't even in the game anymore. They removed that. They removed the big golem node. Oh, did this get added to the other one? Oh, okay, got it. Okay, never mind. It got added to the other one, my bad. I don't know. Maybe Dead Oath could be the new RF actually. Oh, fire trap nerf. That's a good buff. 15% damage nerf, which RF is nerfed. That's Oath, 25% buff. Yeah, I got champion. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of skills here that like might have been on the edge of decent. So, but a lot of these buffs are actually pretty good. So, maybe there'll be some new builds from these. Yeah, I think lightning strike's pretty bad now. I guess I can put golem buffs, I guess. Still gonna die instantly. It has been okay. You know it's bad when I start talking like XQC, guys. It's the same every week. It's this. We've been through this so many times. Paint builds are never on patch notes day. It's always a couple days before the release. Come on, we've been through this like 20 times now, guys. It's always after a couple days, you know, when people get a few days to figure stuff out. Why did they nerf regular Molten Strike? Hey, cool message.
Postavím 25. Postavím 2. 25. 365. A posledných 35 korunov sa bude nejako tlačiť zo zadku.
Is there any other notable? Oh, did I put Splitting Steel?
Konečne nebudeme musieť robiť celomoc Chapel of Madness. Tento hnízový vrat.
I mean, I think Penis brand is pretty bad now, so I don't think it deserved any there. Seen the D4 tab raging about how it's unfair to compare PoE1 expansion to D4 patch. What, like Rax's channel or something, or was there a campfire chat at the same time?
It's fun. It's fun. A mám mutant coil. Trochu sa vylížu.
Dude, Rax got raided from the official PoE channel and logged off. if I got really however many viewers the Peely challenges, I would be logging off in 48 hours. So crazy. My league starts today if that happens. No, not even mods, dude. I'd whip out some shot glasses and start doing backgrounds and hide.
You almost got me the fucking shit back. That was a close shave, man.
Thanks for the prime prodigal.
That was a fucking close shave, man. You almost got me this glorious shitstorm. Horrendous, man. You almost got me.
I don't like tequila, come on, dude.
That was a really close
Tequila's
shave.
probably the best hard alcohol, right? Red Hawk. Okay, you know what'd be a really good tequila brand? Here we are. Maybe I should do this. It's tequila, but then it's like there's a picture on the bottle of like some anime girl's sweaty socks. And cause tequila like it tastes like sweaty socks, right? I think that'd be a hit.
Musíme to vypnúť a štartnúť. Co to zase? Mega. Ideme na to.
Not true techless.
Poté by to kleslo, tá rampa je 667.
Hey, that's a fancy bottle.
Okay, it's good now. %, that's fine.
I don't know. I definitely. Okay, well, I've noticed the alcohols I like the most are the ones I've drank the least.
Żadno. Jeszcze tu.
I don't know. I've never had a high-end tequila, so maybe tequila actually is just the best because I've only had shitty ones too. Any changes I missed? Or like balance.
No ty tam ideme. Toto dáme na stranu toto. To použijem.
additional passive skill tree changes to both casters and cold damage and final items, so maybe even more caster buffs. Maybe even more. I mean, okay, I guess Guardian buffed. I mean, I don't know, is that Guardian buffed? I guess it's a pretty significant buff. Took 2 useless nodes and made them good, I guess. Colonel E.H. Taylor, what is that, a colonel from fucking Confederate Army? That's what that sounds like.
Well,
the glove tap nerfs, you mean the ones where they changed them around from like the veiled ones? Like, they can only go on helmet now? Yeah, I saw that. Guardian spell slinger. I guess, I don't know, people seem to like Void Sphere Rending. So that Void Sphere Rending. Should be the kind of other shit running that you type my name in your reading for it. Hey, they didn't nerf Lancing Steel? I'm surprised Lancing Steel didn't get nerfed. Nobody really used Reef for the DOT on it anyways, I don't think it really matters. But this DOT skills are all pretty weak for DOT. Yep. I think I got all the big ones. I think I got all the big ones. I guess I could put like things that didn't get nerfed. Or like things that stayed the same. I don't know, what is it? Yeah, Ice Nova's dead. Ice Nova, big dead. don't know. Okay, what do I do for the boss? I do the boss race. I guess it's just slams, right? I mean, I don't know what else I would do. I mean, I guess I could still do Trickster. I don't really know what you start on Trickster now. Don't really know what you start on Trickster now, though, to be honest. I mean, maybe you could just do some power save somewhere. Probably not. Yeah, I'm not playing Slinger as my first game. Unless someone actually picks something good. But I still don't think it's a starter. I don't know. I don't even know how to do it. I mean, spell switch. I just want to do VDV and spell slinger, but that is obviously really dead. I don't even know how to do a spell slinger now, actually. I guess you could just kind of use like a cast on crit or something, or like a pseudo. I don't know. Some kind of, I don't know, something that would get good damage from flat on your weapon to increase your weapon damage. I don't know. Use it to make lightning conduit. Oh, that's good.
Najlepšie zobrať týchto odtiaľto, čo sú, dokopy s týmito odtiaľto, čo sú. Zoberieš ich odtiaľto, oni prejdú a navnadíš ich sem. For this. A tieto sa dajú, zoberieš tieto, to odtiaľ to. Ako táto... Musíš ich dostať sem.
Is there a press kit? I need the press kit. Usually it's at the bottom here. Oh, there it is.
God damn it. A týchto treba dostať dozadu. Sem za túto štenku. Veľa je to. A najlepšie je zobrať týchto dozadu. Neviem, či tam pôjdu z tejto vervej. Keď posledný asi nie. Posledný nie. Oh, man. OK, OK.
Oh, the new SSD looks good. I just played a new SSD still. It looks pretty sick. I bet it's better than normal. It's definitely not a good starter still. There's a new SST gem, which gets like a trillion projectiles. What else?
Oh shit,
I
rádi
think
to
I
zo.
got most of the major bounds.
A ktorí za mnou pôjdu a ktorí nie.
Dude,
Toto je
Blade
to.
Blast still unloading. Chaos Brand is cool.
A to je tento sad. Skúsime to vylízať týchto tu. Týchto pôjdu všetci sem dozadu za mnou.
Should I check out the new sport pack and games?
Oh man. Ako sme na tom tu? 42, 68. OK. To Srákovi sa už vôbec nechce robiť, ty kone. Som z toho otávaný. Nič, zoberieme túto klasiku. Toto je dobrý spot tu. Toto je asi najlepší spot.
report attack and it said if their purchases via card are disabled. Probably full price. I don't know that. You can play Blade Blast. I mean, it's good. And then if you can get that the new flask. Let me say. What's the base type? Gold flask. I know, yeah, Blade Blast should be good. Oh, true. What is the wording on Blade Blast on it's not here?
Ale tu je dosť, ale neviem, ktorý za mnou pôjdu a ktorý nie. Teda by išli sem.
Damage buff. What is that?
Ale... Najlepšie je asi robiť vrch a spodok. Vrch.
Yeah, I guess I get to see it at that RF is here. I guess every caster can use this way. Loot that increases YouTube and then arcane surge.
Pokiaľ teda sa to stihnú robiť, ale toto je tiež dobré. Robiť tento vrch. Toto nie je zlé.
Yeah, Squiding Steel is dead. Dead. Okay, so caster buffs, the support gems, RF of Arcane Devotion, I guess Arcane Surge buff. Is there anything else that we can caster?
Oh, god damn it.
Only the big one turned 180 for the last chain. I don't know.
Tak
So what,
toto
you get
nám
like
dalo
10% more damage from
348.
25% increased cast speed.
To je to
Is
dosť
that
z
enough
tejto
for
strany.
cast
Toto je dosť. Len
I guess Arcane Surge.
to je dosť, len no.
See you later. Maybe. Possible. Those Arcane Surge is actually a good short-term now. %35 more spell damage.
Táto vrchná štreka. Tým dole je tiež dosť.
That's where I was gonna change. Easier to roll caster items. Going for the prime liver slapper. I mean, even with the nerves, that is still okay, isn't it? I mean, like, that stupid damage right in the full out. Actually, wait. There's probably no returning prod shit anymore. There's no returning prod. Like, I guess now you just need to end this. Or I guess you just use an MS. I forgot about that. Okay, good thing there. I mean, it's still playable. Does it work? What am I doing? Am I just starting plans? I think I'm just starting plans. I think that's definitely play. Oh, that is not what I wanted, dude. I do not want to slam.
Musíš čas za...
Slams didn't get like changed at all.
Musíš čas sem dozadu.
I don't know. I mean, I guess I could still go Trickster. I could go Trickster. Trickster, Ephemeral Edge, Doomsday. Hold on. The highest force thing in this stuff is that. Like, what that What do you mean? It's 5%. You mean Ephemeral Edge? It's 5% nerf. It's fine. It'll live. It'll do less damage, but you're still gonna be immortal. Well, yeah, but it's fine. But this is hardcore, not softcore trade. You're still immortal. Nope, it started in a day. I don't think it was really good before, so now it's a little bit still not very good, but a little bit better. I don't get why Arak is allowed to spawn. We need so fast. It's close to level 100 right now. Still the level past level 100 though. Is Soul Mira crafted? Or... You can like sell the Merc or anything, right? Sell a Merc with the skill.
Prečo nenadávajú tie pičné
You're
zbrány?
already selling Havens and King's March.
88, 91, no už to je, už to stopuje. Docháme 450.
Close renting. What if I start exploring? It's on my P17, but that's it's like a 15% damage buff or something. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't think Chaos is going to be it.
Neviem sa hýbať do piče. Oh man.
So defense on easy. Chicken kebab. I mean, I think it'll actually be like, wow. With the trickster nerf, it probably balances out the damage we get in the extra screen buff. Yeah, I was punching earlier waiting for snap.
Už to je pomaly jak ona, čo? Budeme musieť sa spoliehať na tie ostatné. Budeme musieť vyťahnuť nejako z biedy.
think Void Spear Rending is like, was it like already good before the buff? Some people mentioned it, like if it is or is it a meme build? Is it actually decent now? Yeah. Is it actually good? One trick played it actually. Void Spear of Rending. I think one trick played it. Maybe not, or maybe it did, but it wasn't on YouTube. I don't even know. One trick of Rending. Okay, here we got Buds 2200. Okay, well, this is a 4-link. And, yeah, it's not looking PR. Wait. He actually kills this and, oh, it's like 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes. I mean, he's on a 4-link. Wait, he has a fucking driftwood wand. I'm assuming it's just +1. Yeah, okay. Holy, an actual +1 amulet though. The actual +1 amulet. And the +1 shield. Okay. Okay, no, it's not. I can just imagine this boy. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Thanks. That's a pretty good one. I'd say that's top 3 for sure.
Come on. Odkiaľ sa ich toľko zaujal? Man.
I mean, this is definitely playable, I think. Especially with the buff. Yeah, let's see. Let's do 14 damage. Holy shit. Okay, that's bad. That is not good.
Ale skoro 4600.
Wonder how many loops it took this. Void Spear Rending.
Máme hodinu, no. Vlastně hodinu. Jak to povedal? Máme 8 hodin.
Holy.
To je 320.
Just hit 180,000 followers on the dot. Crazy. Now someone's gonna unfollow.
Boss melee heavy attack. Koukám 4,90.
Yeah, no, I think I got everything. If I make a spell slinger POB, that's gonna do 100,000 DPS. Okay. Hey, who unfollowed? Who was it? Yeah, I'm gonna do flowchart. I might do 2 flowcharts. I mean, it's been a while. This might even call for 3 flowcharts. This might call for 3 flowcharts. I mean, it's been a long time. Might be. Who? Stinky.
Subito.
I'm doing the champion slams. We're gonna go champion slams. We're gonna see those are still better. I don't know, how much max fort can you realistically get? Like, you can easily get 27 with steadfast wheel. Is that it?
Dobre, veľa vecí.
36.
V piči som sa zasekol.
I don't know, Champ's probably playable again. Champ is back.
Toto je problém s týmito kokotmi.
Really, 2 notes.
Nebavíte ma. Tieto je malý som. Zle rozdelený. Máme počty o 1000. tá 17 sa naozaj v podstate dala veľmi rýchlo. Ale s týmito pičesťami. Toto je plná várka pičesov. Problém s týmito je, že je tu plná veď mágov. Koľko máme? 3, 4. Takže musíme povedať, že slušné várky. Slušné várky dávame. Tu je dosť veľa. Znova. Tu z tejto strany. Poďte sem k tejto jednej. Môžeme sa pohnúť. Koľko mám? 19 a 18. Tu tam 8, tam 9. Dobre, táto 9 mi to odomkne už. Asi si myslím, ne? Ty kámo. či mi to odomkne popravda. Myslel, že mi to odomkne, ale už nie som si istý. No, odomkne. Rare rank achievement effect in this dvoch. Odomkne mi to? What the fuck else? What is this? Neodomkne. Neodomkne, god damn it. Neodomkne, fuck. Neodomkne. Neodomkne mi to prečo? Musíš mať obidva asi. Musíš mať obidva, musíš mať toto. Fuck. Musíš mať obidva. Fuck. Fuck, to nepríjemné som to neodomkne. To nepríjemné som to neodomkne. To nepríjemné. Melee critical hit chance. Melee damage boost. Celátej. Defenzíva melee dosačky. Melee damage boost celátej. Jo, víte, má. To nie je dostatočne veľa. Môžeme ísť zase na túto stranu. Odtiaľ to zoberieme. To je dosť. Posledné 3 minúty. Ani tam už veľa nezískam, veľa bodov. Pretože nezískam veľa bodov do týchto, už to ide pomaly ako hovno. Prvé 2 minúty. Môžete ma pustiť. Už to ide pomaly jak hovno. Nevyzerá to nádejne. 100-500, neviem koľkatko. Dobre, zoberieme túto poslednú. Ostalo nám asi 2000. Tuto sú... Mám 25 sekúnd. Ešte vyťažíme niečo? Deväť. Vyťažili sme, čo sa dalo. Odchádzame. Nevedel, že padli iba jeden rubrik za hodinu. A už nevyťažíme moc veľa z hento. Tu už levely idú pomaly ako hrať. No tak mám 99 a 108, takže... Preto. Vymažeme jedny. Druhé. Tretie. Štvrtá. Je šanca, hej, a tak šanca. Maximálne žijú. It's fine. It's fine. Máme tu 99, 108. Takže... Ale... No máme už skoro na 450 kg. 173, čo je dosť. Máme teraz v tejto fáze a to brutálne veľa. Na to kadiť, že na to už. Nájdeme nejaká silomocou aktívna na to, už som úplne... Jebá, že dneska som veľa točil, ale som z toho úplne... Som z tohto unavený. No. Máme 6. Nemôžeme nič robiť. Je to unavené toto levelovať. Ja sa vyčmudiť. No ideme to raziť tieto veci tu. Je to unavené. Aj pravda, že môžeme ukadiť. Koľko tu máme tohto? Takže jeden tu dáme a máme tých 15. Guild Resources, ja. A máme tie kľúče. Máme 4590. Až to sa neaplikuje, goddammit. Potrebuješ mať... V obidvoch týchto potrebuješ mať 10. Som ho nechcem vylizovať. O tete chcem dať ešte hentu paketu. To je OK. O tete dáme posledného hulovata. Fucking hell. To pôjde do nekonečna. No. Áno, veľa som točil.
Hey everyone, Nudo here. I hope you're all enjoying the fishing update. But even if you're not, I've got the coolest little resource collector to review for you that will help you avoid fishing altogether and still let you finish those fishing challenges and collect the rewards. If you thought the Camry was the greatest new camp item out there, I am here to challenge that theory and to offer the fish trap as my top pick instead. The fish trap is part of an entire bundle. Of course, I bought the whole thing and reviewed it right on the go, but let's take a closer look at it right now and review every single item before diving deep into the fish trap and why you need it, regardless of how you feel about fishing. The bundle is called the Fish Trap Bundle, and it's going to be up for a few weeks for 1,800 atoms. The first item that I tested in this bundle is the floating dock floor. Now my camp is already built on a pond, and it includes a pre-existing dock as well as some of the docks that I installed myself from previous. Let's see how the floating dock behaves. First of all, let's pop it up in the sky and see what it looks like underneath there. It basically looks like a single floor tile with some barrel drums attached to it so that it floats. Pretty realistic. Let's put it to the ultimate test and see if it actually floats. And it does, and beautifully so. In fact, it has 3 floating positions. You can sink it all the way in the water so that only the wooden surface is revealed. We can go underwater and see what that looks like. Or you can lift it up halfway out, which I find to be very attractive. Now we have those barrels underneath there. Might as well show them off. Or you can even float it entirely with the barrels on the surface of the water, which I think is a little weird. It wouldn't actually work that way, but hey, whatever floats your dog. Now, the biggest question that I had from you guys on the live stream is if you can snap these together. And no, you cannot. These are individual floating docks. So even though they look like floor tiles, they don't behave as floor tiles. And that also means that you can't just snap walls to them. So no, unfortunately, you cannot build floating houses with these with our traditional building methods. Absolutely, you can arrange these next to each other without snapping, no problem. And of course, the very talented builders and mergers out there will figure out how to attach walls to these things. Of course, we have other options such as defenses and fireplace walls and dividers and furniture that we can use to actually build this into a little cabin. But honestly, I think it's unnecessary. I think it's perfect just the way it is for its intended purpose, the dock. Next up on the menu, we have the stash box and the cryo freezer. Now, the tackle stash box and the cryo freezer are each available individually for 500 atoms. Are they really worth it? They are indeed cute, and in the illustration we can see a beautiful render of the interior of each of these items. One of them is a bait box and another is a fish box. Now, a cryo freezer is an amazing and important item to have. I am super excited about getting a freezer in this tiny compact form. The freezer that I have right now takes up half of my kitchen. It's awful. The only thing that I'm a little bit sad about with both these items is that I don't actually ever get to enjoy the beautifully rendered interior of them. When I click to interact with either of these, the overlaying screen is diffused, making the image very blurry. So as a user, you never get to see the insides of these boxes. So to me, that was a little bit sad. Still, I think they are absolutely amazing, though not worth it as individual purchases, only in a bundle. Now, the next thing that I am unreasonably excited about in this bundle is the collection of floating trash piles. There are 3 versions of the trash pile, and I am not kidding when I say I'm unreasonably excited. Like, this may be my absolute favorite camp item to date. You all know how much I value the immersive look of the camp and what a huge fan I am of using plants as decorations in my camps. Well, these trash piles are as immersive as it can get, especially on a waterfront property. Now, my property already came with some floating trash, but unfortunately, I can't step on that trash. So in this area right here, between my main dock and my loadout changer, I always fall into the water, and I've never been able to place anything else there. It's the perfect item for this one perfect spot in my camp, and I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that I can walk on these trash piles. And yes, I can, not on every single one of them. The trash around the barrel seems to be transparent, like you can just float through it. But this trash pile with a tree, you can stand on it, it's solid. So for me, it was an absolute lifesaver. And I was also pleased to see that you can merge these trash piles a little bit with the docks and with the basic floor tiles. It's just so freaking cool and immersive. It's basically like catwalks on water that blend with the environment perfectly. And don't forget the tiny floating lily pads. Useful, they are not. But they do be adorable. Again, plants make everything look cooler. They make everything look immersive. You can make little designs out of it. You can make an entire drawing out of them on the surface of your water, or you can just place them here and there, either as markers or tiny decorations. Simply cute and adorable. And at last, the star of the show, our fish trap. The fish trap itself is available as a standalone purchase for 700 atoms, which is super steep. 700 atoms is a standard price for a basic prefab. An entire house you can buy for 700 atoms. But after this review, you may consider buying it even at 700 atoms because it will save you so much time and trouble. Plus, you can get it in a bundle. The fish trap is a resource collector. That means you can only place one of them in your camp, unfortunately, and of course, as with every other resource collector, we cannot place them in shelters, which is not a big deal at all, since we can't place them in shelters anyway. Yes, I tried. And this thing is not much to look at. In fact, that's the idea. It's a fish trap, it's meant to be hidden, it's meant to be overlooked, and it's meant to just blend in with the environment. This is not a conversation starter. This is a hidden, useful item in your camp. And what it does is it collects fish. Surprise, surprise. And it collects a lot of fish, and without any effort on your part at all. When I came back at the end of the day to check on my fish trap, I found 2 brook silversides, 2 chain pickerels, 5 red bellies, a rich trout, 3 sunscreams, and 2 yellow bullheads. Now,
Right.
all of these fish fall under the generic category. That's all you're ever going to get out of this fish trap is generic fish. And that's
Right.
perfectly fine because think about what it does. Fishing takes time. Fishing takes skill and patience and all of those things that you may just not have to spare for a particular daily or something. You may have a daily to sell 5 grilled fish to an NPC vendor, and that's actually a really expensive errand because to make grilled fish, you have to cook up a ton of fish bits, and every single fish bit that you cook up is a fish that you have to catch. Not every cast catches a fish. See what I mean? Fishing is a time hog. This resource collector will save you so much time. With these fish, I can go straight to my cooking station, cook up the fish bits, and with the fish bits, either grill up grilled fish, which I can consume or sell. This can be for my personal use or to complete a daily or a weekly challenge. Or I can go over to Linda Lee, the giant crab, and feed her the fish bits, thus increasing my chances of collecting legendaries. It's just great and no work required on your part. This will save you time and it can help you avoid fishing altogether. Now, coming back to the idea of it only giving basic fish may make this item a little bit less interesting for those of you who are actually passionate about fish and collecting the rare fish. But if that's you, you're out there upgrading your rod and fishing in different weather conditions anyway to actually earn those special collectible fish. This resource collector will still help you save time on making those fish bits, giving you more time to do what you enjoy and to hunt for the special trophies. And for those of you who hate fishing, well, with this resource collector, you don't even have to ever fish at all. And if you hate fishing, you probably don't care about the rare collectible specimens. So, while the cannery is a great tool for preserving fish and it looks amazing in your camp, it still leaves you with the tedium of having to fish. And even if you enjoy it, you may not always have the time to do so. Having fish just appear in your camp is priceless with this new update. For the sake of science, I decided to switch out my weather station to the Ragstorm weather station and see if it affects my catches at all. And I am sad to report that after waiting a little bit, all I got were generic fish yet again. So the weather stations will not help you catch anything special in this trap. But that's okay, I didn't actually expect to. So there you have it, boys and girls. The most underrated resource collector out there. Make sure to grab it in the Atomic Shop while it lasts. Fishing is here to stay, my friends, and it's already deeply integrated into the game. You can't ignore it the way that you've been ignoring caravans. You can't even complete your dailies these days without fishing. So get this thing and save yourself a whole lot of time and trouble. You'll thank me later. Noodle Pants.
Spencer.
One half of Gamer Aviator. Thank you so much for watching. And until next time, let the fish come to you.
I can spend some, it's not a biggie. I still need to build though. A lot of growth stones. You can build like 100. Oh. So now I got like 350, 365 bude zajtra. Tohto budeme potrebovať pekné sústa. A ináč v pohode. Už dáme 17 leva. Chcem niečo kúpiť tu? $20 poulič kryštálu. Pipeline nakoniec odkuj majetek. Toto nepotrebujem. Ani toto nepotrebujem. To sa zíde. Tieto zoberiem vždy. Ja poďme odkúpiť rovno. Tieto sú dobré. Tieto sú dobré. Tieto veci sú dobré. Oh, very good. Tie odmeny sú pekné, ono. Ako 39 nedám. Pretože už som minul v podstate všetky tie žolíky. Ešte tu mám nejaké žolíky. Ale to už 39. Možno dáme do nedele 39. Je to možné, že dáme 39 do nedele. No to je ešte dosť, sú Amita expedície, toto, jeden level, druhý level, tretí level, štvrtý level. Ja, myslím si, že nie. A to je pohľad. Z toho som nestrel. Crimson Manor. Povedal. Toto odstavíme. Pozrieme sa na follow ešte, to spravíme ako posledné a balíme. Dobre. A to nie je plešinka. Toto je nový mladý černoch. Hýbe sa okolo plešinkového miesta, ale to nie je plešinka. Mladý černoch. Ako nemyslíte, že dáme 39 level do nedeľa? Piatok, určite. A možno nám tie žolíky, áno, dal som 17 levelov. Veľmi rýchlo, ale už nám žolíky. Už som vyťukal to všetko. Už to mám maximálne na 10 levelov. Viac nie. Maximálne. Takže s tými 4 nemôžeme vôbec počítať. Listovec je teda, že im bude chýbať nejaké malé sústo. What overcomfort, fuck off. Stop talking horseshit.
Hello again, friends. I'm so pleased to announce that the boilers there at the giant teapot are full again. That means my special blend will be bubbling up shortly. So if you fancy a nice cuppa, the more the merrier. The boilers are heating up. I'm afraid the local creatures don't like this next part. Shame, really. You'd best keep an eye out for trouble.
Možno povedame nejaké veci. Koľko to máme? Catch all common fish.
One would think these creatures would be accustomed to this by now. Boilers report the water temperature is 92
Ešte veľa váhy ma stalo. Tie váhy sa nikdy nezbavím asi. To nepojde, no. Ako mám tam ono, no.
Water temperature in the boilers is now 178.6 degrees. Just a little bit longer.
Ako môže mi zajíbarčiť, ale tie pičné ryby strašne veľa vážia. To je náhoda na ryby. A preto by som mal rybarčiť, no. By som sa zbavil. Oh man. Mám grillovanú rybu? Mám jednu, mi stačí. Vezmeme ju. Mutačiť to rovná do ryby.
Ah, there's the whistle. The tea is steeping now at the perfect and precise 205 degrees. Another fine thing here today.
Ja sice fucking musím to tak, tyjo. Ale rybarčiť. Či náhodou neodchytím. Tak mám aspoň to bable lepšie, ale tú poslednú common rybu by som chcel odchytiť.
Would you like to join my scavenger hunt? Today we're gathering unstable nuclear waste. Be honest. Does fish, trash, make me smell bad?
Stále chytám tie isté, jeby. God damn it. To bola tučná iba asi ten letterback.
Could I interest you in a block of concrete?
To istú ibu stále chytám dokola.
You are a piece of scrap. That means I like you.
Damn it, skurvisinská kokočina. To je kokotina. Stále to istú ibu chytám dokola. Kokotina.
Today's junk output is error. Sensors are dirty.
To je isté, hovna stále dokola. To isté stále dokola.
Objective, acquire all junk. Still in progress.
Tak to iba stále okolo. Ničo. Stále to isté okolo. Keď to má zmysel. Žiadne. Keď príde iná, tak v živote nemám šancu odchytiť, lebo utečí ako hovno.
You are a piece of scrap. That means I like you.
Bola kokotina. A toto je to isto. Ale to nemá zmysel.
Someone told me I had a you lose.
A toto je to isto. To má posun. To nemá zmysel. Red Belly. A veď tam ešte dve. Ešte jedno odchádza. Dám ešte dve. Ničo. Nič nechytám. Pičné rybarčené úplasa ako.
Let all this precious junk around. What is you?
Ale stačilo, tesačka. Ani hovno maková. Nemá zmysel. Ale s týmto masačka. Celé ibarčenie sračka. Pokiaľ sa ti nepodarí nadropovať upgrady a vylepšiť ľudicu, nemá zmysel ibarčiť. Robiť denné questy a z denných questov, pokiaľ nedropnem upgrady, tak to nemá zmysel. A celkovo rybarčenie zmysel nemá. Tesáčka. Nezaživné krote rybarčenie, nezaživný Fallout. Spravili sme misie vo Falloute sezónu a stačilo. Reálne stačilo. To by som tiež nemal siliť. Na čo? Pičné odmeny, ktoré nepotrebujem.
Cores are the source of all mutations. That said, they just might be the key to finding a cure. I need more mutant cores for my research. Figuring out these cores' properties will help us stop these mutant outbreaks.
Na čo to vôbec robím tieto?
Please bring me mutant cores. I will reward you well.
Sačka.
Crimson Manor working on my... Please, come to the manor once you have the cause. I will give you receipts for any cause you bring me. Remember, you will be rewarded based on how many receipts you collect.
Mutant cores are found in the hearts of mutated monsters. You'll have to defeat them to collect their cores. Mutated monsters were once people. Please, help free them from their suffering. Using their mutated cores, maybe we can cure these awful mutations and prevent future ones.
Hey, John, the giant Cordy is on the way.
Caused the mushroom mutation. If the giant Cordy is the cause of all of this, it might have more mutated core than other monsters.
The Bell Tower village needs to be investigated.
I will give out triple receipts. I will give. May Einar bless you all.
No, toto nebudem robiť tieto misie. Mám uriti. Toto ma nebaví. Ak to budeme robiť, ja pasívne.
Okay, we're done tripling receipts. Collected them already. Very impressive.
The Crimson Mansion is known source of mutated monsters. It needs to be researched thoroughly.
A giant courtier is about to appear.
Defeat the mutant mushrooms before they can spread. I'm going to the Locken site to pursue my research.
Oh man, kde sú tí pičisovia? Teraz to bude... Táto palica sa mi zdá. Snyder. A posledný je ten kríž. Ale toto nebudeme robiť. Môžem odsať. Stávam sa zase otrkom kokotiny. Otrkom degenerácie. Tie veci ani nepotrebujem.
From now on, I'll give you triple receipts for music course. I will give out triple the receipt. Thank you.
Posledný je fláška. A toto nebudeme robiť na ulici. Urobím cez deň hentu onu. Ak sa mi bude chcieť.
There's something wrong with this mountain.
No to kríž by mal byť.
We're leaving this area.
Či fláška?
You can't bring the mutant cores to me, just put them in the delivery chest.
Fláška je posledná.
Mutant core delivery chest at a hut across from the Crimson Mansion.
Fláška je posledná. No to je jedno.
Strange lights. A giant corgi must be close.
To je chyba, že som do tohto pustil. To je sáčka. Tohto útokom nemôžem byť týchto kokotín. Spraviť len povinné veci a hotovo. Kde sú tie pičisovia?
Here come the mutated fungi. Keep your guard up and get rid of them.
Tohto nemôžem byť, toto nemôžem vysiať.
Didn't know these mutants had spread so far so quickly. We'll have to research more sites.
Flaška je posledný, sa mi zdá. Ja sa zdá, že kríž. Ja, Bates bol, ja. Jeden z týchto. Tak potom Bates nebol. Flaška je posledná. Preto za mnou chodia. Ale toho sa nebudem pretrhávať. To je Bates. Môžem moc sa tejto sáčky, toto bola chyba, som sa toho pustil. To mi nestojí za to vôbec.
I'm giving away triple the receipts for any mutant cores delivered. First come, first served. I'm giving out triple. We will find the cure someday, and it will be all thanks to you. That's it. Time's up for getting triple the receipts. These are the people who brought in the most mutant cores. Thank you. 9 more blesses you.
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on?
I look forward to working with you again. I have enough cores for now. The event is over. You did well today. I hope to see you later.
Balíme túto sáčku.
For the mutant cores you deliver. You will be rewarded based on the number of receipts you've earned, so don't lose them. With your help, maybe we can finally end the suffering caused by these mutations.
Masáčka. Masáčka. Viem, že sa oplatí obiť, keď to bude. Je tá Divine Beast, teoreticky. Odtiaľ sú OK veci, ale to je sečka. To je balíme. Je koniec s nahnitým trónom. Chceme sa zbaviť veci a to predáme.
Choose carefully. We're sure to have something you need. Come again.
No. To je všetko. Ale balíme. Tragédiu. 4591. No a fajn. Toto končí. 50 minút. Balíme tú tragédiu. Často zabaliť.